rolling.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Grandmaster Aman Hambleton, and I'm very excited to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, as a commentator. Hello, Eric.
Hello, Aman. It has been a while since we've done commentary together, and for one of the biggest events they've done in chess, so couldn't be more excited.
Yep. This is going to be amazing. This is part of the Esports World Cup. We are covering the last chance qualifier today. And over the next 3 days, of course, players are going to be competing for just those remaining 4 spots in the Esports World Cup. And this is the schedule as we know it. Eric, these matches are all going to be happening at the same time. Any names there particularly familiar to you?
Yeah, looking at the graphics, I mean, round 1, Jules Moussard versus Daniil Dubov is already like extremely strong. I mean, that match can go any direction. I expect some fighting chess.
Absolutely. That one stands out as an incredible matchup early on. And look at the prizes that these players are playing for. Obviously, 1st to 4th, winning that main event slot, Eric, that's really what matters. But 5th place all the way down to 24th, you're still taking home some money. $7,500 for 5th, 6th, all the way down to $750.
Yeah, definitely a larger prize fund for a qualifier than most chess events, and those 4 top slots, that's worth a lot. I mean, the minimum prize in the main event is $50,000. So that's what the players are fighting for.
Yeah, a huge prize fund. Remember, this is just the last chance qualifier, right? And obviously an even bigger prize pool in the EWC. But let's take a look at a video about the trophy that these players are playing for.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The club championship, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy. When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Well, Eric, I mean, you and I both played chess tournaments. We both won trophies before, but I think it's pretty crazy watching that video. That's probably the coolest chess trophy you can imagine. The keys of the people that you've beaten go inside the trophy. That's probably the coolest trophy I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, my trophy collection, you could add all the trophies together and it wouldn't add up to this. This is definitely taking things to another level when it comes to presentation.
100%. And of course, we have the Jafonzo Award. This is also, if one of these 4 qualifying players goes all the way to become the first champion, right? The chess champion at the Esports World Cup. They win the Jafonzo Award, because how cool would that be? Coming in from the last chance qualifier, you get that extra $50,000, which, I mean, Eric, that's a pretty serious prize on top of everything that comes with that prestige.
Yeah, I like the idea behind it. I mean, players qualifying last minute, and like people like an underdog story. I like the incentive there a lot.
Yep. And of course, a lot of our players that are in the event are representing a team. And, they're not just playing for individual glory. They're not just trying to win games for themselves. They're doing it for a larger purpose and be part of their team's success. So let's hear some more about that.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, you heard it there, Eric. We're getting even closer to, of course, the games being underway, learning more about that format. Obviously, the team glory is that extra element that, when we combine chess and esports, that kind of makes it exciting.
Yeah, I know this World Cup format where you have a team and there's a bunch of different games. Kind of feels a bit like the Olympics. Country with a bunch of different athletes in different categories. You have kind of this format, the Esports World Cup, and you add it all at the end and you see which team is victorious. I definitely like that aspect.
Yeah, I think the team events in chess have always been my favorite. So excited that that's exactly what we have here. Let's talk about the format specifically. Obviously, we've got phase 1, right? We'll be covering that. 133 players will be slowly reduced down to those 16 that will be in the playoffs. So we're starting with groups. We're going to be playing 7-round Swiss tournament, and the top 4 per group go to the playoffs. So, Eric, a lot of pressure with that many entrants to reduce it down to 16, but it definitely is, the makings of that perfect underdog story for someone.
Yeah, I think for the format, they were taking registrations up until today. So even some of the strongest players in the field, they don't know who to expect. It's what's kind of interesting about the event is everyone in the world who hasn't qualified, you can just show up here and play it. And there's a lot of last minute entrants. Whoever has arrived has to start off sharp because you got to finish top 4 in your bracket, which, is a Swiss with 30 plus players. And then when you qualify from the brackets, that double elimination definitely gives everyone who's qualified to the playoffs an opportunity to be that last chance qualifier.
That's right. And I really love that double elimination when it comes to the playoffs. Feels like a very fair way to do it. You've got 7 rounds in the Swiss, becoming top 4 at the beginning, and then of course you've got double elimination when it comes to the playoffs, so you don't just lose a bad game and then you're out. So I really love that. And obviously with the esports format, Eric, I love the adrenaline at the end of these matches when the time scrambles start to come in, and that's something that I think esports has added to chess in the best way.
Yeah, we are definitely guaranteed time trouble, time scrambles with the time control of the event. 10 minutes, 0 seconds increment means you will lose on time if you don't move. So definitely excited to see the very end of some of these games. Yeah,
and I think some of the players to watch, right? You saw Dubov there, just to name one that stands out. I'm excited to see how those players match up against maybe the less experienced players in the field, because we all know, when it comes to time scramble at the end of the game, it doesn't matter how good you are, your time's running out.
That's right. And new setup for the players. Everyone's going to be playing live, from the tournament venue. But playing on chess.com, I mean, you got to get used to your setup. That's going to add some different factors for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Eric, how the adjustment is to something like that, because my own setup means the most to me, especially when I'm playing online. Like my mouse, my setup, my time zone, my computer, whatever. And everyone here is in a brand new spot. It's beautiful, by the way. I saw the venue. It looks remarkable. So I'm sure there's no issues there, but still it is unfamiliar.
Yeah, I haven't had to do it too many times. I definitely think if the players can bring, a mouse to the playing venue, that's one of the things that I think people are more particular about. You don't use the keyboard too much when you're playing chess. The screen, you can kind of adjust maybe the board size when you're actually logged in. Assume the players will have that option, but yeah, it's all about the mouse, I think. That's the main one. If I was a player, I'd be interested in.
And we can see the sort of the overview here of the remarkable venue that they have there. You can see all the different stations that they have. So obviously it's kind of a hybrid event, right? They're playing in person, but on chess.com and logged in on computers there. So I think this could be the future. I love this hybrid type of event, still esports style, but in person at a beautiful venue like that. And you can see the trophies there, the keys that these, I think these actually go into the trophy, the crushed keys as well of the players that they've beaten. So all these little nice touches.
Yeah, that venue looks very spacious, both for the players, for the audience. It looks air conditioned. That's a nice place to start the journey for any player trying to qualify for the main event. And yeah, those trophy keys are a bit intimidating. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I also was looking at the venue there, and it's kind of like, it's interesting. You're sat right across from your opponent, but you also can't really see them. Like, you're so locked into your monitor in front of you. So it must be kind of a weird feeling. You're sat right across from someone, which is normal for chess, but it's like there's a wall between you. You can't actually see them. And we see on our screen there, Eric, a couple very strong grandmasters on the world stage. That's Grandmaster Vidit and Grandmaster Musard.
Yeah, and it looks like Musard is getting a feel, for the setup. He's playing with the mouse there. Maybe he's practicing pre-moving, but you can definitely see him trying to familiarize himself, with this new environment. Some of the players are relaxed. Some have played this format, but I would suspect many players, this is one of their first times having this experience where you're on a computer across from your opponent, because there was a last chance, there was a qualifier for this last chance qualifier at DreamHack Dallas, and we had a few players qualify, which meant, what it meant is they got an all expense paid trip to this event. But outside of those 4 players, most players are not from the DreamHack Dallas event that utilize this format. They're players that saw this event and wanted to try to qualify and just, fly in with that purpose. So it could very well be the very first time for many, many, many of the participants. I've only played one tournament with this format, and I wouldn't say it takes a lot of getting used to, but it's still completely different than what a normal Rapid and Blitz experience is like in person.
Right. I saw Musard kind of getting a feel for the mouse there. It looks like obviously players can sort of bring their own mouse to the setup, as that's the thing that you're most particular about. And I see the seating as well. It does look like, kind of in a good, exciting way, that the audience is really close to the action, and I don't mind that. I love that. just kind of gives that exciting feel, like you're really playing in front of a crowd, and the auditorium there is huge. And I think I see just off to the side there, that was Grandmaster Pragnananda playing for Team Liquid, who is just sat down.
Yeah, I'm curious. I am curious what perspective the audience gets to see. I mean, I think, a pretty big screen there in the backdrop. You just mentioned Pragananda, who, you know, if I was guessing on paper, who I'd put as the favorite, he's got to be up there. And he's done very well in an online or this kind of format. That my only event I played was a really strong event in Norway a couple of years ago, Champions Chess Tour, and he had a breakout event there. And it was a similar time control and format as this. So I do expect him to be one of the favorites. I think Team Liquid would agree, which is, you know, they signed him and as their third chess player, but he's not in the main event yet. So I know they definitely think he's got great chances to qualify and contribute to their EWC points. And yeah, I agree with that choice. So definitely look out for Prague to be one of the guys you'd expect to do well in the qualifier, definitely make it to the knockout. Knockout, anything can happen, but the qualifiers are often like consistency. You know, you can't drop a couple of games, but you also don't need to win every game. So there shouldn't be as much pressure on some of the favorites in the field. Just beat who you're supposed to beat, and yeah, be competitive with the rivals in your group, but you don't have to be just. It gives you a bit of a cushion, this top 4 placement.
That's right. Yeah, you don't need to necessarily beat all your rivals in the initial phase of this event, because it's really just about finishing top 4, qualifying. Of course, you know, these players obviously want to collect as many wins and just be in good form as much as they can. But yeah, it's not 100% necessary to finish in first place, because you can, you know, finish 4th in your group, make it to the playoffs, even lose in the playoffs. It's double elimination and still come back. So there's lots that can still happen in this event. It looks like things are slowly getting set up there. And I'm looking on the left side of our screen there. That also looks like Grandmaster Levon Aronian, Eric.
Yeah, that definitely is Grandmaster Aronian, and I guess not a long turnaround in the world of chess when it's high season. After winning the freestyle event in Vegas, he probably came, you know, straight to Riyadh for the EWC. But he's got to be feeling good heading into the event. Yeah,
the best possible warm up there. He's really doing well. That was a fantastic event for those that followed in the chess world. We're speaking perhaps to, you know, the larger audience right now, chess fans, but also, you know, fans of esports, and they're following the Esports World Cup. Just on a kind of taking a step back, Eric, it's the first time that chess has been a part of an event that has already existed, right? The Esports World Cup, but it's the first time that chess is a part of it. So just on a personal level, that's pretty exciting for chess.
Absolutely. I mean, I've followed this event for a couple of years. Some games, you know, that we both have played, like League of Legends is in there, you know, StarCraft, an old game that one of my first games I've ever played, my first love. That's at EWC, Counter-Strike. So I kind of go through the history of games, you know, online games, competitive games, and many of them are featured here. So chess just joining that level of prestige is, I think, definitely very cool. And, you know, I hope it's here to stay, because we do have a large wave of players, even maybe playing at this last chance qualifier, that got into chess in the last 10, 15 years, some young players. And if you did in the last 10, 15 years, at the minimum, well, playing online is the most popular medium for chess. It's, you know, that's how it is. That's how it will continue to be. And, you know, chess.com being the biggest website, like, yeah, this is the pipeline, right? You can learn to play chess, you can play tournaments online, and then you can compete, you know, in something like this. And so it's a very similar progression as some of the other titles at the EWC, in that like anyone can play from anywhere and just grind the ladder, you know, until and you try to make it. So I think it makes sense. I think it fits in the group. So I am looking forward to the next week of chess at EWC.
Exactly right. And this feeling of sort of an open qualifier is something that's been used in other esports before. So it's certainly not unfamiliar, but I feel like in the world of chess, you often do see the same competitors in those top events because they're usually private, invite only. And it's exciting to see an event like this where, of course, you have those same top players. We've seen them flash on the screen as we've been talking here. A lot of some of the strongest players in the world, but it's also mixed in with not just weaker players or lesser known players, Eric, but also a lot of players that do have that talent and just maybe don't have the opportunity. Because I'm just going to say right now, we are going to see some upsets in this event, and it's just who's going to write that story.
Yes, there are going to be upsets. They're showing a lot of the players right now, and it is interesting for me to see because many of them I just saw in person last month. There's the World Team Rapid and Blitz Championships, and I saw like even one of the only Grandmaster couples in the world, Almariaki and Zhu Chen. Looks like they're both playing. They're also on the FIDE team last month. The French guys. Yeah, we have some of the top Indian players that haven't yet qualified. There's more Rapid and Blitz events than ever. So, whether it's the top seeds or even some of the low-rated players, it's easier to gain experience. But at the same time, there's only so many spots in many of these events that there are, hundreds of talented players vying for an opportunity, to play one of these like really good Rapid and Blitz events. And you can absolutely bet that there are players here that have been practicing for this last chance qualifier for the last couple of months, probably, mainly in secret and private. But you can bet that you look at the chess calendar and you look at an event, hey, I want to train, take some time off from my normal schedule and put my eggs in one basket. Well, this is the event. This event has the highest ceiling. You can qualify for a main event, $1 million prize fund with a chance to play against the likes of like Magnus Carlsen. So I definitely expect to see like some underrated players here and new names. It's also interesting, the location of the event. It's fairly close to Central Asia, which is becoming not only Central Asia but also India, both regions of Asia, where tons of talent are being like just discovered, breakthroughs every single year, like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, India. There's a couple of Chinese players, but these are countries that are producing new young players by the month, like breaking records, youngest IM, things like that. And yeah, close proximity to this event. I definitely expect to hear and learn about some new names today.
Yeah, that's well said. There's certainly going to be some names like that we'll have to keep an eye on. And, as we work through these, Swiss 7 rounds, we'll certainly become familiar with those names as they may reach the playoffs. So Eric, before we eventually get underway here, as we can see the players starting to take their seats, you and I are just going to take a short break, and we will be back with the coverage of the last chance qualifier.
See you soon.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer skips a beat and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. I think that's the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. It seems that I can't fight, I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space, a lady from a place I wish she'd seen. When I had dreams, before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. The things that I can't fight, I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. Of course, we have the last chance qualifier. Eric, we wanted to bring back the schedule graphic, talk about some of the upcoming matches and what we can expect.
Yeah, it's going to be
I'm looking at this.
Long day of chess.
I'm looking at this, Eric, and names that stand out for the wider audience are certainly going to be Levon Aronian, Jules Moussard, Alexei Sarana, Daniel Dubov, Andreykin, and Vidit. But because we're just getting started out here in round one, this is kind of how it works in a lot of these chess events. Is you'll see mismatches. So while it might be some of the matchups that are the most one-sided, it does give the opportunity to potentially see some amazing upsets.
Yeah, and with the format being, I see 7-round Swiss, 4 groups, top 4 qualify. If you're one of the top seeds and you do lose an early round, you have to win the rest of your games, because it means your tie breaks are going to be tough, and it's already going to put players under pressure. So yes, there's going to be upsets, but the players, those top seeds, certainly hope that's not, they're not going to be one of them, because 7 rounds doesn't give you a lot of room in terms of losing. You can lose one game, still qualify. If I do my math correctly, there's 30-ish players, top 4 qualify. You're probably going to need a score of 5.5. Maybe with good tie breaks. And so you can't afford to lose more than one game, I'd say, if you want to have a reasonable chance of qualifying. And, I also noticed the games start at 5 o'clock local time. I think that's good for me. It might also be good for some of the players coming in with different time zones that starts a bit later in the day. If it starts at 9 a.m., maybe that's tricky, but 5 p.m. start, 7 rounds. They're going to be playing, into the evening there in Riyadh. And I wouldn't complain about that if I was a player.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't complain either. Everyone is probably going to be a little bit different, but I agree it is kind of a good time. But maybe that's us being biased. I definitely think there is an element of fatigue that comes with these events, Eric. They're not like those online events where the next round just immediately starts as soon as the game is done. So, potentially you win a game very quickly against an opponent. Obviously, you're happy with the result, but you might need to wait an extended period before the next game starts. And for some players, that can throw the rhythm off a little bit. So there's all these extra elements of a competition, especially with this hybrid format, that the players need to consider.
Yeah, definitely. When you finish a game and you have to wait, you have to think about what can I do to stay locked in, stay sharp for the next game starts. Fortunately for this time control, it's 10 minutes, 0 increment. So theoretically, the games shouldn't really take more than 20 minutes. Fingers crossed, but around 20 minutes, which even if you do win a game quickly, you don't want to have to wait an hour for the next game. Rapid chess, it's 10 minutes is like technically rapid chess, but it's as fast as rapid chess goes. And you definitely want to find yourself, find a rhythm, a bit of a routine, and not have too many extended breaks. And hopefully that doesn't happen today with the time format chosen. But yeah, the players are definitely trying to find that consistency in their approach. I mean, you probably, if I was a player there, I would want to, if I'm like Levon or I'm on board 1, computer 1, I want to win there. I want to stay there. I want to keep going back to the same computer, same setup. If the players are allowed to listen to music, you try to find the music that suits you. But whatever you need to do to find that headspace that you're going to use from now and for the next 5 hours to qualify for the knockout.
And we have Grandmaster Levon Aronian on screen right now, and Eric, he's actually going to be playing our first match here. So we'll get to see him in action. It's a great point that you brought up about the music. I think everyone's a little bit different. I know that in some of the other chess events, like most recently the freestyle chess event, I think they were kind of going back and forth discussing whether music should be an option. And some players like Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura were very much in favor of it. I would be as well, but not everyone would be. So that's an interesting thing to think about as well.
Yeah, the one event I played in, music was allowed. You kind of have input before the event. The organizers can be in charge of the Spotify or whatever music medium is used. But I do suspect it's the new generation. People grew up with options to listen to music while they played online, that the players are given the opportunity. The majority of them will take some kind of background noise.
Yeah, completely.
The venue looks pretty quiet. I don't know how it's going to be during the games. I don't, if you are a fan, you're probably going to the main event next week. But there might be a few people who've attended this one today to see who's going to make it. But it shouldn't be too loud, so I guess the players could go without music. But just to be safe, I'd rather have what I would like to hear than risk it and potentially, there's some audio that you hear, some background noise, and maybe when people, when you finish your game, you got to call a referee over. I'd rather not hear any of that. Just have the screen in front of me, music that I've chosen, and up to myself to make those chess moves. But just try to close my environment.
Yeah, and we can see one of the screens right there. I can see the music option available. So it looks like that may be the case. I know we're just minutes away from the games getting underway, which is very exciting to kick off this last chance qualifier. And probably for the players as well, because, while we've been just observing the room, a lot of these players have been sat down, and, there's kind of a feeling when you get to the board, or in this case, the monitor ahead of time, and some time passes before you can actually get underway. I think these competitors they're ready to go, right? They've been preparing for this moment, as you alluded to earlier, probably more than we can even appreciate, maybe in private, so that their preparation isn't public knowledge, and they're ready to go. So I'm as excited as they are to get these games underway.
You have a question, Amon. Have you seen Hans in at the playing venue? I think he is. We spoke about Levon winning the freestyle event. Well, second place finisher Hans Niemann was on the list of pre-registered players for this last chance qualifier. So in terms of names to watch out for, we mentioned Dubov. There might be Artemiev, but Niemann's got to be up there, right? If he's scheduled to play.
Certainly, I can't really think of a reason why he wouldn't want to play. Not only has he been performing very well in recent events, but I'm quite certain that this would be of interest to him. And you mentioned he was on the list, so we haven't seen his name on one of our matches just yet. But obviously, there are 133 players, so we haven't yet mentioned every single matchup to you guys. So yeah, entirely possible. We see, of course, Grandmaster Daniel Dubov on our screen right now, and Grandmaster Levon Aronian, basically just the who's who of strong players, as the last chance qualifier has kind of attracted anyone from like the top players in the world to younger aspiring players who would just love the chance to play against them, maybe upset them, and be even more exciting if one of those more unexpected names actually makes it to the playoffs and into the EWC.
Yeah, I think they had capacity for even a few more players to join. So maybe, I mean, we're experiencing a few delays as things are being set up, but you know, some players just arrive. They're like, hey, last chance, last minute, get me in the event, and they're figuring everything out. We just saw on one of those screens a player playing Puzzle Rush. I mean, maybe you didn't recognize it if you were in the audience, but in chess, I mean, hopefully we have, you know, people outside of chess watching this. I think that's one of the benefits of the EWC format. You get into it, you have a game you want to follow, but the whole format goes for many, many weeks. That there might be some other, you know, esports, some computer games that you watch because, you know, you've been watching the same channel for a while and you're like, hey, I might want to try that. So I encourage those that aren't from chess, they've been following, I don't know, StarCraft, whatever, League of Legends, stick around. You'll see how rapid chess is done. And so the Puzzle Rush thing I was alluding to is a way to warm up in chess. And it's kind of like doing some short, chess puzzles and try to get your quick thinking, your intuition, pattern recognition. They're not the hardest things, but this format is 10-minute chess. So even at the highest levels, games can be decided by players missing a more elementary combination than they would in a 5-hour game. So the quick, you know, the twitch muscles, the quick thinking, it definitely plays a role in this format.
And it does seem like probably the best way to familiarize yourself with a setup, Puzzle Rush, but also even it felt like I was seeing some players perhaps even playing games. Maybe they were doing Puzzle Rush, but it wouldn't be crazy to just play a couple bullet games to get used to the speed at which you're going to be playing, get used to the mouse, make sure things are operating. I personally would not feel comfortable if the first game that I played on the setup was, you know, round one in the Swiss of the first phase here. So I would probably want to at minimum do Puzzle Rush warm up, but maybe even play some quick bullet games just to get a feel for the setup. So I wonder if any of the players are doing that.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I mean, it's the power of the internet. Let's say a player was there looking for a game. It's funny. I can see that through the camera, log in, and potentially give them right now a warm-up game, you know, across the world. Otherwise, the players might also end up playing someone else from the venue. You know, they put out a challenge. But definitely getting a game in makes sense. Or some sort of, as a mouse, something that can familiarize yourself. You get with the setup and make the adjustments you need. One of the big things is mouse sensitivity, because there's going to be a phase in the game where speed really matters, the last couple of minutes each, where it turns more into bullet chess. And the normal format of what we call bullet chess is 1 minute chess with no increment. Here it's 10 minutes, but when you get down to a minute, you know your time's never going to go up, and you're going to have to start considering pre-moves and other ways to gain any advantage on the clock that you can. So in the meantime, I'm also trying to find a final list of the players for the event, because I am pretty curious about what the groups are looking like.
The entire registration. It is funny what you said about the players actually maybe matching up with themselves, because I'm thinking of a situation where two players want to get a quick warm-up game and they're actually playing each other in the event. So they kind of get a warm-up game as a preview of the match that we are about to see, which could definitely happen. But based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like we have sort of some featured tables there closer to the center and the front of the venue, where obviously you'll have sort of our more notable players competing. So that's kind of a nice feature, and the stage kind of wraps around.
Yeah, and if I'm understanding correctly, we see the featured players, we see some other players, and these players are all from the same group. Let's say Group A. And so approximately 30 to 35 players are in each group, and they play at separate times. Is that correct, Aman?
Yeah, and the other thing about the format is we've already seen more than 4 very strong players, right? Like even just looking at the schedule earlier on the broadcast, only the top 4 in each group actually make it to the playoffs. So immediately I'm thinking of more than 4 top names in the world. This is going to be a very competitive event. This isn't something where, we know the top 4 predetermined who are going to make it through. No, they're definitely the stronger players who have much better chances, but I wouldn't say that it's obvious at all. There's going to be some very strong players, Eric, who are not going to even make it to the playoffs, let alone claim one of those top 4 spots.
Yes. I mean, I think maybe the first few players you register for this last chance qualifier, you're like, I hope not too many people find out about it because it increases my chances. But, word gets out, and once one guy's like, no, I'm going to go there to try to qualify, some other players get inspired. And in the end, there's far more than 4 really strong players. There's 4 spots. And when I look at the list, I think you can make a case of 20 to 25 players that could take home one of those 4 spots to the main event. So the maybe 80% of like the strong GMs that are here, and maybe we're going to see an upset outside of that, but like maybe 80% are not going to make it. And you have that realization. For some players, I'm sure it's a bit relaxing. It's that, look, I'm going to play, I'm going to test myself. The chance of qualifying is worth it. If I don't qualify, at least I know I went to this last chance qualifier for a chance of glory. But then there might be some other players, maybe they're signed to an esports team, so they feel a bit more pressure because, hey, they want to contribute to the team. Maybe there's some other players like Pragananda, who's just like the top seed, and it's like, I mean, people are watching, get another Indian player in the main event, how big of a chess country that is. If I was attending, there would be some pressure. I was one of the guys competing for a spot, but the nice thing as well is there's also variance. 10-0 is a time control that we know there's going to be upsets because we have data, we have tournaments that have been played in this format. Players lose on time, players mouse slip, players blunder. And some of the ratings or prestige that you might associate with a player name, the Grandmaster title, that doesn't all apply directly to 10-0 time control. This rapid time control. There's going to be some young international masters that we haven't heard of. Maybe some FIDE masters, some untitled players that are really, really good at this format. And so you can only do so much, I think. But one thing for sure, you got to start well to qualify, because the way in chess, the tiebreak system works, we're playing a Swiss system. So each group is like 30, 35 players. Top 4 advance to the knockout, played later this week. Well, if you lose or start off slowly, even if you end up with the same amount of points at the very end as someone else in the top 4, you're not going to make it, because the typical tiebreaks in a chess tournament is strength of opposition. And the better you start, the harder your opponents. In Swiss, you play people generally with the same points as you. So you start well, you win your first game, you play someone else with, 1 point. Just to go over that, there's maybe people outside of chess here. 1 point for a win, right? 0 points for a loss, half a point for a tie. You want to start strong, accumulate those points, play other players who have started strong, because at the very end, your tie breaks are going to make a difference. And that's definitely going to keep a few very good players out of the next stage. We're going to see at the end of the day, some very strong players are not going to make it just by the slimmest of margins when it comes to tie breaks.
That's right. We are going to be covering two groups. You mentioned earlier, Eric, we're going to be covering Group A, Group B, and those two are going to happen today, and then tomorrow we're going to do the other two groups. So keep that in mind. That's sort of the schedule, and then obviously day 3 will be the playoffs. And with that in mind, it really looks like things are close to getting started, Eric, but we're going to jump to a short break before we hopefully come back to the first round of the last chance qualifier.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
We are back. We are back. Of course, we have the event starting very shortly. I was just mentioning what people can expect, Eric, from the coverage. Obviously, we're just going to hone in on one group at a time. We're going to cover two groups today, two groups tomorrow, and then culminate with, obviously, the playoffs to ultimately decide who are the last 4 players going to be that are going to join the Esports World Cup. So at the moment, focusing on Group A, we've got Levon Aronian, but as I've alluded to, there's more than 4 very strong players in Group A alone. So there's going to be some players that I would consider almost favorites to qualify that are just not even going to be in the playoffs on day 3.
Yeah, I'm curious who that is. I mean, rapid chess, speed chess is one of those things where last week Levon wins a really strong event, right? But in this event, even though he's one of the favorites, there's definitely a chance he doesn't make it. Even if he's in good form, you just make one blunder and it could take you out of the event. So no one is safe, even when it comes to the guys at the top of the rating lists. You see that kind of on a semi-regular basis if you follow chess online. It could be Pedal Tuesdays on chess.com, where it's not like Magnus wins every time he plays, or Hikaru, or even finish top 4 necessarily. Those are two of the best, players of all time when it comes to online chess. So here, Levon, we saw Dubov, exciting elite players. But that play style means On a good day, they win the whole event. They can beat anyone in the world.
Right.
But even on an average day, could suffer a loss or two, and all of a sudden, no ticket to the knockout stage of this event. So I wouldn't say there's a single player that I would say, is a shoo-in to qualify.
That's right. And we are going to get right into the game. As you can see, there's no movement anymore, no players walking around, and it looks like things are very much underway at the last chance qualifier. So jumping straight into things, and you can tell, Eric, those are the faces of two players that are already involved and going at it in the game. That's Levon Aronian on the right side of your screen right there, and I believe he's playing against someone with the username Ibrahim Master. So I'm curious to know, what rating his opponent is, and what type of match we're about to see.
Yeah, it's a bit of a guessing game. The world of chess has expanded. Even when it comes to strong players, I don't recognize everyone by face anymore, and maybe I did 10 years ago. One thing that's definitely going to be a benefit for someone like Levon is experience. He's played in a ton of high pressure, like high leverage situations in his career. Yes, he'd like to make it to the main event, but he's had, ups and downs and been in eliminations and these types of events before. Maybe not the exact format, but once you get used to playing the very best players in the world and things like that, it's going to give you, it should be somewhat of a calming, thought going into an event like this. And then you're going to have some players that also aren't nervous because maybe they're too new in terms of these types of events to be nervous. They're almost just excited to be here. And I just want to take down some big names. You often see that, like when you see the pairing, top player versus someone from the bottom, a lower seeded player. You see this in tennis and chess. Rise to the occasion. You really enjoy that opportunity and can end up playing a higher level than you normally put out. So we should have hopefully the board on the screen soon to kind of match the players' expressions with the position. And
I am assuming that it's in progress here. And yes, okay, there we go. At that point, I was trying to maybe intuit the moves based on the facial expressions. But as we can now see the board, of course, Levon Aronian, right side of your screen, he's got the black pieces. So he's on top of your screen there on our 2D board. And immediately, of course, what our viewers can follow along with is the evaluation bar directly to the left side of the chessboard. And that will indicate, a very clear idea of who's better. So you can see it's kind of more on white's side of the board right now. The black bar is bigger, and that means that black has an advantage. And here we go. We have the names.
Body language wise,
as well.
Levon is definitely looking comfortable.
Yep, agree. Very, very good position for Levon here, Eric, and he's starting to really move in on both sides of the board. We've got the knight, the black knight, in between the white knights on the C file on the left side of the board, but he's also not forgetting about the king side, right? Where the two kings are, Eric. He's just played this move, bishop to F3, and he's looking to actually involve his queen all the way from the other side of the board.
Yeah, Levon is known as a very enterprising, dynamic chess player. He likes to attack. He likes imbalances. You give him this position where black's job is to attack anyways. Well, he's got to be extremely happy. The ideas that come out for black, I mean, G5 to try to break down the pawns in front of white's king. These are all moves that Levon is going to find very effortlessly. They kind of play themselves, and it's going to be a tough ask for Ibrahim playing white here to get rid of black's initiative or attack. I mean, one of the ways to just simply look at it is the white knights, the dark squared bishop, the queen, they're all on the queen side. And so white isn't in a position to bring resources over and try to diminish black's attack. I mean, the time already passed for that. And I think we're going to see a couple moves very shortly that make this position completely busted for white. I mean, checkmate is inevitable on the king side.
Yep, this is going to end probably in a couple of moves, as I think the computer is already finding a forced checkmate. And I think that sip of water right there, Eric, if we didn't have the chessboard in front of us, if we didn't have the evaluation bar, I would look at that sip of water and say he's probably completely winning or has checkmate in a couple moves. And that's exactly what we see here. The problem is that the bishop in front of white's king has to move. It's now attacked 2 times, but if it would capture the black bishop, for example, the queen would recapture and white would have no way to stop checkmate on the G2 square directly in front of the white king. And I mean, I think Ibrahim is just slowly processing everything that Levon has already figured out.
Yeah, Ibrahim is processing it. He's also maybe living in the moment. I'm seeing the ratings, and it's not every day as a player, let's say under 2000, you get to play, a long-time world number 2 and candidate like Levon. So he knows his checkmate. He's calculating. He's, I think, enjoying the moment, but the result is not in doubt. And I do expect to see a resignation pretty soon, but I don't blame white for spending a bit of time here and just, prolonging the experience.
That's right. And I think a wry smile on his face there as a nice move by Levon using the pin. And there you go. That is a checkmate. Levon Aronian victorious in his first round against his opponent, Ibrahim. It was a very clean and just cutthroat game from Levon. Eric, I think, obviously we expect that from him, but still, we know there are going to be upsets in this tournament. While that might be routine for Levon, I think he's still going to be very happy with that result. First game, you just don't want anything to go wrong, and that was clinical.
Yeah, first game clinical. You're always worried. Slept poorly the night before, you just arrived to a new country or whatever it could be. Getting that first win under your belt without any stress. I mean, there was no pressure. There was no risk of an upset from the position that we saw. That's perfect. You want that to happen. You want that the whole day. You want you to just cruise through every heat, qualify through every heat.
Right.
Swim the fastest or close to the fastest, and just make it to the finals. 4-2.
Exactly.
We have Jules Massard on the left, right?
Yeah, Jules, Grandmaster, and certainly the favorite in this matchup, is on the left side of your screen right here. And don't believe this game is exactly the one that we're looking at here, but Jules will have the black pieces. So what I'm noticing is that most of the higher rated players, Eric, have started with the black pieces, and I could be thinking about things a little bit too far in advance, but when it's a 7-round event and the most likely outcome is that you alternate colors, black, white, it does sort of indicate that these players we've seen so far will end up with playing the black pieces more than the white pieces. And in chess, it is a small but definitely noticeable advantage to play with the white pieces. So it's interesting that they already might be thinking, oh, I'm gonna play the black pieces more than the white pieces this event, which can actually matter at the highest level.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Um, you start round one with white. It's a 7 round event. In the final round, you'll have already played 3 whites and 3 blacks. Maybe playing. You get white in the critical game for qualification, and that makes a huge difference. Um, like, and another thing is, in terms of qualification for someone like Levon, if you start off well and you're one of the top players, players are also more likely to not try to beat you. Like, hey, a draw would be good. And so if you get a good enough start as one of the top seeds, you can also almost, I won't say the word cruise to the finish line, but implying that it can be a possibility you get 4 or 5 wins. Like, you want to map out a good day. I'm here to qualify for the knockout and, win the knockout, make it to the main event. Well, the qualification game plan is to win your first 4 games, 3-4 games, and then depending on the positions and whatnot, you can choose to try to win more or make some draws. But you're not under pressure to win if you can get that, 3-4 out of 4 early start. Because the players aren't playing for first necessarily in this event. It's just top 4 qualifies, and it could mean that there's situations, and this is where drawing in chess is an interesting aspect, where a draw is beneficial for both players. And when qualification has 4 spots, then you're going to see players looking at being a bit risk adverse in that sense, and looking at that as an option. Like, look, you look at the field. Who's one of my rivals? Who's a guy who can actually beat me? I have to be worried about, and you might want to focus your energy on players that you consider are a better matchup for you. So, an interesting ecosystem.
That's right. A lot of things to think about with the pairings and the potential matchups. But obviously, in round one, the most important thing is just getting a good start, getting a win. We see here Ahmad Samhouri against Vidit Gujrathi. Vidit is a grandmaster from India, and certainly the heavy favorite when it comes to a matchup like this. But a stark difference, Eric, when you compare this game to the one that we just witnessed from Levon. Much more chances here for Ahmad with the white pieces. In fact, he's just played the move G4. He's kind of launching an attack of his own. We have something in chess called opposite sides castling right here, where the 2 kings are found on the opposite sides of the board, which incentivizes both players to go crazy, launch an attack, basically go all out. And look, if you're playing someone as strong as Vidit, Eric, I would say this is the ideal situation. It's going to be more unpredictable with an attack on both sides, whereas in Levon's game that we just looked at, he was the only one attacking.
Oh yeah, night and day. Levon didn't have to break a sweat. He knew the moves, knew the position, was just allowed to attack and grab all these light squares. In Vidit's game, Vidit's comfortable with his position, but it's also not the easiest win. His opponent hasn't blundered. He's kind of done some stubborn things. When you're the higher rated player, you don't want your opponent to trade off a lot of pieces. You want them to make some mistakes and weaknesses. And looking at this position, it's not like white has you've pushed the kingside pawns, but you're not hanging any pieces. You're not giving any permanent outposts. And if you trade off everything, there's going to be a small chance that the lower rated player can eke out a draw or find some counterplay in a rook end game. So I don't think Vidit is stressed. He knows that at some point my opponent should make a mistake. And I do have to keep enough pieces on the board for that to happen. But he's probably thinking, well, hopefully that happens soon. And you see the clock is going to be a factor here. When you have loose pawns, white has them on G4 and F4. Maintaining them when your clock gets low, do I push and risk them getting, further weakened, or do I just keep defending them passively? Those are the decisions that, develop into mistakes, small positional mistakes. And I think Vidit is investing time right now to figure out how to best exploit this F5 move.
Right. Yeah, you were talking about mistakes. We've got one in front of us. That question mark kind of shows our audience that that move is not one of the preferred moves by the engine, which kind of plays optimally. So immediately Vidit is pausing and trying to figure this move out. What's wrong with it? What can I do to take advantage of it? And the other thing at play here is the time. And we're now getting to a situation where Ahmad with the white pieces has less than 2 minutes. Vidit is also approaching the 2-minute mark. Now, of course, you would always go with the experience of, a player like Vidit when it comes to a time scramble where both players are low on time. But considering the mismatch that we have here, I think that white is in a really great position.
Yeah, I mean, we still have even material heading into the end game, and when we're playing black, you see this open G file. You have a couple decisions. Do I trade everything off? I have to win this end game and outplay my opponent, or keep the pieces on, which means better chance of a blunder by my low rate opponent, but also by keeping the pieces on, my king might not be feeling too safe on the G file with that rook on G1 bearing down. I have to acknowledge there's some mating threats or ideas that white can utilize. So some tough decisions.
I'm concerned about the time. Obviously, less experienced players, especially in a high pressure match like this, are just not going to manage the time as well. But less than 1 minute, and as we keep saying, Eric, there's just no increment to save you, meaning your time will not go up. So with only 46 seconds here, he's just made a move. It's a fine move, but still big trouble here for white, at least based on the clock.
Yeah, white's clock is an issue, and the position feels a bit overextended. You have to defend the rook on G1, the pawn on F5, and the back rank. So white's holding on for now, but the pawns are split, the back rank is weak, and that should provide Vidit enough time to pick up one of these pawns. F5 pawn, the H2 pawn, something feels like it should be falling soon. And when it does, or if it does, then black will have a completely winning position because there will be a 3-1 pawn majority on the king side for black. So Vidit is just looking to win one of these pawns, and there you go. There it is.
Yeah, that's all that's necessary. The 1 pawn advantage, but also 10 seconds ticking down. That is going to be impossible. And his body language here from Ahmad kind of explains he's got a couple checks. He threw a pre-move in, but is just not going to be enough, as 3 seconds will quickly become 0, and Vidit will win in round 1. But that was a much more competitive game, and certainly a good fight, I would say, Eric, in that one.
Certainly a good fight. I was thinking, like, sometimes people are happy to win the first round like Levon did, but then Vidit winning took a while for him, but maybe that shakes off any rust, or like you got to experience the full game, the mouse, the setup, and maybe felt a couple moments of discomfort. Sometimes you like that at the beginning if you still win the game.
Right.
Things come too easy, and you have a much harder opponent, much harder position. Maybe you haven't experienced any, difficulties throughout the day. You're not as ready for that moment. So a couple different approaches. I think Vidit played fine, but his opponent was extremely solid, and it took almost the full 20 minutes for that game. I don't think the result was quite in doubt. So I don't think he's too fussed about the duration of it.
And chess players, especially strong players, they understand that not every game, just because you're playing a lower rated player than yourself, a weaker player than yourself, it doesn't mean that there's going to be incredible fireworks, that there's going to be like a crazy checkmate like in Levon's game. There are many ways to win a game of chess, and sometimes it's just being ahead on time the entire game, even if your advantage on the board is not that significant. Sometimes it's launching a huge attack, or sometimes it's even taking a risk on a position that's not that good, but that you know your opponent is not going to be able to navigate that well. Like, it's so complicated that they can't manage it. So this was just one of those slower paced games. Vidit was slightly better, and he kind of knew that because he was up on time slightly better, he wasn't really going to make a mistake that would ever lose the game for himself, which means it was, just as confident of a game as Levon, but it kind of had a different look to it. Might not have been as flashy, but I think for these top players, perfectly satisfied with the outcome.
Absolutely. Looked like in the camera scene, Jules looked like he was in a good mood. So I'm guessing with the rating discrepancies in round one, where you have 2,700 level grandmasters playing 1800s, that everyone who was expected to win won their game. That's usually enough of a rating cushion where you don't see an upset at all, even if you run it 100 times. I mean, if we do see one, we'd love to check it out, but might need to wait a round or two before you really see very competitive games.
Yeah, it certainly feels like this event is waiting for an upset to happen, but round one, as you mentioned, that would be really, really shocking, and would honestly, it would almost be detrimental to one of the players that did lose. They might just be out based on that. Like, you would, as you mentioned, you'd have to win every single game to come back. So, Eric, with that, we will remind our viewers that, of course, we'll be right back, but we're going to go to a short break as round one has concluded, and we'll be back with round two of the last chance qualifier after this.
Music playing on the radio, driving slow. much better now I'm out here. You're all of my mind, now I can think clear. I'm feeling much better now I'm out here. Does this really matter? Now I'm thinking clear. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Last chance qualifier. I'm here with Grandmaster Eric Hansen. And Eric, we just saw round one. There's 7 rounds for Group A today. We're also going to be covering Group B, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're about to get into round 2, and I think our brief summary was sort of business as usual, right, Eric? All the guys that were supposed to win their games did win their games, and that's sort of where we stand right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're hoping to get a graphic with, an overview of the group, but I can say some names that we didn't catch that did win the round 1. Alexei Sarana, Moritzi from France, Andreykin won, Dubov won. Pretty much all the Grandmasters won by everything I've seen. So, and looking at the group, we saw a couple of games from last round, but there's almost 10 Grandmasters in Group A. And so generally speaking, okay, there can be some strong IMs in the field, but only 4 of them are going to make it. Everyone's on a perfect 1-on-1 right now. But we're going to start to see that shrink as we move, deeper into this qualifying round. But yeah, as you said, story of the round, favorites all won, business as usual. The ratings that appeared on stream as well, by the way, for round 1, do not always match up to the FIDE ratings. I did a little bit of digging. The player that Vidit was playing was an FM from a Jordanian FIDE master, 2353 FIDE, semi-active. So those actually are pretty strong round 1 pairings. 2350 FIDE playing, 2700. And so it means round 2, we can definitely expect upset potential.
That's right. I was looking at some of the matchups that we have here in round 2. And first of all, on your screen right there, Levon Aronian is playing Arav Dengla from India, who's an international master. So this will certainly be a much more competitive matchup for Levon than the first round. And we also have a couple matchups that feature all Grandmasters. So Vidit is playing Grandmaster Hesham from Egypt, and Jules and Moritzi from France are playing each other, 2 Grandmasters that probably know each other pretty well. So we have a couple matchups that are about to happen in this round 2 that are a little bit more difficult. Some other Grandmasters are probably playing lower rated opponents. So these ones are the ones that stand out to me as, a place where potential upsets could happen.
Yeah, definitely. I just took a look. Even Aronian's opponent, Dengla, he's a 16-year-old IM, and he gained 114 FIDE points this month and got his first GM norm.
Wow.
So he's 2480 off of a big summer. 114 FIDE points in 1 month is, I miss those days. But yes, he's looking to score upsets here. Definitely a name to watch out for. And that's probably why we're on this game. Born in 2009 and 2480 FIDE.
That's incredible. I mean, to be that strong at that age it's incredible, but it's actually feels like more the norm these days in the chess world. But I would describe someone like that as an opponent that you really don't want to play in an event like this. So young, so talented, improving so quickly, and just someone like that is a little bit more unpredictable, and that can certainly work in their favor. So we have the game in front of us here. Levon, left side of your screen, has the white pieces, and Dengla is playing with the black pieces on the right side of your screen, and you can see the evaluation bar is hovering right in the middle of the board, which indicates that this game right now, Eric, is dead even and certainly a lot closer than Levon's first round.
Yeah, we have a position unlike round 1 where we saw Levon had all these squares, pawns were fixed, there was outposts available. Here we have a more symmetrical position, maybe more of a, could have been a queen's, a Slav defense that started things out. And And black is playing very steady, standard chess, and probably with the mentality. I mean, the draw would be great. I mean, just play your game as black. The pressure's on Levon to try to do something as white. And as I said, this is a young man with a lot of confidence going into this tournament, scoring the first GM norm and gaining a bunch of ratings. So he's probably feeling pretty good, not only about his chess, but even the position in front of him. Because what's Levon going to do when everything gets traded? And when I mean everything gets traded, I'm looking at the C file, and we spoke about tournament strategy where you don't want to lose any points in the first couple of rounds because of how it affects your tie breaks. Well, round 2 is already early. I mean, it's not the end of the world. You're actually playing a strong player, but for qualification, the tournament originally was scheduled, I believe, for 9 rounds, Amon. So that would actually favor, I guess, the higher seeds even more because less variance. It's 7 rounds based on the amount of players that have entered. And so the margin of error is definitely smaller than the original tournament format.
And we see a exchange on C3, which if you're looking at that evaluation bar, it's creeping down the board, which is indicating that black's position, Dengla's here, is actually much better than Levon's. And it just comes from that control, as you mentioned, of the C file. So black's position is compact. The knight for black can jump into the center of the board to the E4 square. And also the black queen can start to play, I was about to say, a move like queen A3. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of pawns over there that are under attack. And the rook from C8 for black can come all the way down the board, maybe to the C1 square. And it just feels like Levon's position is slightly worse. I wouldn't say that it's maybe concerning yet, but at this level, this advantage is very meaningful.
Yeah, at this level, Levon playing white, you'd expect to be able to put a bit of pressure on his younger, lower-rated opponent. But black is equalized. Black sees the C file, and you don't feel very comfortable, looking at this if you're in Levon's shoes, because I mean he's a player who likes to move forward. He likes to put pressure. He likes the initiative. And taking a look at this position, I don't see any initiative. I don't see any attack. And you don't want to admit that you've done a lot of, made a few inaccuracies and play a move like queen e2. He's played it because, I mean, he simply has to defend the pawn. But playing it is like, admitting, the opening hasn't gone according to plan, or at least the middle game, and I have to retreat now and probably be okay with a draw. I mean, it's not a draw yet, but if the few more pieces get traded off this, I would feel a bit more confident saying like this is headed straight to a draw. So a little more work to be done, but I don't see how Levon can create winning chances when he's moving backwards.
Right. Yeah, it definitely feels like the time is also kind of reflecting that as well. And the move h3, that gives space for the white king, but at least you already have to look at the rooks getting exchanged and black simply taking a pawn on the side of the board. You can tell by the body language as Levon kind of, tries to perk himself up in his chair there. This has not gone the direction that he was hoping for. He's down a pawn currently, and the pawn on b3 next to the black queen can just be taken on the next move. Now, Levon is going to be looking for counterplay by bringing his queen all the way up the board, maybe to c7. And admittedly, there are a lot of threats to the black king. So what we're going to see here is how Dengla wants to proceed. Is he going to be more greedy and look to take more material? Or is he going to try to consolidate now that he's already got an advantage?
Yeah, if you pay attention to your screen on the right-hand side, Dengla is shaking his leg, and that's usually a sign like he's concentrating, he's calculating, maybe a bit nervous. He knows he's in the driver's seat here. He can pick up his second pawn on b3. He knows Levon is giving up that pawn, with the mentality, you know what, you can be up 2 pawns, 1 pawn, 2 pawn, it doesn't matter. I'm going to bring in my queen and go for checkmate threats. Just go for checkmate. You can be up a couple pawns. They just won't see, the end of the board, because hopefully White's counterplay, and from Levon's perspective, is in time to put pressure there. But in my eyes, it's a 2-result game now. I mean, blunders can happen, but we're not even in the time trouble phase yet. Both players have 5 minutes. And if I'm in Dengler's shoes, I want this to be a 2-result game, which means I'm up 2 pawns. I don't need to stay up 2 pawns. I'd rather give up 1 pawn if I can alleviate the pressure. Queen b4, which was just played, might be an example of that. Giving up a7. I thought he was going to go maybe queen a3 first. But yeah, I don't want to lose this game. I want to try to massage my opponent with the extra pawn. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, still a good result as black. But I don't want to get overly committed to the idea that just because I'm up a pawn, it's winning. Black's pieces are not set up ideally to support the b pawn, like in this position. So you have to try to be a bit objective still, and a pawn up isn't always just like, oh, it's a winning position. And it looks like he's maybe taken that advice here, and he's trying to go for perpetual with queen takes b6, queen c1, queen f4, the perpetual. And it might be something for White to try to avoid that, but I think we actually are headed to a draw, that Black's given up the 2 extra pawns to try to, or offer the 2 extra pawns to try to force a perpetual and just secure a draw with Black against Aronian.
Right, and that would be a fantastic result, although you'd have to appreciate a bit of disappointment as well from Dengler, who was probably a little bit better earlier. We saw that move that he played queen b4 was a double question mark, which is a significant blunder in chess. But it's important for the viewers to note that that wasn't a move that was really, I would consider, a huge mistake. It's maybe a missed opportunity. He had a way to maybe maintain some of his advantage, and that was not the move to do it. So instead of capturing that last pawn on b6, Aronian's last move, Eric, would you say that's him maybe sort of feeling out the position and his opponent and saying, I'm sensing some nerves from my younger opponent? He's already from a better position earlier, now comfortable with a draw. And for that reason, Aronian might, at least want to continue the game. And remember, he's also up on time. So there's a lot of ways that Aronian can still find a way to win this.
Yeah, I think when Aronian, approaching the position, he wanted to be annoying, get counterplay, but then seeing his opponent not even try to fight for the material advantage and offer to give it up to force a draw, I think that definitely is a moment where he saw that and he's like, no, I do sense a bit of weakness, some nerves. And as a result, he's going to try to play this position, which is a draw. I won't say the word dead draw because that's actually misleading, because we see results happen all the time in rapid chess. Even if the position's objectively drawn, dead draw, no, we're humans, we make mistakes. This position with correct play or even imprecise play should be a draw, but when you get low on time, we're capable of much more than just imprecise play, just outright poor play. And I think what White is trying to argue is, it's all equal, but your pawn on d5 is on a light square. We have light square bishops. My pawn is on a dark square, so I have a little bit of a more convenient position because I can put pressure in areas that you cannot. And that's just referring to the pawn on d5. Yeah,
the pawn on d5 can be attacked by White and needs to be defended by Black, whereas the pawn on d4, you can't really say the same. I think that Levon we'd be okay trading queens here, because then the bishops would remain on the board. But I do think that if the bishops exchange, then the position is much closer to more of a dead draw, where there's just not really any hope for either player to win the game. So I think from Aronian's perspective with White, he'd be okay trading the queens, but not the bishops. And you also have to keep in mind the time situation. Still quite a lot of time. I know it's only 3 minutes, but for these players, that does feel like an eternity. So nothing to really worry about time pressure just yet, but we'll have to monitor that because at this point, if you spend 30 seconds on one move, immediately your opponent has a great chance to just play for a win on time.
Definitely. I'm looking at the position. Bishop f5 was played. I was also curious about pawn to f5. And I was looking at either move, and I don't see how white prolongs the game. You can trade bishops or go into some sort of king and pawn endgame. Maybe Levon is preparing queen e5. That was the main idea I saw, but I assume it doesn't lead to anything. It's hard for me to think that there's anything black could do here that would put him in a position in a queen and pawn endgame with both pawns on that could compromise the position or give white any push. So trading the bishops off, Dengla has recovered, stabilized, found a couple solid, accurate moves, and I think Levon might play a couple more moves on, but at this stage, after a few more moves, the winning chances are really low, and you might be in a position where you admit, I got to conserve some energy and just accept that this is a draw.
Yep, and with the body language of the players, and especially the queens being traded off here, you would expect that this is going to be a draw momentarily. Certainly the body language from Dengla would indicate that. And he's gonna focus back in, make sure this is the absolute worst time to make a mistake, to play too quickly, to not consider all the options because there's so limited options available. If you make a wrong move here, you will certainly lose the game. But I think they know that the result is a draw. The king position is a little bit better for Aronian, just a little bit further up the board. But that's pretty much all that he's working with here.
Yeah, he's just double checking lines. What?
So
F5.
if he returns the king,
why? F5.
This is exactly what we were just talking about.
This is crazy. I mean, you're an endgame expert. I'm sure you can break it down for the audience, but that is a shocking thing.
Oh my God. And Aronian is realizing it. He's starting to perk up in his seat. This could actually be one of the most significant blunders, certainly of the round, but perhaps of the event. Dengla is not going to be happy because what's going to happen here after the pawn captures is Aronian is going to move his king to the right, and then he's going to recapture the pawn, and he's going to have the perfect position to either go forward to capture black's pawn in front of him on the g file, or he can move to the left and capture the d pawn, and black's king is not able to prevent both of those. And so one way or another, this looks like it could be a loss.
Well, unfortunately, it is going to be a loss. I think he might have missed even king g4. Like maybe Dengla was thinking, he's like, if he spotted one idea, but both ideas, you have the pawn push and you lose if you capture, and king e6, king g4 transposes. But you see this in chess, and that's why I was concerned about the term dead draw. I almost used it. Is he relaxed after he got into a basic drawn position? And that's where he made a terrible mistake. So
yeah, you can see the body language.
That is one of the most drawn positions you will see today. Yeah.
Oh man, that's tough. That is tough. Really hate to see that. We're jumping to another game here, but man, they say that the younger players, as talented as they are, the end game is, kind of the place where there's still room for improvement, and that kind of exemplifies it right there. Really unfortunate blunder. So Levon Aronian actually wins that game and keeps his chances alive. Vidit certainly looks like he's about to close this one out. Time is very low, so we're getting right to the action. But Vidit does close this one out and wins. He's moved up to 2 out of 2. Wow, and I think, Eric, the majority of the games, if not all of them, have just finished at once. That's kind of what you get in this format when it's this 10-minute game with no increment. There is a point where just every single game is in crazy time trouble. So we saw the results there, and with everything finished, we're going to jump to a break before we return with the next round of this last chance qualifier.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him. The scenes that I can't fight, I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him. The things that I can't fight, I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipeline. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers. The fight's the truth, the fear. This is the numbers. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a piece of this is the numbers, the fights, the fears, the fear. This is the numbers, it's just another
Welcome back to the last chance qualifier en route for 4 players to the Esports World Cup. We're trying to figure out who those 4 players are going to be. We're covering Group A at the moment. We just had round 2. We're about to get into round 3. Eric, and I think the story of that last round, we focused on it the entire time, but Levon Aronian, I really did not think that he was going to escape with more than half a point.
Yeah, that game from Aronian certainly could be the difference maker when it comes to down the road. That a half point that he pulled out of his bag there is huge. I mean, already we have the pairings for round 3, and I just want to go over with the audience some of the round 2 results. We know Aronian won. We saw Vidit pull win 2-2. Andrekin, Dubov, Modiaki, Tuchen. Those are the other 4 grandmasters that are on 2-2, so 6 players in total. It's interesting to note that Al-Modiaki and Zuchen are a couple. And the field is not that large. That what we saw in round 2, it wasn't on camera. Unless you paid close attention, you'd see Jules Massard and Marc-Andrea Morizzi. They were talking 2-3 minutes into the round. So I thought to myself, they must have played each other. And I checked the standings. They did play each other, and they made a draw. They played for they're part of the same team in France, esports team. And so they got paired against each other, traveled together, and a draw can be a good result. They just have to count on beating others. But they have fallen behind because of that tough pairing. I mean, that's 2 2600s playing each other round 2. That's how strong this event is. They're on 1.5 out of 2, and they're chasing the leading pack with 6 players with 2 out of 2. And now we're getting juicy matchups starting from here until the rest of the event.
Yeah, and I saw there Aronian really doesn't get his work cut out for him. He's up against Dubov now, and you mentioned the matchup. We saw sort of a preview of these high-profile matchups. Now we're getting the real deal. All of the top players, if you have a perfect score right now, you haven't lost yet, you're going to be matched up very likely with a grandmaster, certainly with a very, very strong player. And we're going to get more and more exposure to these high-profile matchups. People are going to start dropping points. You mentioned the 2 French grandmasters. They drew already, so they're kind of half a point behind everyone else. But sometimes that half a point can actually be useful in a tournament like this, because maybe you just sort of sneak by, don't have the same tough pairings because you don't have a perfect score. It's possible that there could be some benefits to that as well, but it really is impossible to predict. You could never base a strategy around that. So everyone is, of course, trying to win.
Yeah, everyone's trying to win, but we will see strategic draws. I spoke a bit about the tie breaks. An early draw isn't generally good, but that was, Aronian was playing, and I am maybe not one of the top seeds. If you're making a draw with someone who's expected to do well in the event, it won't be the end of your tournament. Like, that's totally acceptable. You do know, if you want to qualify though, there's about 10 grandmasters in this group. Top 4 qualify. Is you're going to have to beat most of them, most of the grandmasters you play, or at least a couple of them, without losing any games. So maybe round 3 we might see 1 or 2 draws if the players feel like it's a game they don't want to take too much risk on. But you have to pick your spots, and you're not in control of your pairings. So if you try to go for that strategy where it's like, hey, there's a couple juicy guys in the field, I'm not in the field, or maybe I'd be targeted. But if there's a couple of guys I want to target, if you don't end up playing them and you just get tough game after tough game, at some point you do have to take that risk. But that's probably why Aronian, we saw him last game, it was a king and pawn completely drawn position. I mean, every move was a draw except what Dengla played. But in his mind, the 1% chance his opponent blunders, it might even be even less than that, honestly, from the final position, was worth playing on. Yeah. Because otherwise, if he doesn't win that game, that's one extra win he needs to put on the board against a 2600 GM to qualify. That's a half point he's going to have to make up against most likely someone like a Dubov or a Musard. And so even though, yes, he's spending a bit more time playing, he doesn't feel like he has any risk, and there's still small, even if it's 1%. Like, I don't know how you'd put it, but that blunder, every other move, it's got to be extremely low. But worth it, takes so much pressure off Aronian and his future qualification chances.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. That's a move that you pretty much don't expect at any level, especially like the titled player level that these guys are at. International Master, Grandmaster, you mentioned he just earned a Grandmaster norm, so he's very much entering that club. But the percent chance that it can happen is certainly worth it. This is an event where you have a clear goal in mind. It's not necessarily first place, but it's top 4. You have to be top 4 in order to make it to the playoffs. So for Aronian, there's no risk for him, and he may as well play it on just to see. In this case, it really worked out for him. He's got his work cut out with a tough next pairing. And another thing about chess when it comes to draws is draws are, they're usually thought of as a bit more acceptable, or maybe more of a good result than a bad result when you have the black pieces. And it just comes with the territory of white being a very small advantage for chess players, especially at the level that we're witnessing here between these players. So, Aronian with the white pieces last game, that would have been a really bad moment for him to maybe give up that draw, because he's going to be put in positions maybe with the black pieces later in this event by other strong players where he might not have the ability to play for a win all the time. Like in chess, sometimes if a really strong player with the white pieces pushes you into a situation where it's just really, really equal, it's hard to fight back and play for a win without taking way too much risk. So again, doing that with the white pieces, making sure he wins that game, will maybe enable him later in the event to make a draw with black, which would be more preferable. And actually, just hearing Eric, as much as you and I want to get into the games, we are going to be headed right back out to another break before we come back. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back with the next round when we return.
I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience here with the last chance qualifier, and believe me, we're as excited as you to get into the next round. And Eric, the players at the venue as well are, it's not like they're sneaking in games while we're here waiting as well. No, they're also experiencing the same wait times, which can definitely affect concentration. And I say that, and look at what we've got on screen here. The games are underway, but Dubov he's looking pretty cool in those glasses there.
Yeah, Aman, I wanted to get your opinion on that, actually. We have a big matchup, round 3, Aronian versus Dubov. If we go by maybe even like Blitz or some speed chess accolades, some people might put Dubov as the top seed in this event. He's been a medalist at the World Championships and whatnot. I mean, I think Aronian has as well, but, Dubov is probably closer to his speed chess prime than Levon, although I don't want to jinx that, because Levon did just won a major event. I was going to ask you what you think of, first of all, the sunglasses, but what I really want to ask you is what you think of the goatee. Most people don't know that once upon a time, you used to rock a goatee, and, it wasn't like the most groomed goatee in the world, like maybe like Julian from Trailer Park Boys, but yours was groomed a bit. But Dubov looks like he's experimenting. This looks like a new thing.
I think it shows potential experimentation in his chess as well. I wasn't as high rated when I was rocking the same look myself, so I think that probably made it look a little worse. I think it looks a little bit better the way he's got it going on there. And honestly, he's got a position that matches it. Bit of a position that looks a little scruffy, rough around the edges here for white, but ultimately has an advantage. I think it works. The bishop on c1 doesn't look great here, Eric. It's locked behind a couple pawns, but conversely, Aronian with the black pieces also has a weak pawn on e6, and it's on an open file. So I think that Dubov can be pretty satisfied on and off the board here.
It's a position where when I saw the opening, I was like, well, I wouldn't be complaining as black. Got castled. We both have pawn weaknesses. There's a pawn on e6, but with the queens off the board and no light squared bishop for white, kind of thought black could manage it. And still looking at it, thought black was okay, but that I kind of see what you mean in that if Dubov can stabilize, maybe his weak pawn on a3 is not very easy to access for black. And in the long run, if white can double up rooks on the e-file, you're just looking at a long-term position as black where you're kind of cramped and suffering. Because let's say both sides have weaknesses, accessibility is going to be one of the determining factors, and the e6 pawn is much easier to target than the a3 pawn, if I'm going to call that a pawn island. Sometimes black is going to try to play c5 and knight c6 and make d4 weakness, but that could be double-edged. Some trades could actually improve the scope of this bishop on c1 that's currently blocked by its own pawn. I think if Dubov managed to stabilize and just turn it into a game where he's piling up on e6, I feel like he's got to be pretty happy. But it's a few moves to go from that. Yeah, rook a2, that standard move you see in the same-ish structure of the Nimzo, and this is kind of similar, is rook a2, rook e2. So very curious what Levon will do here, because Levon and Dubov are both players known for their dynamic chess, and how that kind of pertains to this is I expect Levon to look for an active solution to the e6 weakness as opposed to a more solid, rook e7 followed by rook d to e8, defend, standard defense, bit more passive but effective, he thrives more with some active counterplay. If he's playing passive defensive moves, it's usually because that's the only acceptable solution. But otherwise, he would prefer something active, and I'm searching the position for that. Is it going to be a c5 followed by a knight c6? Outside of that, I don't see what you can target. I mean, you can make moves like knight b3, but it's funny timing. Plays knight b3 as soon as I mention it. And I guess the purpose of that is just to simply say, look, if you want to preserve your bishop, you have to put that dark squared bishop. You have to move to e3. But if you move it to e3, you're blocking the pressure on the e6 pawn, and maybe the knight on a5 is transferring over to the center because there's knight c5 check in certain positions because the d pawn is pinned. So probably an argument to reroute the knight from a5 towards the center and to ruin white's coordination. White wants to coordinate the rooks on the e-file. Knight b3 stops that a little bit. And I like this move.
Idea of bringing the rook to the center is really logical, just to hit that pawn. And it's kind of forced Levon into this knight b3 idea that you mentioned, where the knight has now captured the bishop on c1. I wouldn't say that bishop was a fantastic piece, but by the same token, the knight was sidelined. It was on the a file. It didn't look like a great piece. So a bit of a win there for Dubov. He gets rid of his bad bishop, and his king is already centralized and ready for the endgame. Now, I do think that overall, I would probably classify this type of advantage as like just not significant enough to be too concerned. If you're Aronian, I think he's probably fine here. But the king position I think is impactful. White's king on d3, it's ready for those end games, and we see some exchanges. The knight jumps into the middle. I think that Aronian is probably not going to be terribly interested in the exchange on e5. And if we are playing a rook endgame, it really just depends who has the open files, because right now you look at the pawns. Black has more pawns on the queen side. White has more pawns on the king side, which means it'll be kind of a race to create a pass pawn, which I think Dubov is going to be a little faster at.
Yeah, we see Dubov initiating or offering certain rook end games, and if that's the case, that usually means he's evaluating them as a bit more pleasant. And this game has a big impact on the tournament, because if whoever wins this game, in my eyes, is pretty much a shoo-in for qualification. You start off 3-3, beating maybe either the 2 or 3 seed. I think you're in the 90+ percentile to qualify. And if you lose this game, then all of a sudden it might go from like a 70%. I don't have all these stats handy, but like to more like 50%, because you have to make it up a lot. So Dubov is looking for a rook endgame where he's the one better. So it's a 2-result game. A 2-result game is good, especially against probably these are, both Aronian and Dubov probably consider the other player as someone who's capable of like beating them and being a threat. So you don't want to lose this game. You want to be in the driver's seat, but still keep solid options. And by keeping the knights on the board, that might help in that pursuit, because in a 10-minute game, or when you have 5 minutes on the clock, trying to calculate if certain pawn end games with rooks are holdable or not, it's like, well, you might not have time to evaluate all that, and you don't want to end up in what we just saw in round 2, even a king and pawn end game that someone lost.
That's right.
Knights on the board, there's no reason to trade, and it makes sense from Aronian's perspective. Trading the knight on e5, giving white that protected pass pawn, unnecessary. So
yeah, and it looks like basically the move a5 by Aronian, he's saying at some point he may want to play b5. Even if it's a pawn sacrifice, it would allow him to get an outside pass pawn, that A pawn running down the board. And similarly, if Dubov ever plays the move G4 to try to get his pawns rolling, it also opens an extra file. Black could capture it, Aronian could bring the rook over to the H file on the right side of the board and start invading with the rook. So it's unclear as Dubov which side you really want to open up, because you got to be careful not to allow too much counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this end game, see that the material's even, but that doesn't mean the game is like equal in every aspect. And where it's not equal is the pawns. Black has 4 pawns on the queen side versus 3 of white's, and white has 3 pawns on the king side versus 2 of black's. And that imbalance means that both black and white have a chance to theoretically create a pass pawn. If they try to push hard. Dubov, if he tries to play G4 and create a pass pawn, the issue is black can take and maybe swing the rook over to H8 and use that H file for counterplay. So either player would need to take some risks to try to get a pass pawn or really try to play for a win. And I'm not surprised here, Amon. I was kind of talking about tournament strategy, and if I was either, these players, they are aware of that. Like, they do think about this of who's an actual threat. And, unless a player makes a glaring mistake, I did not expect these guys to necessarily expend their energy trying to beat each other when it's simply not necessary. There's easier opponents for them.
That's right. They will.
But
they're 2 of the people that could make it in the top 4. So instead of sort of expending energy to take each other out, they are making a peaceful result. And they're also doing it in a situation which we've talked about before, where you'd have to take a big risk to try to win, and against a weaker player where you expect that a risk is okay to take, because even if you take a slightly worse position or a bad position, your lower rated opponent might not be able to prove it and play all these good moves. Whereas someone like Aronian, if you take a risk against him, he might just play perfectly from that point on, and you could just lose the game. So it's just not worth the risk. A draw is a fine result against probably one of your top competitors in the event, and the game ends peacefully, and both of those players are still undefeated as we join a different position here. Actually, it looks like those guys are still sat down at the board. And the position that we're looking at, though, is match between 2 other grandmasters. And here we go. Dmitry Andreikin. And actually, Dmitry Andreikin is, he's just up a piece here. So this looks like a very, very winning position.
Yeah, funny enough, I think it was 2 days ago, I was playing and warming up, and I played Moriaki in Blitz. Maybe it was even Title Tuesday, I'm on. But I was like, well, he doesn't play too much anymore. I'm just going to play fast. And he probably gets in time trouble, because I saw him play last month in London. We played against their team, and looks like here he's down, 4 minutes in a piece. Definitely one of the players that he's a grandmaster and an experienced one, but doesn't play actively anymore. So when I talk about players targeting other players, I do expect, that Andreikin considered this a game that he's going to push hard regardless, but you want to play players that are rusty or not as active. Form is something to look at. So looks like a smooth win for Andreikin, which means he's either the only or one of the only players on 3-3 now that we've seen this win. The other game must be featuring Vidit. That's the last game featuring players on 2-2. Vidit versus Moriaki's wife, Zhu Chen. And depending on that results, Andreikin could be in sole lead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully we can tune into that game, the last perfect score. I was going to ask you, because I noticed that there was different behavior from the players after the game. When I play a tournament game over the board, I always shake my opponent's hand after the game. it feels like a requirement, like you have to. But I notice here that some players do and some players don't. So what would your expectation be? Is it sort of different rules now that it's playing in person? Because my instinct after finishing a game here would still be to do a handshake, but I've noticed it's kind of 50-50 depending on the opponents.
Yeah, from what I remember, my one experience is it was pretty common to shake hands before the game. We're kind of both approaching the computers at the same time. I shake hands. Afterwards, not all the time. I mean, for me, it's still a habit to definitely shake hands. And I think players will gravitate towards that. But at the same time, this is the last chance qualifier. I think the players in the main event, when we see that take place, you're going to see handshakes because it's kind of cozy. You've made it. But this last chance qualifier,
right,
maybe it's just like, dude, the players have the mentality, some of them, where it's like, it's me, I'm here, my one job, it's not to talk to people, not to be too, happy-go-lucky. I'm here to win, here to qualify, here to make it. And we won't see as many, like people are almost trying to practice getting into that online blitz demon mode, where you're almost like a dirty player. When I mean dirty, like you want to use the clock to your advantage, like your mouse. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like because of the introduction of computers that they're playing on, that does change it a little bit from traditional chess with some of the gestures and things you're expected to do. I do think, for some of the guys, it's like, no, I got to get into the how I am at home, near the computer, not really focused on other people, not chatting to my opponent, not analyzing, just trying to get as many wins as possible. And I don't care how I accomplish that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we could sort of call it in the chess community being like a dirty player, but even myself, I've had to kind of admit that type of gameplay, that strategy is actually just a very viable way to play. Instead of spending time to always play the best move or try to or search for the best move, there's a whole school of thought and some players that are true professionals at it where you don't look for the best move every single time. You just look for a very good move, a solid move, a safe move, an average move, the most obvious move, one that is not a big mistake, and you play it very quickly. And that puts the pressure back on your opponent, who's then maybe thinking to themselves, okay, that doesn't look like the top move. Let me spend some time try to figure out if I can take big advantage of that. And if you can't, then all of a sudden you've invested a lot of time and you haven't really done, haven't really capitalized on an advantage to speak of. So this is an interesting way to play. As we jump into very important game, Eric, you were mentioning the, this looks like maybe did the game already finish or?
Well, the camera
not sure.
is a bit interesting.
I'm not sure who this is.
It looks like Vidit is playing a friend of ours almost, like someone who looks like a friend of ours, but that's not Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen has the white pieces, Vidit's playing black, and just from the current position, Vidit is the one who's struggling here. Material's even, but a knight is pretty dangerous here. The pawn is blockaded. The d4 pawn could become weak in a lot of positions. So certainly, this is a dangerous spot for Vidit. I just don't understand the cameras right now, unless we missed something. Okay, we saw repetition, which is a good result for Zhu Chen, but I can say that Vidit is probably not too fussed about that based on the position that he had. Because knights, when you're low on time, are so tricky, and she had a bunch of options there, and she chose to repeat, but she could have gone for more. But that's another upset.
Yeah, that was. I guess maybe she was playing from a different computer. We'd have to assume instead of just directly across there, which explains it. But agree, it did look like a position that Vidit can be happy with a draw, which means we do have only one leader, Dmitry Andreikin, that we saw, And with that, I believe we have seen all the games in this round, Eric, which means we're going to jump to a break before bringing back the action in the next round of the Last Chance qualifier.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Music playing on the radio, driving slow. Smooth sailing, wheels turning. Where do we go? I feel like I'm never coming home. I feel like living and letting go. Whoa, got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby. There's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again. Got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby. There's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again. Got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby. There's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again.
Welcome back to the last chance qualifier, the road to the Esports World Cup. We've had some exciting rounds, and what we can report is that there's actually only one player, Eric, who's leading the event, right? We saw some draws in the previous round, which sort of paved the way for Dmitry Andreikin, the only guy with a perfect score. So he will definitely have some very tough pairings approaching, but remember, there's only 7 total rounds, and these are the upcoming matches. So Dmitry Andreikin is playing Levon Aronian, Vidit against Daniel Dubov, and on those top boards, we also have Zhu Chen against Marc-Andrea Marizzi, and Jules Moussard is he's down on board 4, but certainly I think he's well in the hunt. Everyone on the screen there, Eric, is definitely capable of still finishing in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I think with the 7-round event, we're seeing the pairings, already tough pairings, rounds 2 and rounds 3. I think the target score, the audience should generally expect to qualify is 5.5. If bad tie breaks, 5.5 might not cut it. But for players that start off strong, like Andrejkin, 3 out of 3, he probably only needs 2.5 out of the next 4 with his good tie breaks to make it. So I know the players are definitely thinking like 6 is going to make it for sure. But 5.5, playing good players, good results, you have a very good chance. And sometimes that's all you can do. I mean, the tie breaks work for you, they work. But I think that's definitely something the players have in mind. Like, I got 4 whites, 3 blacks, a few players I want to play against, try to score most of my whites, draw most of my blacks, unless it's someone I can push against. And but that doesn't mean you're trying to beat everyone to the fullest of your ability. And we kind of see pivotal game, round 4, Andrejkin Aronian. Andrejkin won his previous round against Grandmaster Moriaki from Qatar. He's playing Aronian. Well, if he tries to get something, he'll be happy. But if he doesn't, he's in sole lead. And Aronian's actually half point behind him. So a draw is not necessarily a bad result for either player here. I mean, they know the players catching up to them. We're probably playing other grandmasters and strong grandmasters as well. So I'm curious to see if this turns into a very competitive game. And Andrejkin's like, look, if I beat Aronian, I'm a shoo-in for the qualifier because I'll be 4-4 beating one of the top seeds. That would be true.
Yeah.
Or if he's going to be a little more risk adverse because, again, there's some players that the players probably feel like they have a very good chance of a win or a draw against. They don't risk losing much by playing on against the player. Like, there's going to be players they can play when you're a super grandmaster and you're playing an average grandmaster. I mean, you probably know, and this applies to other rating categories in chess, like your position gets a little bit worse after you try a little bit. You still are within the drawing range. You might be able to just offer a draw and people will accept, or play out the position. Now, it is a bit different. This isn't like FIDE rated, right? This is an online event. So there might not be as much respect given maybe to the high-rated players because there's not that rating transaction in the same way, but it's still something the players are thinking about as they approach it. I think these types of events are still rare in chess. These events where you get broken down into groups and qualify, like, you don't have to normally think like that. And so if you've done some, maybe some other, I said track and field, swimming, some other things, you think about, I don't need to win the event, but I want to make sure I'm like comfortably in. And that doesn't mean going all out every game. And I think we're going to see that be a consistent theme throughout not only this group, but every other group.
Yeah, that's an important thing to realize is that we mentioned it earlier that Aronian, he survived a position that should have been a draw earlier, and that had a big impact on his tournament because, the match after that, he just drew against Dubov. And then now if, Andrejkin plays in a way that, is not super combative, Aronian might feel the pressure to do something with the position. If he makes another draw, all of a sudden, he basically can't even make another draw for the rest of the event, right? Because he might not have the tie breaks to support that 5.5 qualification. So it seems very unlikely that 5 points out of 7 will qualify, which means even for someone like Aronian at nearly the halfway mark of this event, it becomes very important to not just draw every single game. So draw is a good result for Andrejkin, but not really acceptable for Aronian. And for that reason, as you mentioned, we might actually see a combative game, more of a fight here, because Aronian is just not satisfied with the same things that Andrejkin is.
Yeah, that's definitely true, especially looking at, I'm not sure how the pairings, like which ratings they're using, but on the website I'm looking at, Aronian might be the top seed. Top seed, he's playing tough players, Dubov and Andrejkin back to back. And pairings are there's a luck factor. The luck factor is the pairing, something you're not really in control of. And generally, the higher rated you are, the harder pairings you get. So Aronian, even if he draws this game, and he's like, look, at some point I'm going to play easier opponents that I can score against. Those easier opponents aren't going to necessarily be down to 2,500. He'll just be playing 2,600s, which are already still very strong. And by no means like there's going to be draws maybe, and they might play just as well as Dubov or you know, Vidit or you know, some of the slightly higher rated players. So he does.
Yep.
He will need to beat maybe not a colleague but like someone, a strong grandmaster or a couple of them. You can't count on a Swiss gambit. And with 10 grandmasters in the field, and there's a couple strong IMs, I want to give a shout out. Alexei Sarana qualified through DreamHack Dallas. He's won many Title Tuesdays. He's a high 2600s GM who specializes in speed chess. He drew round 2 against, I believe, a 1900 named Sultan Al Jamil from Saudi Arabia. And that will impact his tournament already, that he's already in win now mode. And he drew a 1900, and he gets paired against Jules Moussard in round 3, and they drew.
Right.
So even the idea of a Swiss gambit, it's not so clear it works here. You might end up just, even after losing or drawing against someone you shouldn't, you might end up playing a stronger player afterwards. So you can't even count on that. So as you mentioned, Aronian can't really rest easy, even though he has block against the tournament leader right now, that another draw here, and then he only has a half point more to give up in the event, right?
So I actually
go for that
thought
5.5 out of 7.
I thought the same thing as you, but I realized that it was flipped. So Aronian actually has the white pieces here, which took me a second to realize as well. But yeah, Aronian has white. He was black against Dubov, so that does make sense. And it's still the position that he's got here. I'm wondering if we're going to see, like, I'm actually considering even a king move here against this check, which would kind of be a pretty crazy reaction, sliding the king maybe to D1, but it would allow the possibility for the rook to slide over to the E1 square and attack the queen. That's definitely a risky decision, but you know, it was coming to my mind depending on what mood or what type of game Aronian was trying to play.
Yeah, me having the colors confused makes a big impact because I do expect Aronian to push with white, and that changes everything. This is a very important game for him, and so we should be in for a long fight. The position is definitely imbalanced with the bishop pair for white, but semi-locked. And even on the board in front of us, Andrekin's posing a big question. What are you doing with your dark squared bishop? And you know how you attack the pawns? You attack the base of the pawns. White's weak pawn is the d4 pawn. You know, black's weak pawn is going to be c6 if white exchanges, but if before that exchange, it's going to be the b7 pawn. And you can't allow too many exchanges here. Then we're going to start to see opposite bishop potential. So this is a big decision for Aronian, and I don't think whatever just happened was intended for him. We can see that both by clock, like he's down a minute and a half. And frankly speaking, when you lose your dark squared bishop in this position as white, I don't see where the advantage is. Because your weak pawns are on dark squares, and it's going to be very hard to put pressure on black while having to defend that d4 pawn for the rest of the game. So I think Andrekin is doing very well here. I don't think Aronian is happy with the position. It's okay, but it doesn't even allow for a lot of maneuvering, because for the rest of the game, you're going to have to maintain the d4 pawn. That bishop on g7 is just staring at a weak pawn. White's bishop on g2 h2 is staring at the d5 pawn. So you either sacrifice there or you have to break through on and break the base of the pawn chain, which isn't going to be easy. Like, I'm even curious if black ever has to put a knight on b8 in some position in the future where white takes on c6, plays queen a4, that black might even put a knight on b8, which looks passive. It is passive, but it's still not easy for white to defend d4 and overcome the defenses on the c6 pawn. So, yeah, remains to be seen, but Aronian is a very creative player, and he's certainly looking for a way to make the position complicated.
Yeah, I'm also noticing if the white knight moves, for example, behind the rook on e2, that the bishop is not just attacking that pawn on d4, but is also pinning it to the queen all the way in the corner there. So that probably explains Aronian's last move, queen a4, and also explains Andreykin's move, queen d8, because now, in reaction to this, he's sliding it all the way over. He's looking for a trade. And I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a position where, you know, you could envision the pawns exchanging. b5 takes c6. And that means that the base of the pawn chain, as you've been talking about, is going to be the c6 pawn for black, whereas it's the d4 pawn for white. And I do believe that the d4 pawn will be easier for black to attack than the c6 pawn for white. And for that reason, even though it's maybe around equal according to the engine here, I would probably say that Andreykin can still win the game. It looks very equal, but the weakness of the d4 pawn looks much more significant than c6. So unless there's some other sacrifices or ideas, I do think that it's equal, but I kind of liked what Andreykin has done with the game so far.
Okay, Mon, after rook e7, what happens after knight takes c5? This is what I anticipated. It's the only thing Aronian can try. Trades and everything should be a very comfortable hold for black. Rook e7, knight takes c5 with the idea of bishop taking on c3 at the end of it. But the b7 pawn could fall in that line, and that would give an imbalance that white is looking for. So, as I said, Aronian, he's not the type of player to passively defend d4. And if you do that, it's very hard to overpower your opponent. Rook e7, now we see some ideas. You know, rook d8 runs into rook takes d7. This is what I'm talking about. If white wins the b7 pawn, objectively, with best play, might still be a draw, but it's going to be a position where white's happy to no longer have to defend the d4 pawn. They're losing it, or it's transitioning to c5. But let's say black has won one of those pawns, but white's winning the b7 pawn, the base. I guess a key feature might be this rook a1 check in intermezzo at some point to force the bishop to f1, because otherwise if white can take on b7 and take on d5 in some position where black's pawn on c6 has to move, all of a sudden that'd be really, really good. But here, the bishop has to go to f1, which means it's still going to take some time and hard work to ever get to like a key square. Plant the bishop on d5, put the king on g2, you're happy. Andreykin's making that as hard as possible. But, well, this is, no matter what, this is the type of dynamic play that, whether it's good or not, Aronian was happy to play it anyways, because he needed to. He's not playing with white and just going to accept a draw. The tournament situation doesn't allow that. And Andreykin has already made a mistake.
What's he missed here? This is crazy. Rook.
He's missed that after king g7
is available.
Yeah, he's missed after king g7 that there's bishop h3, and f5 doesn't work. So it's just a basic. Aronian went from an equal position to a winning position in 10 moves by going for a dynamic solution and baiting Andreykin into something forceful.
Wow.
And
that is a shocking result right there. Comes from what looked like an equal position, but I love what you brought up about Aronian just not being the player to sit back Like he never plays that way. He doesn't defend that way, and that's exactly what led him to a position that he could take advantage of and score a really much needed result to knock down on Draken a little bit, but also build his score back up. And he's up to 3.5 now.
Yeah, that's a huge win for Levon. He's back, under par. If we use a golf term, he's in a great position now. He took out a competitor, and he's +3, and his tie breaks are going to be great. And now we've moved on to a really fun matchup. I think we have some fans who not only have Dubov but also Vidit. They're playing each other, and the position in front of us. There's fireworks already. Vidit is down a pawn, but he's attacking a pawn. Black's king is looking a little naked without the fianchetto bishop. The queens are on the board, which immediately brings a bunch of attacking ideas that otherwise wouldn't be available. If the queen's off, Black could use the queen side 2-pass pawns as an advantage, but as long as the queens are on Vidit, we'll have attacking chances. The one thing I want to say is I finally put a thought to how Dubov is dressed. Like, it kind of reminds me like he'd be like an informant in James Bond or something, like the guy you go to a new city or country, a local who's like selling information, who's got all the hookups. Like, he looks kind of like he's on holiday, very, very relaxed. And
very relaxed.
He knows where to get stuff. He knows how to get some things done. If it was like an action movie.
I agree. And the first time I saw the look, I was like, this is a guy to watch out for in an event like this, because I feel like a lot of people are coming in really stressed, nervous. We saw some blunders that I can only look to nerves as an explanation for. And meanwhile, you got Dubov looking cool. And, he's got to play it pretty cool here, because his last move is getting a question mark by the engine. However, question, would you prefer to play white or black here, given that you have almost an extra minute with the black pieces, regardless of the position?
Yeah, so I was expecting Vidit to take on g6 first, and I think the key point is white is trying to play rook c7, but black had queen a4, and it wasn't entirely clear to me how that was going to proceed. But if white has a chance, they want to take on g6, use the 7th rank as an attacking point, and here we see that taking on g6 and rook takes d6, queen c7 check is an opportunity. So Vidit is playing patiently and actually very accurately, which signals to me that he has understanding here. He's not playing off of full tactics. He sacrificed the pawn for initiative, but he fully grasps that initiative and compensation to the point where he's not in a rush, and he sees what he has to do, and he realizes it takes too long for black to play a5, a4, a3, and whatnot, and get queenside counterplay. That his attack is there. It's there to stay. It's a long-term attack as long as he's got these heavy pieces on the board. And look at the instant reply from Vidit to go queen e2. He wants to take the 7th rank. He wants to place the queen on g4. And well, what more can you ask for in a rapid game? Your king is safe and you have attacking chances.
Yeah, I think there's even ideas of like knight f5 check, even if the knight can be captured, because you can kind of use your queen and rook to launch an incredible attack here. And okay, the rook's been exchanged, but yeah, this knight check is really going to hurt. He's thrown it in first. This position is now completely wild, but 15.7 seconds on the clock for Dubov. It's not just the position, the time is also just expiring.
This is a fantastic find by Vidit. Amon, this is a model game. As you mentioned, queen g7. That is just a tremendous game by Vidit. He just fully understood the position and the initiative there. Sublime.
Yeah, that was really well handled, and he understood that his play was going to be quick enough. It would cause enough problems. It would need a reaction from the opponent, although he was down a pawn. right? You mentioned he was calculating really, really well. That was a impressive game. We saw some real heavyweight matchups between some of the top players in this round, Eric, and the games that we focused on just there. Wow. I mean, Levon to actually win that game out of nowhere. It looked like maybe even Andrekin was better and then maybe equal. And then to tune into the game at the end. Amazing result by Vidit. Improves his chances in this event. That's all the games from the round, which means we are going to go to a break before we return with the next round of the Last Chance qualifier. Stick around.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everyone, to another round of the Last Chance qualifier. Eric, we're really starting to see those top players go at it with one another. It started off, tame, some really imbalanced matchups, maybe some easy wins, but now things are getting serious. Every single point really matters for the qualification. Remember, only the top 4 from this group qualify, and there's only 7 rounds. We are getting into the thick of it, Eric. Anyone can go home with just a loss right here because they just won't be able to come back.
Well, yeah, round 4 was huge. The standings have shifted completely. Some players in the qualification spot are out of it. Guys like Dubov, a fan favorite, a tournament favorite, he's at 2.5 out of 4. He needs to win his next 3 games to really have a chance, as far as I can tell. He is fallen from, tied for second to 7th or 8th right now. The key score, probably 5.5. And a bunch of players that we haven't seen so far have caught up. You look, 3.5 points. Marc-Andrea Morizzi from the French GM, I believe from Corsica. He drew Moussard, but he defeated former women's world champion Zhu Chen in round 4 to leapfrog into this top group with 3.5. And you see a bunch of players on 3 points, right? And that doesn't even include Dubov, who I said is at 2.5. So yeah, the margin is getting thinner. See Serrana finally appearing. He is a player capable of beating anyone in the field. Very ambitious player. And because he had a mishap in round 2, he knows that he needs to win now and win quickly to make up for the lost ground. I see Rav Dengla has recovered a bit from that Iranian loss. Some new names to me: Iraman, Izuldin, Musalam, 3 wins, 1 loss. With the Swiss system, people can sneak in. Some guys are playing and fighting super GMs, and some guys, because there's only so many players to play against, you're the odd man out. You get pared down.
That's right. We see so many names like Daniel Dubov. We're now seeing him on the ranking chart here, but he's down at number 10, right? Even tied from 10th to 12th with 2.5 points, along with Zhu Chen. So this is a very, very difficult event. And if you lose early, for example, Arap Dengla, he lost to Ronian, but he won the rest of his games. All of a sudden, he's back up there with more points than Dubov. And it's just the way that the pairings sort of worked out as we're going down the full list here, obviously, with about 30 players in each group. I would say at this point, we're looking at players that probably, even with, wins throughout, will probably not be qualifying. Look for that 5.5 point threshold for qualification, or at least, 6 points kind of guarantees you, I would say, that top 4, and 5.5 is still very possible.
Yeah, I'm looking at it more, and 5.5 I'm not even so sure about. It's Dubov has to win, and that's going to be a fun thing to follow. He has to win his next 3 games, no matter what. That's for sure. And he came here with one purpose. The players, this is not an easy journey geographically for most chess players. You come in and you got 1 day, 1 shot to qualify for this. You got to leave everything on the table. You can't re-enter. I can't think of any other format where you travel across the world. You play 7 rounds of 10-minute chess, and that's it. And that's going to be the result for most of the players today, is they're going home without a spot. And, maybe it's a bit cool because it feels a bit like Gladiators or something, very few will survive and move on. But it's going to be very interesting to follow So many storylines to follow. I have to say, I know the audience is like, we'd like to see more games. All the games they're at the same time, and we can only follow so many games that we can. We definitely will try our best to move around. But as we hit the critical final few rounds, there's no way for us to. There's too many interesting games for us to follow. We'll try our best, but as I said, there's maybe up to a dozen players really vying for that qualification spot. And as I said, today 4 players will qualify. And there's a lot of players with still a decent theoretical chance. No predictions from me, but seeing Aronian win against Andreikin and Vidit defeating Dubov, those guys are in the clear driver's seat because they've had tough pairings and they've won against rivals that they didn't even need to win against. That gives them a cushion. So being a top seed with a cushion, the professionals usually know what to do, but anything can still happen. And maybe it's going to be a Rav Dengla blundering against Aronian, but we know he can play really well because of that game. He could score an upset. Who's going to be the next? We haven't seen like a really big upset yet, but I do think we're due for one today, and I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't really seen that upset that you might expect, or when you think of an upset, nothing too catastrophic has happened. We almost saw it earlier with that draw against Aronian potentially, but it didn't happen. So instead, we're now here looking at Andreikin against Moritzi, and it's actually Moritzi now who's 3.5 out of 4. He's tied for first place with Aronian, right? And Aronian is playing Vidit, which means that this pairing has opened up. So with the black pieces here, now it's all of a sudden Moritzi who's probably more okay with the draw. Previously, we were looking at, Andreikin, who was completely fine with the draw with the black pieces against Aronian. He was in that situation. It did not work out for him. Now the shoe's on the other foot, and he has half a point less than his opponent. So he kind of has to dictate, like, how interested is he going to be in trying to play for an advantage. Personally, from a match strategy perspective, what he's playing right here is not the most ambitious, but I think he's still fine here. You don't always need to fight tooth and nail for an opening advantage. You can get that advantage later in the game. It's a 10-minute game, so lots can change. You don't always have to play the same top theoretical moves that you would play in a much longer game. And instead, I'm looking at the pawn structure, which does look like he could do pretty well here with the light square pawns on e4 and a4. But Eric, do you reckon that the king side is going to be a little bit dangerous here if you have to take this bishop back with the king, maybe?
I do. I don't think White has achieved much, and that's usually a bit of a knock against Andreikin. He's a very resourceful player. Openings haven't been a strong point, and he can find himself in tough positions. Like he's not the most theoretical player, and what Moritzi has done here, I think sometimes in these positions, you put a bishop on c5. You can definitely argue White has a little bit. There's some light squares to pounce on, maybe b5 or c4, but black I think is doing okay. I don't see the long-term push. One of the ideas is to maybe trade your dark square bishop for White for the knight on f6, and the reason I say that is in the long run I'd love to get a knight on d5. So at some point rook e1, knight c4, bishop g5, something like that. But that requires quite a bit of cooperation. Yeah, he's put his bishop on c5, and that's usually considered an effective counter against White's idea of putting the knight on e3, because you can actually trade your dark square bishop as black for White's knight on e3, and it's not like the dark square bishop is really good. And when you include a4 and a5, which we see in the game, it makes this bishop on c5 that much more effective, because there's no b4 harassment that can ever come. And the pawns are a bit more fixed. It's not as flexible. So as far as I can tell, I think black has done a totally fine job, but we saw last game, Andraken was doing totally fine with black. And it just took 3-4 moves. Some options were provided by Aronian, and he won the game immediately from what was originally an equal position. So anything can definitely happen, but at least objectively, I think black is fine. And the main thing is you just don't want to end up with some endgame where your pawns are all in the wrong color as black versus an active white dark squared bishop. But we're not near that right now. If I'm playing black, I'll go h6.
Yeah.
I will bring my queen back to e6. I'll put pieces on d1 and d8. But I mean, even that move is surprising to me. I'm on knight b3. Can I just go h6?
Yeah, it's definitely.
And knight b3 is not where you put your knight.
Thing you look at,
by the way. Anyways, yeah, knight b3 is not a move you want to play. It's an artificial move because the bishop can drop back to d6, for example, and the knight has no future on b3. But it's because Andraken has to play for a win. He lost on 3 out of 3. He's on 3 out of 4. He's got 2 whites left in his remaining 3 games, and you don't want to leave until the very end. It might even be too late if the players in front of you keep putting up points. So he's going to be very ambitious this game, which means he's even going to make decisions that might not be objectively the best. But for the tournament situation, you have to take some risks. And, you know, this is one of the games, theoretically, that he should be taking risks.
And I think he did take that risk with the move knight b3 because there probably was an opportunity for black to play with h6 a bit more aggressively. But instead, you know, he's half a point ahead of his opponent. Maurizi just not willing to take that risk at that point in the game. He had a safe move available by retreating the bishop, which is what he chose. And that kind of worked out for Andraken because now he's organized the pieces a little bit better. But still, it's very hard to find any type of meaningful advantage in this position. I think, as we keep discussing, it's really just that endgame. If you can trade the queens off as white, play an endgame where maybe black's bishop is kind of on the same color as all the pawns, and it's just not a very good piece compared to white's bishop, which can attack all of the pawns in question. So I think that, yeah, he'll exchange the queens, maybe rook e1, even moving the knight from the f3 square at some point to maybe push the pawn up and keep everything defended. White wants to put a knight on the c4 square, but black is completely fine. It's just, I think this is the position that Andraken was looking for when he played this game from the start. I think this was his dream. He trades the queens off the board, probably do not trade black's bishop, leave the bishop on, and instead you've got an endgame. So, Eric, I'd say Andraken, while it's not a massive advantage, is very, very satisfied here.
Yeah, I mean, from the perspective of a lot of these players, 2-result position, he probably feels like this is a position if he can win some light squares or get his knights on, you know, c4, d5, or b5. He feels like he's making progress and he's not risking anything. At the same time, if black eventually plays f6, or just plays even what we see on the board, I'm still interested to see where Andraken can imbalance the position further. And I think one thing we might see is, because this is a time control without increment, we haven't seen too many players utilize that in the sense, like, it's an equal position, let's say. Let's play until we both have a couple minutes on the clock, shuffle a little bit, position still equal. And then in the last 2 minutes, it might be equal, but time pressure is going to be real. And then they can maybe count Andraken as, you know, he can, I don't know about Maurizi and his bullet skills, for example, but Andraken has played speed chess for 20 years at a very high level. Like count on some bullet and some tricks coming from that situation, using the clock as a way to imbalance the position. So I think that's going to involve a lot of shuffling. I think that's one way this game could continue. White's going to play f3, bring the king to e2, put a rook on d1. There's always that long-term factor. Black's pawns are in dark squares. They both have dark squared bishops. that you prefer to be the white pieces in those sorts of endgames. There's also an idea of trading off your dark square bishop as white for the knight on c5 and to play knight versus bishop. Just different ways to think about imbalancing the position.
Interesting.
But we have it here. It's
now,
knight versus bishop.
Yeah, we have that exact imbalance that you were talking about. It does just optically favor white because the pawns are all on the wrong color. And I'm wondering about this move because basically if black moves the f pawn up 2 squares, attacks white's rook, then black can start to shift all those pawns onto light squares, which is definitely where they want to be. But instead, we saw knight e3. It prevented it momentarily. White could even consider the move g4 to prevent f5 once again. And there's also rook c6, followed by knight c4. And white can just go after the b pawn and just put pressure and attack it. So I think Andreykin is very satisfied with what he's got here. He's got pressure on the b pawn. He's got the knight against the bishop. And he's most importantly got an imbalance. He's got 3 pawns against 2 on the queen side, and then obviously 3 against 4 on the king side, but it's easier to create a pass pawn for white.
It is. It is. It feels like white's making progress on the queen side. You've mentioned a move rook c6, which I like. Right now, the knight on d1 is a little misplaced. You'd love to be able to go rook c6 and then have a follow-up move. But what I'm seeing is that after rook c6, bishop c5, he's going knight e3. I was going to suggest you could bring your king to e2, play b3, knight b2, knight c4. This is critical because he's offering a rook endgame, and if black doesn't oblige here, the knight goes to either c4 or d5 and makes a big impact, hitting b6 and e5. And I'm not sure black, as he gets low on time, is in a position to want to allow that, because it feels like white has improved their position significantly once the knight reaches c4. It covers d2, which is counterplay for black. Bring the rook to d2 to try to hit f2, not possible. But that means I actually have to find a good move for black here, and maybe you can help me. What do we do? Because I am very concerned about black's holding chances after knight c4. And that is where time pressure is really going to come into play, because Maurizi has to start calculating endgames here, and you can't do that on a whim. You have to invest time. And so Andreykin is playing the practical card, which is something he's been known for. He's a fast player.
Okay, interesting. I was actually going to suggest maybe e4 and rook b8. I know it's very, very passive, but at least it sort of buys you some time. Here we have, rook d2 was his idea, but it's just not possible because the bishop is hanging. And although black has a few tricks with rook d2 and e3, maybe Andreykin has just sort of seen through them and says, no, I'm not scared of those. Doesn't work, sacrificing the piece. And if you can't do that, you have to exchange, which he has done. This position is much better for Andreykin.
Much better for Andreykin, and I guess the goal here is he's trying to brainstorm how to get connected pass pawns. You can go b4, but then black takes on c3, and you don't necessarily want to be left with, double passed a pawns. So in the meantime, Andreykin is looking for other ways. He does not want to cash in that pawn yet if he's going to lose the b2 pawn. He wants connected pass pawns as opposed to split pass pawns. And in the meantime, black is going for
this was a mistake, though.
Counterplay.
Why? I don't know why he didn't focus on the queen side. Instead, he tried to make kingside moves. And to your point, he's not getting them connected. Like, he's just going to end up ahead a pawn here, certainly. But I wouldn't say this is as convincing as when white had all 3 of the queenside pawns.
No, definitely not. I guess he spent a bit of time and didn't see a comfortable way to push that or even prolong it and bait his opponent. Saw this position, he's like, well, it might be winning, it might not be, but my opponent's going to have to find the defense. I don't know. This is Dvoretsky's endgame where it's a bit different. Black's king is in a worse spot. but white's remaining pawns on h2 and f2 aren't particularly good for endgames either. The rook can fully cut off the third rank, which prevents white using the king to bring it up the board. But usually when the king is cut off, black's king is fully cut off from crossing the board, it means that black's rook has a full-time job of staying on the a file. And I'm wondering what happens when white eventually brings in the king to harass the rook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
because
guess black may actually bring in the king. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure though, because yeah, exactly. If you bring the king over, then obviously the rook's gonna swing over and maybe take a different pawn in exchange. So immediately I'm thinking, okay, if the rook goes down and checks, the king will likely continue to walk over, because I think if white plays rook a8 check and the king stays on the king side, I think you can push the pawn all the way even to a7, and I wouldn't be surprised if even that position was winning.
Yeah, the king has to stay where it is right now. Otherwise, we have that trick where you bring the rook to h8.
Mm-hmm.
But
this looks winning. Yeah, this is the kind of position I was worried about, because white will be able to advance the king up the board, and that e-pawn is not that easy to defend.
And when you win the e-pawn, then you can just push your f-pawn down the board. And we actually see a resignation, because, yeah, once you'll eventually win the e4 pawn, and you run out of moves.
Wow. Those rook end games are always so tricky. And, you kind of mentioned that Andrejkin, not necessarily known for his opening prowess, but, in saying that, you're also recognizing him for what he's able to do in the other stages of the game. And an end game is exactly what he wants. This game, however, we're just jumping in. It looks like it's just wrapped up. I mean, I was about to say any guesses based on the body language on the result there, but we see it on our screen right now. Levon Aronian wins via checkmate, by the way, but jumps out to 4.5 points, and he's almost cemented his spot in the top 4 right here.
Yeah, Aronian, he's famous for winning games with black. Like, he's one of the players capable of some beautiful chess, risky openings, and beating Vidit with black after defeating Andrejkin with white. I think it's fair to say that Aronian, his form has continued from his win last week, and he looks comfortably on his way to qualifying. That he's in clear first.
Yeah, really impressive, especially because he had that shaky moment early on, but sometimes that's just it. You have a shaky game, nerves, surprising young player, just not able to get an advantage, but it's not really a knock on his level, which he was able to show against some of the best players in the world, certainly in this competition. So Aronian well out in front, and we will take another break as the matches from this round have come to a close, but there's only a couple rounds left, Eric, so we will be right back. Stay tuned for the last chance qualifier.
This land is calling.
All right, we are back at the last chance qualifier, road to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, a lot has been decided in these rounds, which means we're learning more and more information. I will say it's really looking like Levon Aronian, not just with his form, but also certainly with his score, what he's been able to do after that scare earlier on to a lower rated opponent. He's on top, 4.5 points, which means unless he just completely collapses, he will absolutely be the top 4. So I think Levon Aronian has nearly punched his ticket, but let's pay attention to the others. Dimitri Andreikin, Jules Moussard, Alexei Sarana. These players all have 4 points, and remember, 6 points would definitely be a guaranteed qualification, but even 5.5 is looking possible. And now you're seeing the rankings take shape. Everyone on this front page here, the top 8, all titled players, grandmasters. This is just exactly what you expect as the event goes on. So all the grandmasters just kind of float to the top of the standings, as one could expect. Taking a look at the other page here, Arav Dengla must have lost just his last game. He was at that 3-point threshold there. But I think at this point in the event, you need to have 4 points, or at least 3.5, in order to be competitive for those final scores. Because remember, 5.5 and 6, I think those are the target scores. And we can see the upcoming matches. Of course, Levon Aronian, Jules Moussard, a very, very tough matchup. And you know what? It is really brutal when you are the player that needs to qualify and you're up against someone in first place who has just done such a good job at beating everyone. You're like, man, why do I have to play the toughest player in the event, Levon Aronian? It's not a great pairing, but of course, everyone's got to play everyone at some point here, and the pairings are sometimes a little bit lucky. You can't really control them. Sarana against Andreikin. We haven't actually seen Sarana on the top boards yet in the event, but Eric, I would say like Serrano is someone we definitely expected to be up there. And so seeing him up there now is really no surprise to us, but it means that we'll get to see him in action.
Yeah, he's rectified that early draw against the lower rated player. He's on 4 out of 5, and 1.5 out of 2 will probably do it. There's been enough blood on the top boards. When you're a player chasing the pack and you see players ahead of you drawing each other, you don't always want to see that because they're still either tying with you or staying ahead, and they have good tie breaks. But we've seen multiple players, Aronian just beating a Vidit with black, winning a couple key games. That compresses the field a little bit in the chasing pack. You'd rather have one player score 7 out of 7 or 6.5 out of 7, because it means the qualifying scores are probably going to be lower than if they're all drawing each other at like 6 out of 7, if that makes sense. So decisive results on the top boards definitely gives more chances for the players chasing to catch up. And Serrano and Moussard, 2 players we haven't caught in one of our live games yet, will probably be featured this round. And it's Vidit looking, outside looking in. Dubov, story is he's got to win this round, final round, to finish the 5.5 with a chance for qualification. Moritzi, after losing that round, has to win the last 2 rounds. It's going to be really exciting because I think this is the round. I think this is the round where some of the contenders will be eliminated. This is the elimination round. Theoretically, there's 8 players with 3.5 out of 5. Any of those players could qualify, but no one with 3 out of 5 can qualify anymore. So we're down to 8 contenders. That's Dubov, Zuchen, Moritzi, Vidit, Serrano, Moussard, Andrejk, and Aronian. And I'd say it's looking like 7 players competing for 3 spots, because Aronian, the way he's playing, he's got a spot locked down. Would be my safe prediction. He needs 1 out of 2.
Yeah, it looks.
But we've seen crazier things
expected. That's right, we have, and you certainly can't count on anything when it comes to this. We've even seen blunders in this event where a game has gone from equal to winning for one of the players in just a single move. So we won't call anything just yet, but obviously Aronian looking poised to qualify, and then a lot of people that are vying for those final 3 spots. So 7 players for 3 spots. We're gonna see 4 players that you'd even think are favorites before the event not qualify to the playoffs from Group A today.
Yeah, looks like in the last round, Moussard got to 4 out of 5 by beating Moriaki. And so, 2 of the GMs, Hisham from Egypt and Moriaki from Qatar, they are out. And so is Arav Dengla, the young Indian international master that we enjoyed following in Game 2. But here we go, round 6. I'm excited.
Right.
There's going to be a bit more nervous energy. You probably saw in previous rounds, people following and the cameras, some players finished their games. They analyzed even after losses, they spoke. Well, the nerves should be at the highest point in this round because there's absolutely no more room for draws or errors for many of these players.
Yeah, I certainly agree. We're at the point where we're playing the last 2 rounds of the qualifier for Group A. And right here, we see Serrano actually has the white pieces against Andrejkin. And this is a huge moment because we've already talked about some of these players that have 3.5, 4 points. If you lose, you're immediately eliminated, I think, from contention, because the most you could score would be 5 points at that point. I don't think that will be enough. In this game right here, Serrano, with the white pieces, has just curiously brought his knight back to d2, retreated in the opening, but it's usually to take control of that central e4 square and prevent some moves that Andreykin can play, which would trade a lot of pieces. So that immediately shows me he's just trying to keep some material on the board. And there's this plan of f3 and e4 that usually gets played. So, nothing too special here, but I think clearly he's fighting for this e4 break, which could break the center wide open.
Yeah, this is the type of position that might be relatively equal or solid right now, but in white's cards is this e4 break that you've mentioned, which will create weaknesses for white, but also put pressure on black with the incoming pawn mass. And it's just all about the timing. Sometimes you see the players shuffle around for a very long time before playing e4. They're like, look, e4 is a complicated, risky move. I want things right. And even if they're not right, I want time. I want there to be less time when I make that move, because then I know it'll be harder for my opponent to punish it. If there might be some issue with the move, I'd rather wait till we get into time trouble and it gets complicated. I know there's a higher chance that they won't find what could be the critical refutation. So I do expect some maneuvering. These are two veteran blitz players. I think both of them are quite similar in the way that Sarana and Andreykin are very practical players. And they don't get in time trouble. They play their systems, not always going for the biggest opening position. They're fighting players and play a ton online whenever there's a decently strong, prize money event. So two of the most experienced players in the field, in my opinion, when it comes to like online accolades, which could be like, Title Tuesday or some other events. But yeah, I think we're going to be looking at that e4 square for the next 15 minutes.
That's right. It's all about trying to make that move work. The move a4 has just been played, so the knight on b3 surely has to move here. And when it does, the pawn on a4 will then be under attack. So it looks like the follow-up move is likely going to be b5 by black to support that pawn. But I'm starting to like Sarana's position. You move this knight, and eventually you'll bring it back into the game. I don't know if this makes sense, but I was even considering something like knight a1 into the corner with the idea to move the queen all the way over to the f2 square, and then bring the knight back into the game on c2 and maybe into the b4 square. So he's gone back with knight c1. I think probably almost any move with the knight was good there, but I do like how the pawn structure, we started talking about the bishops and the pawns in the previous match. Once again, pawns are kind of getting fixed on those light squares, and you see black's position has that light squared bishop. So it's not much, but I do think that Sarana can be happy with the position so far.
I think so, and we're at a critical moment here when Andreykin, he might play b5 that you mentioned. He might play c5, which is a bit more double-edged maybe, because your d5 pawn becomes weak and the b5 square becomes also something that white can take advantage of. But something needs to be done because the a4 pawn is loose. So.
And he did make that
b5
choice.
Was played.
Play
yeah.
b5. I don't know. I kind of agreed with you brought it up, c5, and I thought, well, that actually might make more sense here, but I wasn't sure how that would fit in to Andreykin as a player, whether that'd be a move that he would go for stylistically. And you see, even though it wasn't the move order that I was thinking about, it's kind of the same idea, bringing this knight to the b4 square, full control of the dark squares. I really like the maneuvering from Sarana here. He's got a little time advantage, and that pawn on c6 we kind of referred to as a backwards pawn on the c file. White's queen is staring directly at it, and the knight's about to join the b4 square. That pawn is going to be a liability for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think we can be a bit more even ambitious in our evaluation. I think this is a bad position for black. Bad temporarily, bad long term. The knight getting to b4, the pawns for black being c6, a4, b5, d5, all knight squares. It means that endgames are going to be a struggle for black. C6 is going to be a target. We have light squared bishops on the board. Queen trades are possible. Maybe at some point white decides to try to play e4 by backing up the d4 pawn, shifting the rooks to d1 and e1, bringing down the bishop. But by committing your pawns and committing this like c6 weakness, it introduces, even just endgames are going to be a two-way game where white is playing for a win or it's going to be a draw, but black should not be better or be on the comfortable side in any of these positions. We're almost at the point in the board in front of us where that rook is trapped. Unfortunately, it's king f8, but knight takes b5 and knight takes d5 gets you 2 pawns and a rook for 2 knights. Do you need to do it? No, but the fact that it's even possible to me shows there's an issue with the position, because that might even be playable, because you'll eventually try to push your center pawns, the E and the D pawns, and black will still have weak light squared pawns. I really like this position for Serrana, and I don't think this is the type of position Andrakin wants to be in, because I don't see the counterplay at all. Your pawns have been pushed in a way that you can never touch the c6 pawn. White has just a risk-free game. How do I put pressure on c6? He might be thinking about the sacrifice I mentioned, because maybe black is thinking knight d6 and eventually the knight might go to c4 in some positions. Does that scare me as white? No, but it might be something that white says, oh, I don't even need to allow that. I'll go for the 2 knights and 2 pawns. 2 knights for a rook and 2 pawns. This knight takes b5 idea. Or there's bishop takes b5 to keep a knight. I don't know what you think of that as well.
Right.
Bishop takes b5, c takes b5, knight c takes d5. They're all looking very attractive to me. The reason you probably go for this line, which we've seen, is you want to keep the light squared bishop, because black will eventually put a knight on d6. If you don't have a light squared bishop, the knight can go to c4 and delay the rooks from gaining the c file, or maybe fully block them. So
I think that's important. Actually, the knight jumping into that c4 square would be too hard to deal with, and here the bishop covers it. So white sort of wants to build it up slowly, like king f2, maybe bishop back to e2, pawn to e4. A move that I would have considered for white was actually g4, just to gain a little bit of space, because I'm wondering if maybe black could or should consider h5 or f5, these moves to prevent that expansion and gain a little bit of space for himself.
Yeah, if black they can freeze or attempt to freeze some of the kingside pawns, that would be an accomplishment. The most direct approach by white is to play d5 followed by e4 and f4 and try to get pawns on e5 and d5, just rolling down the board. I mean, easier said than done. Andrakin with rook b8 is indicating, he maybe wants to go b4 and try to get counterplay on the b file, whether it's on the b2 pawn or on the a3 pawn after the eventual exchange. But from white's perspective, I think you play d5, you play e4, you play f4, and black's going to have to be pretty clever to prevent this from just pushing all of black's pieces further back. Because you can back up the pawn with rook e1.
The e-pawn, but that's it.
So is it going to be rook
same
e1?
idea.
Is it going to be rook c7?
I don't know how this pawn advances past this square, but you have other pieces, right? The pawns alone can't do it, but you can play rook e1, pawn to e5. To be honest, there's no stopping that pawn from advancing. I don't want to call it too early, but does this just look like, from a practical perspective, it just looks impossible to deal with?
Once the pawn gets to e5, you're right. It's black is losing material. So this is what I thought might be played, but it doesn't stop that e5 move. The question is, you play e5 right now, which threatens e6, or do you take first and then play e5? And I like this decision, because if you play e5 first, maybe there's bishop b5, and black fights on for some blockades in the c file. Here, you don't have time for knight d6. There's rook b4.
Yeah, this is definitely a way to keep everything locked. So I feel like it's kind of successful, this move king d6. The only bad part about, well, maybe one of the many bad parts of black's position is basically none of the pieces can move. So you do have a great blockade, but if the rooks get traded, remember, white's king is just going to walk. King f2, king e3, king d4, and then e5 will happen. And that's not something that you can prevent.
No, this is a very compact setup for white. King is safe. Pawns are all defended. Rook e3 looks like a class move by Serrana. I mean, one of the only counterplay ideas might be h5, knight h6. Then there we have it. That's the one thing about the king on h2. But there is rook c3, and you need a lot of things to go right to achieve that. But Andreykin has no other option because everything of white's is defended. So the king is the only piece to harass.
And now rook e1 puts pressure on the e-pawn, stops it from advancing, also keeps the rook on b4 stuck, guarding the e-pawn, and then makes way for knight h6 to g4. By the way, black is delivering checkmate if that knight gets to the g4 square. So at some point, white is going to have to just probably play g4 themselves and just give up a pawn, because knight h6 g4, it isn't just great counterplay, it's completely winning if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what Serrana missed. I like his moves. I've been complimentary, but Andreykin has found a way to generate counterplay. And it's serious counterplay. The e5 pawn, the e4 pawn can't push because d5 is loose. The knight's going to h6. And it's one of those positions like Andreykin's being clever here. He's like, look, you're going to win the game if you play e5. So I'm not going to allow it, but I'm going to go for mate. I mean, if you lose because the pawns push, you lose. You're forced to play like this. Like, passive defense isn't going to work. And so in some ways, there's clarity. The hard decisions are for white. White knows they've been pushing this game, knows he should try to play for a win. But how to do it, how to coordinate the two rooks and the pawns requires a lot of brain power. And I'm not even sure there's a clean way of doing it. Whereas black's job, look, you're better. It's your job to convert this, but I'm just going to be as annoying as possible. And the onus is on you. And we're probably going to see that reflected in the time situation more and more.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to say the same thing, that the time right now being spent is indicative of the difficulty of the position. So the evaluation is actually in white's favor, but the momentum is not. The game does not feel at all like, oh, white's just in charge. None of that. It's actually completely shifted from a couple of moves ago.
We were looking at positions where we're getting an e5 and we're happy, and Andreykin has been resilient and made life so difficult for Serrana. I do like the g3 move. There's the aspect where Serrana doesn't want to lose this game under any circumstance, and when you play a move like g3, you take away some of the mating nets that black was preparing with knight h6, knight g4. If you can get an exchange on g3 or get rid of that h-pawn, that king all of a sudden will have breathing room on g3, g2, h3. Too many squares for black to weave a mating net. And so whether or not this is the best move is not as important to me. It really is going to save you time in the long run from dealing with all those mating ideas. Wow. Knight d6 is a move.
Interesting.
It's asking for e5, asking for Serrana to play it. And
that's very surprising.
E5
looks very tempting, like almost the move that you have to play out of principle. You could also take on h4 if you wanted a little bit of a safer move with white, because I would say that after e5, I'm a little bit scared of what could happen there. And yeah, this does look like a pretty safe approach. Do you take and rook b4? Or rook takes e4?
I would take on e4. I would take on e4 here and play rook e6.
Yeah. The hand's on his head. He definitely sees these various ways to play. Rook e4 and rook e6 is, I mean, yeah, you're going to be up two pawns here.
That's just
this is
he was playing all the right moves. And just that tactic, which isn't always the most common. He thought he had everything secure. The rook on b6 came in, and this is should be a comfortable win for Sorana in a game that Andreykin was catching up a little bit. But one thing that impressed me is Sorana, even when things got a little dicey or felt a bit uncomfortable, didn't panic, played g3,
right?
Didn't get, I don't know, just didn't find himself like in almost like decision paralysis. Like, I have such a nice position, but mate's coming. He still played fast and practical, which has always been a feature of his chess. And here, Andreykin is slowly running out of moves.
Yeah, this is nearly a resignable position because at some point you're just going to win with the f pawn. Plus, there's also pawns on the other side of the board. So truthfully, you don't even need the other pawns in this position for this to be a win. So the fact that they're there, it just makes white's position even easier. And this is 100% over. And Alexei Sorana, with the white pieces, 5 out of 6, puts himself in a tremendous position to claim a top 4 spot.
Wow, that probably eliminates Andreykin. These are two of the favorites to qualify, but paired against each other, good chance only one of them gets through. And Sorana, he went for it, right? I mean, he could have gone for a prolonged game, but he went for the breakthrough.
Agree. That was, I mean, I think you're highlighting that it was just his resourcefulness, his lack of panic. We all saw that knight h6, knight g4 counterplay, but I'm amazed how calm he stayed. He just never panicked, and it never shifted. The advantage never really went to Andreykin. So credit to him for that. And he set himself up beautifully going into the final round. Speaking of that final round, you and I are going to take a break. We'll be back with the final round, and ultimately we get to find out who are the top 4 players that are going to make it through to the playoffs from Group A in the last chance qualifier. We'll be right back.
Hey, mister, what you say to me? I'm just your man in my own business. Hey, mister, what you say to me? I'm here.
We are back. Welcome everyone to the final round of Group A in the last chance qualifier. We're looking on our screen at Grandmasters Levon Aronian and Alexei Sarana. And this is a matchup between two players that definitely feel like they can make a draw perhaps and both qualify. Even a win for Sarana here just, might qualify them both. These two are certainly top four material based on their events thus far, but 5 points each. Kind of a tense moment, Eric, at the end of this event.
Well, Aman, during the break, I tried to calculate everything. I think a big result to mention in round 6 is we had a knight and pawn versus knight and pawn endgame. Daniil Dubov versus former women's world champion Zhu Chen. Dubov flagged her. He needed to win the game, and he did flag her. We finally saw, a time scramble, which pushed him to 4.5. What it means is we have 3 players on 4.5, 2 players on 5. We see the 2 players on 5 right here, Aronian and Sarana. 3 players on 4.5. 2 of them are playing each other. That means that a draw here for Aronian and Sarana guarantees them qualification, because
there you go.
Only so many players can reach 5.5. It also means there's a chance someone could qualify with 5 and some really good tie breaks. The chance of that is very low, but 5.5 guarantees a qualification. And so it would surprise me to see this game have any other result unless the players don't have the full standings in front of them. Because yes, I believe Dubov is playing Maritzi this round, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go.
And
so that kind of
Jules Moussard is the 5th player. Yeah, it does set the stage. We have Jules Moussard as another player with 4.5.
And this variation, Eric, is also one that has a reputation, I think, at the top level for being very it's old theoretical line, very equal, very discovered, nothing new here. So would you say also that the variation that we're seeing on the board might speak to perhaps a shorter game here and maybe a draw?
Yes, and even looking at the body language, I'm looking at Levon right now. He's very comfortable. I mean, if you force him to play, he'll play. He's very strong. But if they're looking at the standings, it's not the hardest calculation to make out that they will qualify with a draw. And I'm not sure if they're fighting for seeding into the knockout or something, or maybe like Serrano wants to. I mean, this is just a thought. Eliminate Aronian from qualifying if he plays for a win, to have one less rival in the knockout stage. Because, I mean, game theory wise, I really do think a draw is a good result for both players. When you see this in other events in chess, players make draws, unless there's some incentive for seeding or some special thing. But yeah, otherwise, I don't quite see the motivation to take that risk here and just put the pressure on the other players. Right. I mean, there's not even pressure. You're guaranteed to be in but we'll see what happens in the next few moves. When it comes to playing like deep theory, I mean, Serrano's capable of doing that, but you mentioned it's a solid line. I do think we're headed towards a draw, and which will mean that we can hopefully move to some other boards where players are fighting tooth and nail for one of the coveted four qualification spots.
Yep. I also think because this is not a direct qualification to the Esports World Cup, I think then there might be a little bit more on the line. But this is, remember, just to the playoffs, and then things get decided on day 3. So, yeah, probably not a moment to really take too much risk. And we can see from the game right here that the moves are coming in fairly quickly. Aronian and Serrano both seem to know this variation. I know that the moves have kind of zoomed by us as an audience, but there was like a queen sacrifice there briefly. But as you may have noticed, the evaluation bar on the left side of the board pretty much didn't flinch, meaning all those moves were some of the best moves that you could play in the position, and these players knew it. So all that to say that I think we're going to maintain the equality here. But for now, the players are playing. It's got me thinking about some of the other matchups, as you mentioned, though, Eric, that may have more of an impact on the standings if we feel that this one is even. But I'm not sure that I'm like quite willing to admit that just yet, because they are still playing here.
They are still playing. Levon played the moves really quickly. His position seems totally fine for me, so he's not stressed at all. I'm really trying to understand what the players are playing for. But Levon knows his position well from everything I see. I mean, You've traded off the queens. It's even material. Your pieces are active. Your rook is probably coming to d8 unless you go for another forcing line. I don't see any opening problems for black. So if you wake up Levon, we've seen what he can do. He's taken out 2 of the best players in this event. But the decision is on Levon here. Do I liquidate, or do I bring a rook to the middle and keep a bit of tension? There is tension. There's a pin with that dark squared bishop bearing down on d1. There's a pin on the e file with the bishop on e3 being loose. And there's exchanges that are playable for either side. Another big thing to mention from round 6 is that Vidit, Gujarati, has been eliminated from contention here. He lost against Maurizi, and so that means Vidit's on 3.5 out of 6. And so there's one more game left, but no chance of qualification, which is a big turnaround. He was, he defeated Dubov in a great game, 3.5 out of 4. And it shows in 7 rounds, all it takes is 1 hour of, couple losses and you're out of it. Even though if you play 2 hours of good chess, just a couple losses and you're done. So that is a big result. And I don't even think he played poorly, but there's so many strong players vying for just 4 spots. And that's what you see.
There you go. And as you've been describing that situation, I think this game has all but indicated that it is going to be a draw, completely equal here, but also we've just traded so much material that we've also got a rook end game in front of us. Rook end games are known to have more of those drawish tendencies. So I do think that that's where we're headed here. And so, yeah, it's making me think about those other matchups that we have at the top. It was Jules Moussard, also Dubov and Moritzi. I feel like those games are where we should jump to.
Yeah, Dubov Moritzi is a key game. And I believe that Jules Moussard with 4.5, he's not playing. He's the one that got paired down. And with 4.5 and 5.5 guarantees qualification, he got paired down. He's playing, I believe, an IM, which is a very good last round pairing. So he's in control of his destiny as well. Those are the first 3 boards. Players like Andraken, 4 out of 6, needing a lot of luck to qualify with 5, a lot of results to go his way. That's what he requires. If Moussard wins, he's in.
Right.
If Moussard draws, and let's say Moritzi Dubov is a draw, all of a sudden we have a logjam at 5 points, and the qualifying threshold, it's definitely lower than what I initially anticipated. Someone with 5 might get in, and that's going to be very interesting. But I'm hoping we can get to the Moritzi Dubov game, which should be for sure fireworks.
Yeah, this one is definitely decided. I mean, the thing about this type of game is even if a pawn changes hands, it is still a rook end game, which has those drawish tendencies. Whereas we're looking here at players that are in a much different position than the others, right? 5 points, they can draw and they're at 5.5, whereas most of the other players are at 4.5 points and have to win to reach that same threshold. So a lot more pressure on some of the other games. Dubov, Moritzi, and as you mentioned, Jules Moussard maybe had the most fortunate final round pairing, because at the end of the day, you just need a win, and he has an opponent that he probably has a better chance of achieving that, at least with less work than some of his colleagues. So he'll be happy with that pairing, but it doesn't mean it's a freebie. He's struggled in games as well. It hasn't just been an easy walk through this event for anyone. So I think that one of those games is where we should end up here, because this one is basically going to be a draw.
Yeah, the body language tells the story. Aronian has calculated it. He's ready at any moment to shake hands. Serrana's just, I don't know, calculating a little bit, maybe as a formality. Or like Amon, there is a possibility that the players do not have the full standings available. And so he would like to keep this game going until he sees a result in another board, so he can calculate himself to make sure he qualifies.
Right.
I can't say for sure, but once again, I don't know why the players are playing on. There might be some detail that I've missed about qualification spots or something and seeding. But even with that said, even if there was that's a dead drawn position, and the players know it.
That's right.
So we've moved on to a more critical game here. Jules Moussard with 4.5 out of 6, needing a win to ensure qualification. He's going for a win right here. It looks like he's going for that king, that bishop on g7, and lining up maybe queen g3 or something here. But as I said, he got a favorable pairing. He was the odd one out, and got paired down significantly.
That's right. Yeah, he'll be happy with that, because he also has bishop to e4 available next, plus just absolute mayhem on the G file, and his opponent's body language is really indicating that something's wrong with the position. So yeah, lots of good ways to continue here. Also, the G2 square is covered by White's knight as well as the queen, so there isn't really any risk of White blundering any kind of checkmate or anything. So this does look pretty one-sided at the moment.
Let's look at the moves here. Is there a knockout we can calculate? I'm guessing bishop takes g6 is the plan. That might not. No, bishop b4 that you mentioned.
Yeah, I was wondering about bishop e6, and then maybe like rook takes e5 somehow could be a little tricky still. So I guess he's just kind of taking the easy way out. No issues with this move, and he's going to grab that queen on c6 if the bishop on e5 is captured. Otherwise, he's going to trade the bishop on b7 and take on g6. So yeah, he's going to be up material here after this move. We'll just wait and see. This is 100% winning. And he knows
I'm glad we got shown this game because Moussard is punching his ticket into the knockout of the last chance qualifier. And you see a bit of emotion from the Frenchman there. 5.5 out of 7. Just a solid event throughout and won the critical game. Maybe he's the first one through. I don't know if Levon and Sorana are playing, but now we know that there's a very high probability the 3 players on 5.5. That's Sorana, Aronian, and Moussard, which means, the winner of Dubov-Moritzi is going to be in. But if they draw, that could be a pile up on 5 points.
That's true.
There's more pressure on the remaining players now.
Yep. And I will say from the earlier position. Yeah, from the earlier position that I was able to just glance at from the Dubov game, it did look honestly very equal. So if that one ends in a draw, I don't know how the tie breaks all work out at that 5-point threshold, as we've been discussing. Aronian, Sorana, and Moussard are definitely taking 3 of those 4 spots. And remember, that's not to the Esports World Cup. That's to the playoffs. And we still have to work through 16 players that are going to be in the playoffs on day 3, 2 days from now. And then we whittle that down to 4 players that go to the Esports World Cup. But still, a very important moment for these players.
Yeah, very important moment. And if you're the players remaining and you see the results trickle in, that just adds to the pressure. And then you start wondering, are my tie breaks good enough? Well, you start thinking about that takes away from the game. Dubov with white against Moritzi. I think you can expect that he is going to try to push here, even though the position that I took a look at, we don't have it in front of us right now, as you mentioned, was looking equalish. So if we can get that game brought up at some point, that is the game with the most, highest chance of a player there making it as the 4th and final qualifier. And this is all me assuming that Sorana and Aronian are either have made a draw, they're going to make a draw, but that position was really, really drawish. And so, story is 3 spots likely confirmed, 1 final qualifier. And remember, this is the last chance qualifier. This is the group stage. There's a knockout stage, so we extract 4 players, from each group. So the work's not done. It's just first day's work is done, making it to the next stage. And right now, you're Jules Moussard. You're very happy to post in like that.
And he's chatting with Moritzi, which I don't know if we got a body language expert there, but does that seem like, 2 guys who've qualified, or what do you think?
Seeing that body language, it looks like 1 guy that's qualified and 1 guy that's not sure.
Right. And Aronian and Sorana did draw officially confirmed, which means, of course, those 2 have qualified. So Aronian, Sorana, Moussard, as we've been discussing. But the other game is finished, Dubov and Moritzi. I'm waiting to hear confirmation on the result of that game, because if one of the players won, they would take that 4th playoff spot. But if we have a draw, then it remains entirely unclear, as I think we have one of the lower rated games on our screen right now.
Yeah, this game does not impact the final standings in terms of qualifiers. This is a random game, but I was just double checking the details. In case of a tie, I think it goes just to the, general tie breaks. They don't play tiebreakers. So we will have to wait and see. And every game factors into that. So even though we maybe have a random game in front of us, how your opponents perform in the event affects your tiebreak typically. So we could be seeing, again, Andrejkin, it could be Dubov, it could be Moritzi. One of those guys could make it through with 5, but only one. And it depends on those final tie breaks from this 7-round qualification Swiss.
Yeah, we're waiting to. I think this is probably the final game of the entire round. So kind of have
we're
to have
just waiting for some results to trickle in for us. Because it's the Moritzi Dubov game that holds all the cards.
Yeah, that can open up big chances. I saw that Zhu Chen, she won her game on her board as well. So, a lot of people kind of waiting, hoping for a certain result there to maybe unlock potential last second qualification. And Eric, we're just being told in that game that there was a result. Dubov lost the game, which that would immediately give us our answer about who has qualified. It means Moritzi qualified from that game to join his countrymen, Jules Moussard, as well as Alexis Serrana and Levon Aronian. So those should be the 4 qualifiers from Group A.
No, that's incredible. The 2 French players, they're on the same team. They joined last minute. I just saw them on the list maybe yesterday. They both were in the same group. They both qualified, and they weren't the favorites. I mean, they had great chances, both very good players, but Dubov being eliminated with white in the final round, Andrejkin not making it, Vidit not making it, there still were upsets. I would call them an upset for the final round. Moritzi defeating Dubov with black.
And
means,
Eric,
we have our 4 qualifiers.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just saw the way that Moritzi won the game. Dubov had, I would say, a pressing position, and he forgot to defend his rook. He hung an entire rook in a at least equal position, so that is completely devastating the way that he went out in this one. And wow, just a one move entire rook blunder in a position with no danger, and in fact a position where it looked like Dubov was even putting some pressure. So a real disappointment for Dubov, but you know what, when it comes to qualifying, Eric, you'll take it any way you can get it. So congratulations to Moritzi for taking that rook and punching his spot.
Yeah, that's when you get a chance, and if you're watching at home right now, you're like, hey, I'd like to see more of the games. They're being broadcast. There's a bit of a delay. These are, big prize events. But you go to chess.com, you go to events, and you can live vicariously through the wins, the losses, the blunders. And this final round blunder by Dubov stings. Otherwise, he would have had a good chance at making it through as one of the qualifiers. But that's all it takes. And so, yeah, we're just getting ready for that final standing graphic. But we do know the 4 qualifiers. And I am surprised that out of the top 4 seeds, I believe only one of them made it. That would be Aronian. Vidit, Andrejkin, and Dubov were probably seeds 2 to 4. So
Yep.
That's huge.
If not seeded.
And players.
Incredible.
If you're a player from another group, you're very happy to see that, because it doesn't mean that the players who qualified aren't easy, but you have like medalists from World Blitz and Rapid Championships. On paper, these guys, over a course of a longer event, and keep in mind the knockout is double elimination. So again, less variance, and it gives some top players a chance to even get eliminated and come back. We've seen that happen in knockout events where they do come back. Kind of like putting away a top tennis player in a 5 set. You prolong it, you give those chances, those opportunities. But this 7-round Swiss was cutthroat. And so some of the favorites, even not just favorites in this group, favorites in the overall last chance qualifier to make it to the main event, they would have been favorites in the knockout. They would have been top names to mention. Dubov, Vidit, Andreikin, veterans. They're not even making it to the knockout. So I really, I have to say that's a big storyline. And here we have the final rankings. I'll let you sum it up there.
Yeah, this graphic tells it all. It's easy to understand because the top 4 spots go through, and there's only 4 players with that top score of 5.5 points. So it was a lot of draws. You can see Jules Moussard, Sarana Aronian, most of the players who ended up qualifying did not lose a single game. So there you go. You make draws, take your chances when you have them, win the game, but otherwise try to make a draw. All the players who did that qualified. And Moritzi capitalized on a big mistake from Dubov. So interesting all around to see, but wow. Moussard, Moritzi, Sarana, Aronian, those are your 4 qualifiers, and just missing out on Draken. You have to, give a shout out to Abdelrahman Tafik, who 5 points, finishing up there with Andreikin, finishing ahead of Vidit. I mean, that's a phenomenal score there, up there with some of the very best names. Doesn't quite work out for a qualification, but you're seeing some players put up some really phenomenal scores here, Eric.
Yeah, he won every game except lost against Vidit and Sarana. So, I mean, a good performance for sure, and I think the Egyptian has to be proud about that. And then, as you mentioned, some of the guys outside looking in, like Moritzi lost to Andreikin. We covered that game. Andreikin ends up not qualifying, and Moritzi qualifies, and that was a round 5 loss. So big props to Moritzi for back-to-back wins against Vidit and Dubov to qualify, whereas none of the other players that qualified had that type of path, right? So that's
it's all about
very
a little bit of like the
Frenchman.
pairings as well, right? Like you mentioned a little bit of the luck factor, but there's no luck involved there. Like he was facing the absolute top players in the event. And that concludes our Group A coverage. We know the 4 players that will be making it to the playoffs. Upcoming, we have Group B, and we're going to do this all over again. Excited for 7 more rounds of chess, which means we are going to take a longer break here before we rejoin with Group B and round 1 over there. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to get into Group B with some new players, and that's going to be right after this break.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. What a shame, what a shame. What a shame, what a shame. If I heard that you if I heard that you
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him. It seems that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish you sing right ahead.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier. We're about to get into Group B. We just covered Group A. We watched 7 rounds of chess. Grandmaster Amon Hambleton here with Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Eric, we're getting into Group B, new players, but exact same format, exact same pressure. And at the end of it all, we want to learn 4 more players who are making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we begin, I do want to thank everyone for their patience. A lot of players there, a lot of logistics involved, and I know there's been some breaks, but getting the hang of it over here. And we just want to be able to focus on the chess, and we had a bunch of upsets in that first group. As I said, I think some of the players were pretty excited to see some of the favorites eliminated. Group B, I'm very excited for a couple of reasons. I don't know all the players playing in it, so there's going to be some new names. But then there's going to be some familiar names that people online might be used to watching, like Bortnik, like Nihal, Yesipenko, Serbia's own Indic. We got Uzbekistan with Yakubiev. A lot of young, strong players in this one as well. It's just, it's just a cycle. I just like seeing the different heats and the different flavors involved. Probably not as many big names in terms of like candidates, because I think Vidit was a candidate. Andreykin played in one, if I recall. But rising stars, and so it should be good. And yeah, looking forward to it. And yeah, as I said, we're tweaking things, so feel free to give feedback. It's the road to the EWC with this last chance qualifier, and there's 3 days of this. This is day 1. Day 2, the 2 other groups. Day 3 is the knockout. So we got a long ways ahead. I do appreciate everyone's patience and time in joining us. And hopefully Group B continues to deliver.
Yeah, and I mean, I know from being a player just how long and grueling some of these days can be as a competitor with the scheduling. So we appreciate people sticking with us. We're covering 2 groups a day. So we did Group A, now we're on Group B. Group C and D, featuring some other players that maybe you're cheering for, you wanna watch. Those will be tomorrow, and then of course into the playoff day, the final day. That will be day number 3, where we only have 16 players at that point. But we focus on Group B right now, where the top 4 at the end of 7 rounds of play will seed themselves into the playoffs. But there's a long way to go before then. It's my understanding that games are going to start very, very soon. We see a good look into the playing hall here, and some of the players as they're sat down, they're ready to go. And I think that after watching the games in the first group, just as a commentator, I can say that things got pretty intense. I feel like, Eric, they started as if it was just like a slow start, no big deal, couple easy games, but we saw big matchups between grandmasters as early as round 2, 3. Like, things are going to get going very quickly. So it's about who adjusts and adapts.
Definitely. We saw players with slow starts qualify, actually 3 of them. I mean, Musard, Moritzi, and Serrana made draws in round 2, but they still qualified because, you might get tough pairings early on, but the field is actually not that big when it comes to contenders, right? 30 players, maybe around 10 players or 10 to 12 players are vying for those 4 spots. So you end up playing many of your rivals, whether it's round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5, and so there's chances you can lose a game and qualify, but I think we did learn 5.5 is definitely a sweet spot. You have a very good chance to qualify 5.5. Above that, you're in.
Yeah.
And below that, there's a small chance, but definitely I think we'll see some similarities between the groups. Although I mean, once again, it needs to be said, like, Levon Aronian, turning the clock back. He won Group A. I mean, tied for first, but he was leading the whole event, and he had some great wins. I think he's 42, if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, they say online chess, speed chess is a young person's game. But look at his results recently. And are we going to see that in this event? There's some veterans. I noticed Ahmed Ali is playing from Egypt. He was a world junior champion so long ago that some of these players might not have been born. I think it was like around 2007. He might have been world junior champion. And you have players now born in 2007 taking part in this event. And it's not by no means he's old. It's just chess. You have so many players that have gotten strong from the internet and from, new countries. I am curious, are the veterans going to still hold on, or are we going to see some, teenagers, qualify through and continue to score some upsets?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see because, in front of us, we see Nihal Sarin on the left side of your screen. He's one of the players that I find is always in a conversation for the top spots in a tournament, but pre-event never seems to get the recognition that he deserves. He's one of the best online players, and I think this format really suits him. This hybrid format. I've seen Nihal compete with the absolute best. He maintains some very, very high ratings online, and couple that with his great performance over the board. I think that he's definitely one of the best players in this hybrid format. There's a lot of players that are just great over the board players, and they're adjusting to the online scene. But players like Nihal, Bortnik, they come to mind as ones that have already made that adjustment. Right, they're comfortable in both ways of playing chess, online and over the board. So format like this really suits them. As the games are underway, Nihal with the black pieces, and Eric, we saw in the first group that these early matchups, they can be a little one-sided.
They can be a little one-sided, but we also realize that the ratings that you might see are not necessarily reflective of the FIDE ratings, meaning there were some FMs playing in round one. Maybe it's taking a chess.com rapid. We have a player's name here who Nihal is playing at. But I do want to say I agree with what you said about Nihal. He's someone who's competent in all formats: classical, rapid, blitz, online rapid, online bullet. So in terms of just steadiness, in terms of just the complete game, I really would peg him as one of the favorites for this group and for the qualifier in general. I'm sure he has high expectations. The field for the main event has a lot of familiar names. He's qualified for the Speed Chess Championships before, which is maybe a similar field that we've seen in the past. And so, expectations are very high for Nihal, as they should be. But I agree with what you're saying. Like, he is consistent. His ratings are consistent. His performance, he's good at a lot of the aspects of online speed chess. And so this should just be a very comfortable environment. So there are some grandmasters here. They decided to they mainly play classical, maybe over the board blitz too a little bit, but mainly classical, not as much online. But it's worth a shot. Nihal plays all the time, whether it's this event or for fun. Like he is online and playing long matches against the best players in the world. I'd consider Nihal one of the guys like made for this. He's a great bullet player. Just like no increment, doesn't matter. Like this, I really would put him as one of the favorites. So I'm curious to see how this goes. He also tends to play some openings. Like he has a wide range of openings and doesn't mind taking risks against low-rated players. We might even be seeing that early on. But always looks cool, calm, and collected when I've seen him in person.
Yep, he certainly does. The interesting thing about the position that we have on the board right here is the ideas for black, so for Nihal's position, kind of resemble that of like a Stafford gambit. And the position itself is nearly identical, may have even transposed. So I'm looking at this move, queen d6. The idea next is knight to g4 with an idea of checkmate on h2. And annoyingly, white can never move that pawn from f2 up to f4. And immediately we see a huge error. Pawn h3, that can be taken.
Just did a bit of diving there. Nihal's playing a local from Saudi Arabia. He's about 1,900 FIDE rapid. So definitely a rating discrepancy here, but it's good to see some local players.
Yeah.
I haven't encountered too many Saudi chess players, but hopefully an event like this, grows participation. And, well, you need experience, and you're probably going to lose a lot of games as part of that experience. And what we're looking at might be a textbook example. Nihal, a tactician by nature, and this is a pretty common pattern. He's going to crash through on the king side, bring in the knight to g4, and well, you have to give up the queen if you want to stop checkmate. So
yeah, the next move
Nihal might be looking for more, by the way.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he has it pre-moved, because he actually had queen takes h3 pre-moved, which you can do, obviously, in this online hybrid format. Pre-moves are definitely part of the game. So knight g4 can be pre-moved next. I mean, it looks like he doesn't even have his hand on the mouse so much that he just kind of jostled it. I was wondering if the mouse was wireless, maybe disconnected or something. It is going to be a resignation. That is a quick win for Grandmaster Nihal Sarin. A crushing first round game.
Yeah. That's what you want to see as a favorite. And Nihal goes to shake his hand. Good sportsmanship, but yeah, an easy win. I think now Nihal's just happy. He gets the early win, and he's got 6 games left, 3 whites, 3 blacks. So yes, he starts with a black, which means he's going to have probably 4 blacks in 7 games, which is a disadvantage. But first round, if you get that black game out of the way, you kind of even it out, right? Then it's still like, can't really complain about the pairings and stuff. It's not as impactful as if you played 7 games against players your own level. Then having that extra white in your pocket is really useful. But you get that early black win, then you've kind of it's equalized, and Nihal's got to be happy. Here we have someone you're pretty familiar with.
Yep, that's right. And Bortnik here is just in cruise control. He's got an extra piece. King is right in the middle. Bortnik is also a player that was at the Dallas event, DreamHack Dallas, and he's carved his way to this event, and it looks like he'll be, I think, delivering checkmate, or at least winning a lot of material in about 2 moves here. So there we go. And this should be a win for him.
Also an example of a local Saudi chess player. So getting some experience, but getting thrown in the deep end as well, right? Playing
That's right.
some of the best blitz and rapid players in the world in round 1. And it's tough. So round 2 is where we saw the real, let's say, sweaty games, but maybe we'll look around and see if there's anything still going on for us. But 2 of the
thing about
favorites, we'd say.
Yeah, I think so. Still waiting to see, everyone's form, but obviously pre-event, you would look at those 2 as absolutely 2 of the favorites. I think in this format, again, the players that we just tuned into there, Nihal as well as Bortnik, those are 2 players that I think the format is really suited to. So obviously, there are other reasons why you could succeed. We saw just some great chess by some players, but when it comes to the format, I do think it suits them. So I would keep an eye on Bortnik and Nihal. I think they're going to do very well in this format. And with most of the games wrapping up a little bit quicker, Eric, in that first round, because of those rating mismatches, we're going to jump to a break, and that means we'll be back even quicker for round number 2. Stay where you are.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claim their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
This land is calling.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we just got done with round one, getting set up for round two. Eric, you know, it's always a changeover period as you move from Group A to Group B. Everyone's getting used to the schedule, so getting back on track here for round number two. And just like the players, I'm excited to get right back into the chess. And these are the matchups that are upcoming. We have Nihal and Bortnik, who we took a look at in round number one. And some other players that we didn't get a chance to drop in on their games obviously did still win, as you would expect. Adley, Esipenko, Indic, and Yakubov.
Yeah, I've taken a look at the group, examined it, and we maybe have some sharp people in the audience, but something that stands out to me, Aman, is Group B has some strong players, but it's just not as strong as Group A. There's 7 Grandmasters in Group B, and there were 10 in Group A.
Right.
And there's also not a lot of IMs or FMs, like kind of strong players, but in between. It definitely, I've seen this before. I actually played a tournament in June where we were put into groups, and the groups weren't all equal. Like, just like pairings, it can be a bit random. So there is a bit of variance, or whatever you want to call it. But the players in this group have to be feeling better, because there's about 6 players rated over 2,500 for 4 spots. And it would be shocking to me to see a result like what happened in Group A. As we go through the groups, I think we're going to realize how tough that group was. That 2 candidates didn't make it into the group. That one of the top rated blitz players in the world, Dubov, a consistent speed chess specialist, didn't make it. As we go through the days, that's going to look like maybe the group of death. I still don't know the last 2 groups, but I was taking a look at this, and we saw games wrap up immediately, right? In round one, the pairing differentials, the rating differentials were larger than Group A. Group A, I had to check, there was an FM playing against Vidit in round one. Here there were some newer players. What that means by saying there's fewer strong players in this group, and there's also more lower rated players, then we're going to see the required score be bumped up to maybe what I was initially thinking of 5.5 to 6, because of the distribution of players here. So if you enjoy watching like Nihal or Bortnik, try to beat low rated players. Well, they're going to have more chances of doing that than some other groups. You're expected, you're probably going to play 4 or 5 players that you feel comfortable beating, and then you'll have 2 or 3 games that are going to decide it. But I think even in round 2, the players should have. We won't see Grandmaster versus Grandmaster matchups. Is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, it'll take some time before those matchups actually happen, because there's just not as many, and there's going to be higher scores in general. A lot of people with perfect scores that are going to be going into rounds, 2, 3. Eventually, we got Group A down to only 1 player with a perfect score, but that's because there were a lot of draws. And a draw is a result that will, cause a lot of people at once, 2 players in the same game, to be off a perfect score or to be half a point down. But a draw is not a favorable result, or not a likely result, when you have mismatched pairings. And it looks like we're going to get that in Group B a little bit more often. Here, though, this looks like a position that Nihal will definitely have seen before, although it feels maybe a bit equal because things have been traded off. The queens have disappeared. Certainly a position that Nihal's familiar with, and you have that little bit of extra push with the white pieces because it's kind of a symmetrical position, but white has a bit more development, and we see Nihal quickly play this idea of g3 and bishop g2 to get on the long diagonal. So I think he'll be very, very satisfied with the opening.
Definitely satisfied. The one thing about it is I don't know who his opponent is. And sometimes you like to know who your opponent is. Like, the unknown can be a little scary. Like, oh, am I playing someone underrated, titled? And I honestly have no idea. Another thing that is going to factor in is there's more players in this group significantly, right? There's 44 players. I feel like that's more than Group A, so it also means it's going to take longer for the group to compress. There was 32 in the first group and more high-rated players. Right. So 44 and much fewer strong players, it really is much tougher. It's like like you're going to end up with one or two harder games that are harder in the first group. So it just means that Nihal's playing someone, I would guess them at, maybe 2,000 or a little under in round 2, and maybe round 3 still not play either play GM or it'll start round 3 or round 4. It just influences how the players are playing because there is strategy for the tournament, and Nihal would be trying to beat anyone in this field with white. But we see, as you mentioned, a symmetrical position, and there's quite a bit of understanding required in that and timing, and he's okay with the symmetrical position because he's on the better side of it, trying to, convert this slight lead in development into either, better pawn structure, some sort of better end game, and work off of that, which means sometimes you can give up your bishop pair if you want to mess up your opponent's pawns. I'm not saying here, or win the bishop pair with knight c5. Just having that first move advantage in a symmetrical position, you'll see the advantages where black isn't fully set up to equalize. There's always that one move that prevents black from comfortably completing development, and knight c5 is probably it. Because yes, you've developed everything, but now your light squared bishop is being threatened, and you have a tough choice, b7 also.
Yeah, you kind of have to give up one of your bishops, it feels like, because strong players are better at this than lower rated players, but it doesn't feel good in chess to completely undo a move that you just made. So black develops the bishop out to e6, and then knight c5 happens. It's not going to be very enticing to bring the bishop all the way back to c8 where it just came from. Not many players can actually make that move, even if it happens to be the best one. So while that is an option here, I'm not sure it's the best. And I would say bishop takes c5, just capturing the knight. You do lose the bishop pair, but at least you're in a situation where you can try to keep trading pieces. And while you might be a little bit worse, it is exactly that, just a little bit worse. Of course, for someone like Nihal, this advantage is pretty significant, but I wouldn't be too upset here with the black pieces. I think the main story when I'm looking at this game is not just white being slightly better, but also the time. I mean, we're looking at a situation where Nihal has double the time that his opponent does. He's barely spent, a minute, not even, on this entire game so far, and the opponent has used more than half the time on the clock.
Yeah, and that's a factor if you're a viewer and you haven't played a grandmaster before, or you're just early on in your chess journey. Psychology is a big aspect in chess, up to the very top. It can be between Magnus and competitors, or maybe here, Mohamed Al-Hendi playing Nihal might be the first GM he's played in a tournament game. And when you go through that experience, you often tend to take a bit more time. You're double checking because it's hard to ignore, I'm playing one of the best players in the world. You can't just erase that from your head. And so you end up double checking, triple checking lines, and that can end up leading to poor time management, but but you're trying to prevent it. And it's just the way the brain works. So Nihal playing natural moves, putting just a little bit of board pressure with development, but there's psychological pressure just involved with his opponent trying to equalize and play precisely, showing respect to Nihal. And that's When the clock gets low, though, that's when Nihal really strikes. He goes in for the kill, like a tactical shot. But yeah, he's taking it easy right now for sure. His body language says a lot.
Yeah, he's chill, and he is also aware that 3.5 minutes on the clock for his opponent, especially at the rate that his opponent is playing the game right now, quite slow by comparison. He also knows he doesn't need to take a big risk as long as he's just, still in the game. 10, 20 moves from now, his opponent will just flag. So the pressure is kind of off in that sense, and that's why it's so tough to beat these strong players. Is you might have to beat them over the board, and if you can't do that, you also have to make sure you're staying at least equal or ahead on the clock. And to do both at the same time is quite difficult.
Definitely. And one thing we didn't see a lot of in Group A, I mean, we didn't cover all the games, was players flagging each other. With no increment chess, part of the reason it's not that popular or run as a tournament is the flagging and the chaos. They're playing online, so it's much more manageable. But someone will just lose on time. It can be rook versus rook. And in this group, we have two of the best bullet players in the world in this group, Nihal and Bortnik, that even when the position's equal or even if they're worse, they have no problem flagging you, and they're excellent at mouse control. And it is a saving grace and just an additional factor that should put pressure on some of the other strong players that aren't as well versed in bullet chess. And Dubov did use this to win a knight and pawn versus knight and pawn dead drawn endgame in round 6 of Group A. I mean, can you agree to draw? No, you have to go for the win. Your opponent's down 40 seconds. Just keep making moves. They can't build their clock back up, and it's a bit of a depressing feeling that I think online players are used to. When you are too slow and there's no increment, there's a certain point in the game where it's inevitable. You're playing fine, but if they just shuffle and you shuffle, you're going to lose on time. There's nothing you can do to stop that. And if the time keeps going down, that is an avenue that will be pursued. And Nihal will use that in his book, no problem, as he should.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just looking in this position. I think maybe e4 was an option to actually trap the black bishop on c2, but it's kind of more to the story we're trying to tell right now, which is Nihal's not looking for the absolute best move in the position because he doesn't need it. His opponent has just over a minute on the clock, minute and a half. So as long as he's just playing the game, he'll win, guaranteed. So he's happy to even take this knight, take the pawn on e5. Like, it's maybe not the absolute best thing to do. It might even look like we're trending towards an opposite bishop position. However, that's all he needs because he knows guaranteed he's going to win on time. Like, there's just no way his opponent is going to survive a minute of chess against Nihal in this position. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, no, funny position we have on the board. There's a minute left for black, and he's calculating if he can take on h2, a famous poison pawn in chess. And that's exactly what Nihal wanted. Black has to commit resources from both pieces to try to extract it. And in the meantime, yes, Nihal can try to trap the knight. Otherwise, in the future, he can maybe try to pick off the e6 pawn, maybe bring the knight to the center, e4, c5, e4, f6. But this is not the position you want with 50 seconds. How do I bring my knight back to civilization? Well, the answer is you can't. King g3 is coming. The king is going to capture one of the two pieces. And even if you had an hour, you probably wouldn't find a solution. But with less than a minute, I'm not sure what comes first. Black loses all their pieces or they lose on time, but it's gravitating towards clock.
Yep. And even though you can kind of collect a few pawns for the piece, the reality is setting in that not only is this game probably winning for white on the board with the extra piece, but with 25 seconds, it's almost one of those positions that with 20 seconds, it doesn't matter what you have because that's not enough time, especially for someone that maybe just doesn't play online chess as much as someone like Nihal. 20 seconds, 15 seconds feels like nothing. Whereas, Bortnik and Nihal, when these guys have 15 seconds, it kind of feels like an eternity. But that's a privilege reserved for these top players that are so used to playing online. And, despite a good effort from the opponent there, Mohamed El Hendi, I think that was a situation, Eric, where he was just way too low on time. And it's understandable playing a higher rated player that happens, but it's a tough hole to climb yourself out of.
Oh yeah, no, I mean the position could have been a lot better, and that was a good guaranteed loss with the clock management. So we'll see if we run into that a bit more in this event, but we do have another game on the broadcast. I know it's something we're trying to integrate, get a few more games for everyone to give the whole group overview. And here we have Bortnik playing black against looks like a 1776. Egypt.
Yes, Ahmed Agami.
And Bortnik is up on time. He's up material. His posture is very relaxed. Legs crossed, jacket on. No sleeves rolled up or anything like that. And we're just looking at
That's right.
Conversion job here.
Which is not easy to do, not necessarily in this position, but in general, converting a game is it sounds easy. I'm up material or I have a better position, but that's not even half the battle. Still a lot of work to do from there.
A problem for white isn't just the exchange, it's the connected pass pawns rolling down the board, and I don't really see how you can be tricky here. I mean, black is going to push them eventually, bring the king to c6. But generally speaking, bringing the king to the middle is a good idea, and white's done that. But I want to mention them I have predictions for this group. They're not the most controversial, but the four qualifiers, I'm just going to predict it early so people remember that. I have Bortnik making it through. I have Nihal making it through. I have Yakobiev making it through. And I have Yesivenko making it through out of the Grandmasters. So those are my four predictions. I'm making it early before, it doesn't count. But just a combination of level and online experience. These guys are veterans. But Kindic from Serbia is definitely a dark horse.
Yeah, I think that's probably the highest profile name left out there. But that's the thing. Someone had to be left out. Like, not everyone can make it. And you think about the magnitude of some of the names that were left out of Group A, right? That it's not just thinking about, oh, wow, these are the players that qualified. There's a star-studded list of players who did not qualify. And it's just as impressive.
Yeah, those players would be a favorite in this group. So purpose of Last Chance Qualifier was probably to have results like that, where there's unexpected and there's underdogs, upsets, you name it. And we have started off with that in Group A. Group B might have to wait until round 3.
Right. Yep. You mentioned there'd probably be a few more mismatches maybe before those Grandmasters match up against one another. And I did notice there at the end of the game, it is kind of a funny thing when the game ends, because you're kind of looking over the computer screen, like, is he going to go for a handshake? I'm not sure if I should. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, good. So I've been paying attention to the awkward moment. Do they go for a handshake? But it's nice to see all the sportsmanship between the players. Getting to the end of this round, get things moving, keep it underway. So we're going to take a short break and come back for the next round, round 3 of Group B, the Last Chance Qualifier, the road to the Esports World Cup. Stay where you are. welcome back, everybody. Last chance qualifier, round number 3, Group B. And I think, Eric, we actually have some matchups that are going to be more enticing, a lot closer, and potentially the first time that we see some of these players really stressed out there, because although they've been up against some, good games from their lower-rated opponents, I don't think it's been enough to make a dent.
Definitely not. I think this is the round for people to really engage in, because we have all the Grandmaster matchups. I've been waiting for this, and saying Indic, he's a bit of a dark horse, strong Grandmaster, loves to play attacking chess, Serbian school. He's playing Nihal, and he's one of those names to watch out for. He's not afraid of anybody, and I do expect this game will deliver for us. So excited for that. Outside of that, some other pairings. There's another Grandmaster matchup. I think Algerian Grandmaster Mohamed Hadoushi versus Norderbek Yakubiev. That's also round 3. So a few juicy pairings to look at. And I feel like now the real race has started. Pretty much all the favorites have started 2-2. So now 5 more rounds left. Who can score 3.5 or 4 out of 5 in the remaining games and qualify to the next stage? I'm excited for this round.
Yeah, we've been talking about how the expected score, the required score, would probably be a little bit higher. So thinking back to how strong Group A was, you could make a draw there, because truthfully, other players would struggle to beat those players as well. Like, it's a very, very tough event. But here, I get the feeling that if you lose one game, you're already on the brink, that even another draw after that could be too much. So, we could be at the point where witnessing a loss by one of these players early on certainly won't knock them out, but it put them in a position where they might have to win every single other game for the rest of the event if they want any chance.
Yeah, and I think this shot we have in front of us, Simon, is a bit interesting. Just for the note that Indic is one of the tallest Grandmasters ever, both living and, just ever. Around maybe 6'9", 6'8", 6'9". So there's a bit of a contrast. Nihal's not the tall, one of the taller ones, although you couldn't tell from his chess. But if you see a size discrepancy, Indic is a big guy. Although very, very friendly, more like a friendly giant. But the chess from both of these guys should be good. Speaking of other players, though, we have this matchup. I was saying that pretty much everyone's made it to 2-2. I did read or checked in a little bit, Yasipenko had a tough game in round 2. He pulled out the win, but it wasn't easy. So there are, players in the field that are punching above their weight class, their rating. They're dangerous. They play online. They can easily be underrated FIDE-wise. So we might end up seeing some of those games at some point, but I think this definitely is the marquee game for this round.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was intrigued by this move in the opening. Nihal is playing with the black pieces right now, and he started with knight c6, which is, at the highest level, I wouldn't say it's that unusual, but definitely that's a square that we would more expect a pawn to be, for black to play the pawn up to c6, and then the knight often develops to the d7 square where it supports the other knight on f6. But knight c6 kind of feels a bit strange. It jumps in front of the c pawn, and it's a little bit of an unorthodox move. Of course, it can just reposition with knight e7, but still, kind of an awkward move to start off. And of course, the engine completely agrees, and we see the repositioning here. So that's one of those moves, don't try this at home, because it certainly works here. But if I saw a low-rated player doing it, I would probably caution them, say, hey, you don't really put your knights there in front of your pawns. But here, he's definitely made it work pretty nicely. And what we might see is that knight perhaps appearing on c8, and then maybe to d6, where it could be very well placed.
Yeah, this is definitely a standard Carlsbad structure. So that knight, well, Queen d6 was just played, but I was going to say knight d6 is very standard. Going into this game, I don't know if the players overthink it. I don't think Nihal's in must-win mode. He definitely respects Indic and knows he's got a good chance himself to put up points against other people. So he's picked a pretty solid opening. But Indic is a guy who will try to beat anyone. And what that means for this position is taking some risks, which could involve at some point pushing the E pawn and weakening the D4. Maybe that might involve white playing F2 to F4, which would grab even more dark squares, but weaken the E3 pawn. Indic is a talented attacking player, and I'm curious to see how he approaches this, if he just goes for the minority attack on the queen side, which is fairly standard, but oftentimes you do pair it with maybe a bit of pressure elsewhere on the board. And then there's, I guess, a noticeable thing on the king side is, okay, there's an H takes G3 move. You got double G pawns that you capture towards the center, but sometimes with the queen on D6, black can try to open up the H file and try to target that H2 square. Could be at some point, H5, G5, H4. It's not going to come right away, but it's something to look out for when there's a semi-open H file to work with. So we'll see how ambitious the players are, but even though it's more of a solid opening approach, the position can break open at any moment.
Yeah, and there's a few things to consider about the position. The first is that the B pawn on the queen side is moving up the board, but you kind of pause maybe before you play the move B5 because black has a number of very decent reactions. You could take with the C pawn, and then after white recaptures on B5, try to play A5, have a outside pass pawn, or perhaps a bit more standard, you could take with the A pawn on B5 and then push the pawn to C5. So black is kind of ready for the move B5. And then the other thing that's interesting is you've got this knight all the way on H4, and you think, well, why is it there? It's actually stopping black from playing bishop to F5, potentially trading off light squared bishops. So although the knight on H4 looks strange, it's completely dominating the knight on E7 and maybe the bishop on D7 square that it might have wanted to use. So kind of some interesting quirks in the position. And we do see a little bit what I was talking about, except white cleverly plays B6 before black could play pawn to B6, which would secure all the pawns on the queen side.
I like what both players are doing, but also means they're here for a fight. Indic could have chosen a more closed approach, maybe put the pawns on dark squares, put a knight A4 to C5. No, he's looking to break open the position, and that means the B6 pawn is weak for him. That means black's A5 pawn is a passer, but also could be weak. The D5 pawn is now isolated. So it's definitely imbalanced, and it definitely demonstrates to me Indic's intentions by provoking this line. Both sides have their positives here, but certainly not going for some sort of symmetrical equalish endgame. There's a lot of play left to be had here. And I said this H5 move, it can be paired with an H4 at the right time. You see, maybe that knight gets to F5 for black. And if white's knight ever moves, all of a sudden this H4 move comes, and maybe this initiative on the king side can come quickly for black. That's one of the benefits of a queen on D6. It contributes towards the queen side, but also at the right moment can also jump in and put pressure on G3, on H2, on some of the king side. So curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah,
but the players are playing, to me, pretty fast for a complicated position.
Yeah.
They're trying to avoid time trouble.
I was about to point that out. I completely agree. They are playing very, very quickly, and the position is, it might feel like things are being traded, but it's actually very, it's kind of riddled with various weaknesses. You've got the D pawn for black completely on its own. You've got double pawns for both players on the G file. You've got this A pawn loose and disconnected for black on the other side of the board. And this move in front of us, I mean, I was looking at even knight takes on D4, but queen A3 has been played. There's all sorts of problems. The black rook is looking at the white queen on the E file, so you can use that pin with the D4 pawn. You've also got the knight on C3 now hanging, and the rook on C1 is pressured behind it. So a lot of pins in this position, and tactics for white to be very careful of.
Yeah, there are pins. There's looseness everywhere. The d5 pawn was loose. g4 is loose. d4 for white was loose because of the pin. Queen d2 is solid. I thought queen d5 might have been another crazy move, banking on some hanging rook. But I'm still impressed by how confident these guys are to respond immediately to pretty aggressive moves.
Yep. King g7, so completely okay with, looking at that g pawn hanging and saying, no problem, that's okay. There is that queen a3 move again, so I wonder if he's going to go back, and he does go back. Interesting, because rook a1, there might be a rook takes c3 move, so can't exactly go for that.
Oh, rook takes c3 is a nice line with an eventual rook h8. I think Nihal here is planning to, he said, okay, I'm going to lose that g4 pawn, but the b6 pawn is going to fall in one of these lines. I think he was banking on maybe, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, queen b2, pressuring everything.
Right.
I don't know what happens after, if knight takes, there might have been some issues as well. This is interesting. Knight takes c3, almost as worthy of calculation. I don't see the full follow-up, but it's a little loose for white, but it seems to be hanging on. In the meantime, white is up a pawn. It's up to Nihal to demonstrate compensation, whether it's pushing the a-pawn, annoying the second rank, targeting b6, but white's a couple moves away from maybe consolidating a bit more with like a queen f3 move, for example.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting double-edged game. We're not, this is a big difference from some of the other games that we've looked at. And a reminder, these guys are navigating some very complicated variations here, and they're doing it extremely quickly. Indic has more than half of his time still on his clock, and Nihal is, definitely right there with him. 4.5 minutes remaining. So this entire game has just been very quick, but for the speed, quite accurate as well.
Yeah, they're not playing an easy position to play moves. That's why we're surprised. This is sharp. The a-pawn can run. Maybe white is looking to bring the knight in and queen to g5 and get some counterplay that way. I mean, what happens if black just pushes the pawn down the board, right? I guess Indic could consider bringing the queen back. Or you go forward, but I don't fully see it. I mean, he's calculating maybe knight h5 check. Nihal's very confident, based on his play, that the queen and knight for white cannot overcome black's defenses, which involves that knight on f5, rook is nearby, pawn's near the king. He's confident that he's okay there and he can just push the pawn down the board. And Indic is not the type of guy to want to play queen d1. He's an attacking player, he moves forward. We see that from the moves. If he plays queen d1, it means he's not seeing anything else. But I'm very curious what happens if knight h5 check, knight f6. Knight takes c5, I don't see how that contributes. Then a2 seems a little immediate. You need something a bit stronger with more bite, or you got to move back. He moves back. That's good news for Nihal, most likely, justifies his play. But still, what happens if a2, queen a1, and does black have enough to push that pawn through? Because white's knight can come back pretty quickly by a d3, and then either b4, c1, and corral that a2 pawn if you're not careful.
Yep. Yeah, and I do think that Indic kind of made a face when he played queen d1. He was certainly not happy. As he said, it's not a move that you want to play once in a while. You got to do things that you don't want to do. And it looks like queen d1 was in that category. He just, you could tell, hurt him a little bit to move the piece back. And Nihal is kind of all in on this a-pawn. And in chess, sometimes you can do that. It really is a plan that you can utilize where you just push one pawn as far as it can go, and you kind of give up the rest of your position. And he's kind of doing that right now. He doesn't care about the d pawn. He's not going to spend time defending it. He's all in on supporting the a pawn as much as possible.
Yeah, no, Nihal is all in, but I think he's correctly assessed that losing the g4 pawn to get his a pawn down the board changes the game. The initiative is in his court right now, and Indic is very much a push forward initiative guy. Having to play knight d3, you have time now to maybe take on b6, maybe go queen c3. Knight d3, showing respect, saying, you know what, that a pawn is worth a worthy distraction. I'm going to bring all my pieces back and hopefully be in time to stop it. Just something I saw audience members wondering about. The event was open to pretty much everybody. I think it was capped, so first come, first served. Maybe 264 players, something around that. They didn't reach that number, so there's still some open spots. But yes, theoretically, maybe people watching the internet could have shown up and played in person. They wanted this to be open, that anybody has a shot to qualify. So we have a lot of brave people that traveled and came here. And another thing I wanted to bring up is some players are signed by teams, but a very small percentage, which means most players on their own dime came here, one goal, qualify. It's a risk, but to try to qualify for the main event, they assessed it. This is a great chance. We don't have this too much in chess. I'm going to travel to Saudi Arabia. I'm going to go in person and try to be one of the 4 qualifiers, even on my own dime. So respect the fighting spirit, but it should give context and players' motivations. They're here with just one goal. If you're,
it's true.
And if you're more some of the lower rate players, maybe they're here to score some upsets, get some experience. But
that's right. I mean, for a lot of these players, even just a pairing against some of these top players, you can tell has made their day. Just concluding the game, getting to speak, to some of the top players about the game you just had is, that's also why some people are here. And I don't blame them. There's not many tournaments in the world where, anyone sitting at home could get paired against one of the top players.
For sure. And as this game goes a bit closer towards the king side, I guess it is time to look at some critical lines, because Nihal has cleared open the c-file for the rook. The knight is on e4, preparing to invade with knight c3. And if white ever tries to get 2 pieces on a3, rook c3 is coming in. And I'm liking Nihal's position more and more. The 5 pawns that white has on the king side, it feels very insignificant compared to the connected passed pawns and that deeply advanced passed pawn on a3. Still have to find a killer blow here to remove that queen as a blockade, but progress feels like it's being made. You could even lose more material, and if you get your connected passed pawn, but b7, push b5, b4, b3, you're on your way to winning. And Nihal might have realized that, which explains knight f6. Maybe he's like, okay, if you give me time to play b5, b4, then I get to win in. So it's up to white to prevent black from doing that, because I would say that's a win condition. You get your b7 pawn to b4, connected, passed pawns protected like that, it's game over. But I see tricks already, Amon. Knight f4, rook d2, queen a3, rook d1 check.
Oof, that hurts.
And that is a very, very tricky tactic. Knight f4, rook d2. And I think Indic sees that. He's up on time. That's impressive for such a tough position. And Nihal, of course, baits it. Oh, and he's going all in here. He sees this back rank idea with knight g4 check, knight takes f2. There's going to be a rook h1 mate in the end. Well, potentially. There is some knight h3 that you can block, but this once upon
this is enough time for Nihal, right? This is he's kind of a specialist in this. We mentioned his bullet before as well. I wonder if now's the time for a calm move like b6 or queen c3.
b6 was played, and just a couple moves away from the finishing touches. Is it going to be knight e4
position here, though? 30 seconds, Eric. I'm not sure which side I'd rather play.
30
stress
seconds.
Of just
this is true.
It's crazy. 20.
Oh, no, Nihal,
he hasn't moved.
Nihal's very quick, but he needs to move.
This is not the move at all. You can trade queens and take
No.
on a2. I mean, you're not going to lose
You
that
might go
game.
F3
There's
first?
F3 as well. Yep.
Oh, I think Indic can go
Three.
into flagging mode here. A great game by Nihal, but not on the
He's-
clock. 17 seconds to win this game.
He's nodding. Yeah, he's nodding. He knows this is his chance, but he's got to focus because Nihal's so good. It's so easy to underestimate him right in this moment.
Do you continue attacking or do you try to protect your A-pawn? I mean, I guess he's got to attack. And Indic is wondering, do I go knight E1, knight F4, defend G2, then go for A5? Knight E1 might be the more annoying move to deal with. Oh, knight F2.
Mm-hmm.
Free moves coming in.
Yep, this is extremely
16
intense.
seconds.
G4, G5 is pretty nice, but he can throw moves like, he can just kind of shuffle. He doesn't need to do anything. And you're going to see the evaluation bar kind of go up and down here because Indic is he's just trying to
giving up the E file.
He's just trying to elapse the time. Oh no!
He just mouse slipped.
This is what we're talking about. Knight takes G5 is huge though. If that move happens and it does not, what a save. You have to have some experience with flagging here because I think Nihal is he's going to take that knight. Yep. And this should be, he's even nodding his head. This should be easy. And let's just let him work here because 5 seconds for one of the best bull players in the world is more than enough time. Yes, nicely done there. He avoids a potential stalemate by pre-moving the wrong thing. And what did we talk about, Eric? You cannot underestimate Nihal. You had 16 seconds, and the smile from Nihal is not shared by his opponent there. The adrenaline must be still pumping.
No, that was a really exciting finish, and I'm sure Indic is just regretting. You have to figure out at what point do I turn this into a real time scramble? Do I maybe give up my passive defense? And he did it too soon. When he moved his rook over to the E-file, allowed Nihal some easy pawn pushes. Nihal's ready to sacrifice some pawns if he creates a queen. I mean, once he gets the queen, he's up the material. He can sack his pieces to secure a draw, or he had enough time to win the game. It's a delicate thing, timing that. But that was exciting. That was probably the most exciting game we've managed to catch live so far in day one of the last chance qualifier.
Completely agree. Nihal survives and manages to get the win, but very, very exciting game there, and just goes to show you those different styles. You can try to get the win on time on the board. Nihal almost played better as soon as he just started playing insanely fast. That was exciting, and it also brings us to the end of this round, which means stick around, guys, because after the break, myself and Eric will be back to bring you the next round of coverage from Group B at the Last Chance qualifier.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everyone. Last chance qualifier continues. Group B. Honestly, probably the most exciting matchup that we just saw. I don't know how else to describe it. That one really got me paying attention because Nihal just won a game with 16 seconds. We were all kind of flipping and saying, no, he played a great game, but now his opponent is going to win. That was not the case at all. He won with 16 seconds, and now he's facing Alexander Bortnik, which is one of the most anticipated matchups in Group B. And we have the ranking for you as well. After 3 rounds, Nihal has a perfect score, but he's joined by 4 other players: Ahmed Adli, Andreas Sipenko, Alexander Bortnik, and Nuderbek Yakuboev. And all of those players are indeed grandmasters. So these are the players that you would expect to find up there. And another notable thing is Muhammad Ali has 2.5 points. Great name, by the way. And there's not many other players that, are probably going to have half points. And I just think there's going to be more wins and losses in Group B compared to Group A, where we actually saw quite a number of half points spread between these players. Indic as well, even though he lost that game, I think he's someone that we should be paying very close attention to because he certainly could have won that game against Nihal, and that's someone that I expect to sort of resurge throughout the rest of the event. I don't think he'll just be falling to the bottom. That's someone that we expect to see back on the top boards very, very soon. And we see what looks like Isipenko there, just relaxing. Yakuboev, and a lot of the players are sat down, the secret lab chair, getting ready. But this match right here is where our focus is going to be. Alexander Bortnik on the right side of your screen. And as we've now seen a couple games with Nihal, I'm starting to wonder, is that his custom mouse pad that he brought? Because I'm pretty sure the players come in with their own mouse, keyboard, but he's got me wondering, is this like a custom mouse pad as well? Nevertheless, the game is on, and the white pieces for Nihal, and kind of a King's Indian setup that Bortnik is going for here with the black pieces, something that he's very, very familiar with. Overall, I think Nihal has been pretty satisfied with his own gameplay, although it's not a secret to say that his time management, especially from that last game, might be called into question. So I think that's what we are focusing on here is, making sure that time is managed correctly. He's doing a great job so far. Both of these players, if they have 16 seconds, if it's anything like that first game, they're both capable of doing quite a lot with just low time on the clock. So let's see if the time actually plays a big factor in this game, or who knows, sometimes in these hotly anticipated matchups, the game kind of just fizzles out and you don't actually have the fireworks that you might expect. So let's see what the opening phase of the game brings us. Kind of waiting for the next move here. Rook takes e4. Okay, knight's coming to f6 by the looks of it. There's also this idea of e5 and c5. I mean, black kind of needs to challenge the center a little bit, but they're difficult to achieve right now. And if you play c5, you're kind of helping the fianchettoed bishop on g2 become that much stronger. And the move e5 is also not really, it just can't be played right now. And white's also likely to play bishop f4 on the next move, which is going to prevent it entirely. So I kind of expect a little bit more, a move like knight to f6 and maybe controlling the light squares. So knight f6, bishop f5. And strangely, although it might seem a little outlandish right now, look out for the light squared bishop in black's position. If the bishop goes to e6, which, by the way, right now could be a very reasonable move, bishop e6. I know it's in front of the e-pawn, but maybe it has the idea to go to d5. I was going to say, look out for rook captures e6, sacrificing the exchange, because that idea is very scary to deal with. Looks like it's going to be a bit more standard here.
So I
Bishop
played
takes
this
knight.
setup similarly against Nihal last month in London. Gave up the bishop pair, almost identical structure. He did grind me down. It was a rapid game. And seeing something very similar here. I mean, I had some chances to hold in that game, but Nihal definitely tortured me a bit. And I mean, I lost the game. But the important thing is, like, even from this, like, not equal position, but solid for black with the two bishops, he found ways to make things very tough for me to just hold and maintain, some equality. I expect bishop goes back to d2, rook d1, but we had a very similar position, so it's bringing back maybe not the best memories. I do recall also, h4 at some point, and he made life very difficult. I've held the position in the past, but definitely some bad memories here with the long-term pressure that the bishops can provide. This is a bit different.
Yeah, I kind of expected bishop d2 in that position, retreating, and then maybe the rook can come over to d1. The bishop can even just go all the way back to c1, somewhere tucked out of the way. The bishop pair is, very strong, but usually all you need to do is just hang on to it. So I kind of expected that with maybe your idea of h4, h5 to follow. This, however, is a little bit different, but remember, if black exchanges, white takes back with the rook, there is still this h4, h5 idea, king to g2, and sometimes you can kind of oscillate between the h file, the e file, and there will be a few nice ideas here for white, but realistically, this is a position that's supposed to be very, very equal and difficult to break through.
Yeah, I mean, as more pieces get traded, white has a bit more space, and when you trade off the pieces, it makes black's job a bit easier of defense. Maybe put a queen on c7, a rook on d8. I mean, probably after h4, the natural reaction is h5, but when you play a move like h5, you have to realize you do weaken the g5 square. So sometimes white will play rook e5, and you don't want to play f6 because you weaken the e6 pawn. So h4 and h5, the inclusion of that, is putting more pawns on light squares, which could favor white in some sort of endgame, but also weakens the g5 squares. So they're not nothing moves. They do give a bit more space and offer some opportunities for your opponent to make a weakness or overextend. So Bortnik's going to take some time here, but I guess Nihal defeating Indic, he knows like he's on a good path right now. He's going to try to push this, but it's not a must win. And Bortnik is one of the more dangerous players in the event. So it's up to black to kind of prove after a few moves, like, hey, I know what I'm doing. I can hold this. It's not going to be easy for you to make progress. And typically when the person as white stops pushing this too hard is when they're at a point where in order to do that, they have to take risks. And we're not at that level yet where white has made any moves that introduce risk in the position. That could be an overextended pawn, like a pawn g4 move. That could be a pawn to c4 move at some point, which weakens d4. Those are the moves that you start to hesitate and you make the decision, do I really want to push this? But until then, Nihal might have a couple more small moves to throw in that synchronize the pieces a bit better before he's got to make a more critical decision.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the move c4. I've played this structure quite a few times with the white pieces, and I feel like the move c4 for white, pushing that pawn up, it's the move you want to do. It allows your queen to go to c3, where it lines up against the black king. You also support yourself playing d5, but still, it always comes with just that little bit of weakness because your pawn on d4 will never be secure again, right? Right now it's defended by the c pawn on c3, and it's just not the same. And this move, however, we saw a nod of the head from Nihal, a shake of the head from Bortnik. The evaluation just has not moved. But Eric, I think he's absolutely looking at g5 as the normal reaction. Rook takes e6, and he's very concerned after that.
He's concerned, but I don't think he can allow white to take on g6, so you just have to allow it. I don't see the win. Nihal will have at least a draw in the pocket, but he'll probably be forced if black plays g5 to take on e6, because otherwise that h5 pawn could be a weakness. Black plays g5. It's certainly something Bortnik is going to calculate, because you don't want to just be totally lost and allow rook takes e6. But if we calculate the exchange, the queen comes into g6, it takes h6, takes a lot of material, but we're talking about a rook here. So a full rook means Nihal's going to need to recoup at least a knight back to make it playable, or have some sort of like strong checkmating idea that will be extremely hard to stop.
Yeah, he's thinking here. He's actually going to take, and he must have come to the conclusion that the position wasn't something that could be saved, like queen g6, queen takes h6, queen takes g5, rook takes e6. Who knows? He was not happy with it, and he really spent some time there. And I think the engine kind of agrees with his decision, but optically, even though you're looking at the engine evaluation and you're not really impressed, it looks like a dead even game. Look at the time, right? Nihal's got nearly 5 minutes of advantage, and look at the pawn structure in front of the king. It's been completely shattered, which is why we're seeing a more aggressive idea like the move b5. He's suddenly changing the way he's playing because he's got no time on the clock by comparison, and his king side is ruined. So he knows that even though the evaluation is saying 0.00, these players both understand that the momentum has shifted, and that h5 move by Nihal was a really impressive one and very well timed.
Yeah, it's hard to say it, but I just don't believe or agree with the computer evaluation in the sense like Bortnik feels uncomfortable here. When you play this opening, it's not to have a weak pawn on h6 and you're missing your g-pawn. You don't play this solid structure to now have a pawn island on c6, double isolated pawns on the a-file. He's doing that, yes, out of desperation, but he's not happy. And any day of the week, I'm taking white here, even if the clocks were even, because it just feels like Nihal can take pot shots against black's king if he wants to. And if he doesn't want to in the meantime, he's got all these loose pawns to slowly attack. That could be a4, c6. Yes, black's temporarily up that pawn, but that's because Nihal offered it at the expense of black's pawn structure. So, the bar might be around equal, but Nihal is playing this for a win. Bortnik is trying to hold down almost 5 minutes, and I don't think Nihal will be satisfied with anything but, great winning chances here, like extending this game as long as possible to the point where Bortnik, with an open king, Nihal wants queens on the board, Bortnik under a minute, and then he can play even more provocative moves because he knows Bortnik won't even have time to react. So he just needs to keep the queens on until then. So maybe move like rook e2 here to meet queen d3 with queen c1.
Yep, agree. It's the situation that I think Nihal's opponent found himself in last game, where you just need to keep the game going. You don't need to conclude anything. You don't need to. In fact, it might be better if you didn't. Wow, look at this move. I'm wondering if it maybe comes with an idea, looking at something like rook to g5, but I don't know if that works. And one of the reasons why I wasn't so sure about this idea is because it either works or it doesn't. And we were just kind of saying, like, you don't need to do this all-out approach, but it might just work.
It might just work, but I felt like Bortnik has to worry about this all the time. At the same time, I don't see comfortable moves for black. And if I do, it's going to take me some time. And Bortnik only has 70 seconds. There are checkmate threats.
Yeah.
Nihal didn't want to play rook e2 because he wants to keep rook h1 in his pocket. So the question is here,
right.
What does black do? I would probably be beating myself up thinking that this game is over if I was playing black here, which isn't a good attitude. You have to find a resource, and Bortnik is good at that.
I have a feeling that there's a possibility that the engine is not working because I just don't believe that it's 0.00 even now, and just that it's stayed that way over the last couple moves. So my prediction is actually that when you and I felt that the position was quite good for white earlier, that it actually was a bit of an advantage, and that it might just be crushing now because it stayed at 0.00 for too long. I think it's clear, like, there's absolutely no way that this is equal. This is probably teetering on completely lost.
Yeah, no, I agree that I just couldn't believe it. And
there's no way.
It doesn't even matter what we believe. We have the clocks, we have the position in front of us, and we simply don't see a hold for Bortnik, because if he doesn't get checkmated, he's going to lose on time. And anybody would lose on time with this position. You can't play such a sharp position, expose king, queen's on the board with 20, 30 seconds. We're not machines. And this is where we really aren't machines, is in situations like this.
Yeah, I think this position with everything hanging all but proves that the 0.00 is absolutely irrelevant. Let's just make sure to congratulate Nihal appropriately for that game, because if my count was correct, that was 3 brilliancies in that game. And while he was playing them, he also had an incredible lead on the clock. Rook g5, rook h1, the sacrifice at the end, the icing on top, bishop takes h7, and he's just taking care of business here, Eric. It's almost like it's so intimidating, right? He just plays this absolutely brutal style of, brilliant chess, and then at the end he's kind of hovering over, ready to handshake you and smile, and you're like, you just got beat up by the guy. It's kind of brutal.
No, that was a beautiful game, a brutal game by Nihal. It brought back memories, because I also lost against him in that line, and it shows the confidence he's carrying in. So I think, Nihal's definitely the guy to watch out for in this group so far. We're going to take a break for the next round. We'll be able to summarize and give you guys up-to-date standings after the break, and we look forward to more of this EWC Last Chance Qualifier coverage of Group B.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier, Group B. We just saw a really exciting matchup and honestly one of our nicest games, Eric. I think one of the more entertaining games the round prior, but just now I think just one of our best games start to finish, Nihal against Bortnik. And we can now talk about our upcoming matches. We're in round 5 here. Nihal is playing against Norderbeck now, which obviously sticking with that top board is certainly the one to watch, but also on this list here, of course, Ahmed Adli is in action, and Bortnik against Esipenko is really one that stands out.
It really stands out because Bortnik just took a tough loss with Black against Nihal, and you know, at 3 out of 4, you'd think he'd get a pairing to bring himself back up, but gets bumped up and plays Esipenko at 3.5, which means he's already under pressure. Because you can't afford to lose another game, and I mean, it's a matchup that could go either way. But you know, pairings play a big role into it. Someone's got to play the top dogs, and then someone else gets a lower rated playing. There's huge variance in the ratings. While Bortnik playing Esipenko, I do agree that's the second big matchup. Although Adli with 3.5, someone to watch out for. He's slipping through the cracks. A very good player. And Indic, you know, he's roaring back after that loss versus Nihal. That's got to be motivating him to get back to the top. Yeah,
I agree. Also at the 3-point mark, I think is a good place to be here. If you're at 3 points, you still have a chance, I think, in this event. But less than that, it becomes very, very tough. So I do think that all the players that we've seen, and especially the ones even now that have won 3 games and only lost once, they're still very much in contention for those top 4 spots. But once you've lost a couple games, like even the players on our screen right now, unfortunately 17th to 24th with 2 losses, Eric, it's just not going to be enough in this type of a group where it's not highly competitive between a large amount of people. And so there aren't that many draws, right? How many draws have we seen? I've been looking at the draw column, and I think maybe like 1, 2 at the most. Everybody has a nice round number, and that just speaks to the fact, as we mentioned earlier, the score that you're going to need to qualify is going to be much higher because people are not making draws.
Yep, no, 5.5 is the score you need to target for sure here. And I know we haven't covered his games yet, but this round 5 clash between Nihal and Yakobiev should be really good. Yakobiev is part of this Uzbek golden generation, right, winning the gold medal 2022 Olympics. They're producing super grandmasters who are all very, very young. And something that stood out to me about this golden generation is they're not their nerves are incredible. Like, they don't get nervous in any time format. They don't fear anyone. They just came on the scene and there was no adjustment period. Just shot straight up, have continued to shoot straight up, and are taking names everywhere. So this should be a really, really good clash. I know Norderbeck is looking to join his fellow Norderbeck from Uzbekistan, Abdusadarov, who is, I think, in the main event already. And the way we're seeing the players play, we had maybe some more veterans in Group A. Well, Nihal, he's 4 out of 4. Norderbeck, like players, I get the feeling in this, as you said, there were fewer draws, but also with some of the young guys, they're just looking to beat everyone. They're not going to coast as much. It's like, no, I want to go 5 out of 5, 6 out of 6. I don't want to do the old school, maybe Russian school of chess. Win with white, draw with black, beat lower rated, draw, a few of your rivals and comfortably, but professionally make it. No, here it's win, 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 win. That's how I'm going to do it. That's the impression I get. That this game, if I saw the other tournament, other group, 4 to 4, 2 guys might make a draw, save their energy. Here, I don't know. It might be someone wants to go 5 out of 5, and I think we're in for a good one once again.
Yeah, it definitely has a different flavor to it than Group A, and I think each group is going to have that different style that the group takes on. And I do agree that when you have these different generations, there are certain things that are never going to be the same, and one of them is just that hunger for the objective result. The younger players are not really going to come in with that kind of almost like understanding of like livelihood or gamesmanship. Like they're hungry. They're there to improve, learn, play every single kind of position, every single kind of opponent, and they're not necessarily looking to make their lives easier by maybe trying to go for a draw. And in some cases, you could say that that's inexperience, and taking those risks is not the way to play. But on the other hand, you can say that hunger is getting them those results and pushing them a little bit further than maybe the old school mindset. So interesting to see the differences. Okay, it looks like we're starting with an interesting matchup here between Pawn Takes and Ahmed Agami. 1 out of 3 against 2 out of 4.
Yeah, checking out the whole group. Giving love to the lower rated, seeing how some of that chess is played, maybe making it relatable for the audience. Hey, I could be there too. I can make these moves. I can get a couple of wins. It's probably true.
That's right. I see Yakubov is actually standing in the background. I can't tell if this game is underway or not. We have some of the referees walking. It doesn't look like it is. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Well, personally, I don't mind when they just have the camera like this. You get to see the playing hall, the players. I think it's a view that people appreciate. Kind of, you see the players get a little nervous, their routines before the game. We do see Egyptian Grandmaster Adli to our left. He's on a great score and not playing one of the top seeds, if I'm remembering correctly.
Exactly.
Right? He just played Yasipenko.
So you kind of have
so he's playing.
Kind of the situation where the guys at the top have the tougher pairings, right? And we've talked about this in the other group and the other rounds. And it is interesting that being a high-rated player actually means that your tournament is incredibly tough. You're always the one getting tossed around to, go play the highest-rated player here, highest-rated player there. Even if you lose, you play, someone who's very talented with less points or more points. So it's difficult from the top seed position.
It is. Your tie breaks will be good if you make it, but you have the toughest path, toughest opponents on the journey there. We have this match in front of us: Adli against Hijazi.
It's interesting. Hijazi, they are actually playing right now, right? I was just trying to. It looks like they're. I don't know. They just don't seem as locked into the game, which is an observation compared to maybe some of the previous players. It's interesting to not have your hand on the mouse. I'm trying to think. There's not many times I feel like when I'm playing a game where my hand's not on the mouse, but this is, first of all, he's got lots of time, so it's no concern. And there you go. Just hand on the mouse, make a move, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, Adli is the definition of very calm right now with his stance. I'm hoping we can get the other game up at some point as well, but we will check in on this Adli game because he is, tied for third place. So we have this game and the Nihal Yakobiev game as probably our featured games for this round. And if you're watching this one right here, Adli needs to win because, yes, he has a easier pairing, but the hard pairings are coming because the guys at the top are running out of opponents to play. And so even if he were to draw this game, which would not be a good result, he's a big rating favorite, he's going to end up playing black against one of the pretty much super grandmasters in the field. So he needs to put up as many points against the guys that he's supposed to beat, which he has done so far. But yeah, I would say this is clearly a must-win game, and he's trying to kind of use some maneuvering in the opening to get a very favorable position. If he can win the c5 pawn, or his bishop on g2 is definitely looking pretty good, but it has still elements of a symmetrical position, which means black probably has a resource somewhere here. I don't think black has done anything too wrong, so I'd like to think black has a move to hold the balance for now. That's rapid chess. I mean, it starts off like that. You just keep putting your low-rated player, opponent, under a bit of pressure in terms of decisions. Do I play b6 at some point? Not b6 here, but do I trade here? He's kind of playing in a bit of a flexible English opening style, and as opposed to playing more, you develop the dark square bishop or try to push some pawns in the middle. Right now, he's trying to move order his opponent, I think, into making a concession, some weakness somewhere.
I'm trying to understand, because it really looks like, oddly, he's the definition of cool. Like, it almost looks like he's not looking at the screen half the time, which is just an interesting style. I've definitely used this at some point where sometimes I don't want to let my opponent know that actually, their position is kind of good. And so I try to look really nonchalant about the entire game. And I feel like Adley's doing it the best I've ever seen it done. He looks like he doesn't care at all. It's no problem. Position is easy. And I'm not sure if that's actually true, but he's convincing me.
He is convincing us. He probably knows he's not playing the most theoretically challenging line, but every time his opponent pushes these pawns, that's weakening a few squares and giving him something to pounce on. So whatever Adley has in front of him, he knows he's responsible for it. He's provoking these moves, and he's happy to do so. I'm guessing maybe rook b1, b3, something like that. But yeah, at first glance, black is developing okay. And doesn't feel like black is intimidated by Adley's approach so far.
That's right. He also probably can't see it, so it's having more of an effect on us as viewers than it is on his opponent, which is maybe not the intention. But nevertheless, that's just his style, and he's got 3.5 out of 4 points. So can't say anything about it because it's working beautifully so far, and he's got a nice time advantage here, more than 2 minutes. He's attacking the pawns with a4, which is undermining the c4 knight, and he's got that strong bishop on g2 with the pin to the rook, which explains black's last move, rook b8. So everything all together, pretty nice position, a good situation for Adley. And you said it, he's got to win this game for real chances at qualifying, because he's going to have some very tough pairings upcoming.
Yeah, if he does not win this game, he's going to have to beat some of the top seeds, which is definitely possible, but you'd rather not have that pressure. And there's only a few rounds remaining after this, the last two. He is playing kind of as expected, making these moves that your job is to provoke black to push the pawns up and weaken squares. When the pawn goes to e5, black just played e5, what does that weaken? It weakens the f6 and the d6 squares because the pawn was on e7. Does that mean they're permanently weak or it's really bad? No. But that's white's logic, saying like, I can take advantage of those weaknesses, even at the sacrifice of time, because black is gaining some time, making these pawn moves, pushing those pieces back. And I would say from what I'm seeing, black is handling this very, very well, Aman.
Yeah, the white bishop does not have a destination. I mean, you have to just go all the way back. It's not the first time that we've seen this, by the way. We saw him play queen a4 and then queen back to d1 after b5. And now we saw bishop f4, bishop g5, and then bishop back to c1. And it's no surprise to me that Adley is, he's got his hand firmly on the mouse now. he's leaning up in the chair. He doesn't have a good position. He's been wasting a lot of time.
You know, if you ask me, looking at the players and the posture throughout this game, I would have guessed that Adli was playing black. That's like just some of the moves being played and the space being given feels like it's a bit too much. At the same time, when you're playing against lower rated players, sometimes you're not trying to play the best moves. You really are banking on some mistakes and play a little more loose because of the pressure to win and imbalance things. But there's definitely concern looking at this position that White has done that a little too much. And look at Black's position. Pieces are developed. The final piece of the puzzle is that light squared bishop on c8. It's going to shift over to f5 or maybe g4. The knights are active for Black. The queen is active. There's a pin on the d file, and I just don't see the compensation. It's not like White has solid squares for even the knight on c5, which he invested lots of time hopping around with. So taking a look here, Black is doing well, and that's probably why we saw Adli sit up straight. Reminds me myself maybe a bad habit. Sometimes I just coast a little bit when it's a different kind of game. Maybe you're not playing the top guy and you kind of expect to win, but anyone can play on any given day like great moves, and Black is playing good moves here, and all of a sudden Adli has to earn equality, I would say, even, and then fight from that. And so going forward as White, I do want to complete development, but hey, there's some things that concern me. Maybe Black plays pawn f7 to f5, preparing pawn to e4, drilling that pin. I'd like to play b3 and, kick away that knight on c4. Just need to do it in a way that maybe doesn't weaken too many squares. So I don't think it's the panic. It's not time to panic yet for Adli. And, he is up on time and not down material or no permanent weaknesses. But Black does have the lead in development, does have some threats on the board right now with the e-pawn bearing down. And we're going to have to be a little careful with White as to how to proceed. So b3's finally been played. It was due. First of all, kick away that knight. Secondly, our dark square bishop would like to deploy at some point to a square off of c1. So interesting. Adli has lots of work to do. I don't know who he's playing, but the guy is playing him tough. And here we see the tournament leaders with 4-4. We have from Uzbekistan, Yakubiev. He's playing White. He's on the right-hand side. Nihal just won with White against Bortnik. Nihal's playing Black. He's on the left-hand side. And look at the position. It's already, as expected, a fighting position. White's got the bishop pair, but maybe double pawns on the f-file aren't the prettiest. It's double-edged. Let's put it that way, because bishop pair is nice, but worse pawn structures, maybe not the best. And Black is fairly solid. That queen sits pretty on h4. h4 is generally a good square against double f pawns. Why? Because there's no g pawn. There's no g pawn, and there's this knight on h5. It's very hard for White to kick away that queen on h4. If you can't kick away that queen on h4, then in the long run, f4 is just a weakness that constantly needs upkeep, needs to be maintained. The bishop on c1 and queen on f3 defend it, but ideally you don't want them to have to defend it for the entire game. Black's happy to just keep the queen on h4, knight on h5. They're placed fine there, they're safe there, and they provide a little bit of pressure. Keeps White honest, keeps White from committing pieces to other parts of the board very easily. If I'm playing White, I might want to move that knight on e4. I might not want to take the knight, the bishop on c5. I might want to go knight g3. I'd rather get rid of this knight on h5, free up the f4 pawn, and then look to open up the position for the bishops. The d4 from Nihal, just an annoying move, looking at the b2 pawn, making it a bit more difficult to develop the bishop on c1. And maybe Nihal's preparing knight d7 to c5. Trade away that knight. Don't see why it would be particularly bad. And, the bishop pair is good in open position. But as pieces get traded off...
Hey, Eric, just checking in.
The king side is closed. Hello, Aman.
Just checking in over here. Yep, just, a little fire alarm in the building, so may have to mute again, but, we're all good over here. False alarm as usual,
long as you're
but
safe.
Want to let everyone know. Yep, we're all good, and nothing's going to stop the commentary. Didn't keep me away, so just jumping in to update.
All good, all good. Thought it was the playing hall for a second. That would have been another
I thought
twist
so at first,
day.
and then realized it was pretty close to my own ears. But we are all good over here, and it's good to see that we're keeping the fires on the board here.
Oh yeah, I mean we have such a dynamic position here. If these players are taking their time, they're not playing as quickly as that game. Round 3, Indich versus Sarin. Here the players are under 5 minutes, and there's queens, minor pieces on the board. Kings aren't fully safe. There's weak squares around both kings. F6 for black is a bit soft. And again, the double F pawns mean that white has some structural defects on the king side. When time trouble hits, this could get wild, because it's not very easy for this to just go into some balanced endgame. As long as the queens are on, maybe white uses the G file to put pressure on black. Maybe black keeps the knight on the board that we just saw there and tries to maneuver the knights in a way that harasses white's F4 pawn or H2 pawn. Maybe F6 at the right moment. But the position is going to blow up very soon. There's too many pieces on the board, and both these players are sharp players. They thrive in complications, they welcome it, and that's why we haven't seen too many exchanges. And we see, a lot of maneuvering going on, keeping the tension by not trading. Nihal's being annoying with that queen on h4. Nihal, we're down a pawn now as black, but as long as there's a lot of pieces on the board, you can be up a pawn, but you get under a minute, you're just worried about flagging. And we've seen that happen in games before where at a certain point, pendulum swings to time being the biggest factor in the game more than material. So if I'm playing white here, I do want to trade off. I'm up a pawn. It's a passed B pawn. I would probably be able to have a 2-result type of situation where I'm pushing and I don't have many losing chances, but I need some trades for that. And this is a big move. I'm on knight e4, hitting the bishop, and now preparing queen g3. Queen g3 or queen h3 forces the queens off because the queen can't go to h5 because of knight f6 check. So all of a sudden, knight f6 check is a big threat, and maybe you don't even trade queens, but if you get the knight to f6, all of a sudden black's king might be in trouble. Maybe knight f6 check and, I don't know, queen h3. Where does this bishop on c5 go? Does it go to a7? It goes to a7. I mean, maybe there's rook b7. There's something tactically wrong with this position for Nihal. That is, knights are on g7 and e7, and in this exact specific moment, white has all the cards. Knight f6, knight c5, rook b7. Then rook on b3 also supports queen h3. This is an interesting moment. Rook d4, a counterpunch. And can Yakubiev find more ways to continue the initiative? That's a professional move. Bishop e2 doesn't spend too much time. Says, I don't want the complications yet. I want to keep the material on the board because I still have the same threats I had the move before. And that for Nihal sacks the exchange. So now white is up an exchange and a pawn. Objectively, Yakubiev is winning here. But objectively is not the main factor here. There's time, no increment here, lots of pieces, until we get to an endgame where it's really more a matter of technique. Nihal can still, he's a very resourceful guy, and still complicate things. But I gotta say, white's position is looking lovely. Maybe the bishop goes to d3. The one piece I'm not happy about is the bishop on c1, but it's doing its job defending the pawn on f4. So while I try to figure out how to move that, I'm going to develop my other pieces. So the bishop improves itself. It goes to e4. Maybe the rook on f1 slides to g1. But because of the semi-closed nature of the position, it takes more work for white to initiate trades. And you want to initiate trades when you have to exchange a pawn. You want to mitigate the risk, but not easy. And Nihal's up a little bit of time, 10, 15 seconds. It could swing any move, but it's good to be up on time. When you're down in material, try to use the clock as another variable to improve your position. We see some moves repeating. I don't think white is trying to make a draw. Nihal with king g7, tactical shot. Don't take the free rook because of queen f1 checkmate. H5. How do you defend the rook on d1? Nihal. Yes, his queen is coming in though. Things are getting very tricky here. Queen g1 is not a move you want to make. There's bishop takes f2. There's queen e2. All of a sudden, white's king is looking very fragile on h1, and the tactical shots are coming in. Can Nihal continue it? He's picked up a pawn. He's broken some of white's protection in front of the king, but white's holding on. The rook is defended. The queen is defended. The king on h1. Fortunately, there's a bishop on e4 protecting that diagonal, and now it's anybody's game. Nihal would love to continue the fight. That probably means you trade the rooks off and keep the queen on the board, but he's looking for more. He's looking, is there a move like queen a4? Hitting the rook on d1, hitting the bishop on e4, sacrificing. Check. Okay, so that did not end up winning material because he did drop the rook on d8. Black is still down the exchange, and more material has disappeared, which should help Norderbeck. Queen e1. He might be looking at bishop g3 just to be a bit tricky. 40 seconds for Nihal, but he's got a tricky knight. He's down the exchange, but his king is safer. And the exchange is not very easy to play when your king is in the open. But what I want to do as white, I want to push my b pawn, but that queen on b1 is blocking me. Queen back to f4, queen to b4, or knight here. 30 seconds though. Norderbeck is playing up material and up on the clock. So that's very smart because his position is harder to play. Okay. Decides to give up the exchange. And Nihal with 23 seconds isn't going to decline that. But at one moment, that game broke open, and it was a bit fortunate, I think, for white to hold on. He missed some tactical shots. As I said, two fighters who look for, they calculate everything. And, well, there you have the tournament leaders at 4-4 draw. To me, a really well-played game. Dynamic, imbalanced, shots from both sides. And that's the kind of chess I expect from those guys. So, Amon, the draw between Nihal and Norderbeck, but it certainly was not a quick draw. They certainly tried to kill each other on the board.
Yeah.
And it almost just felt like a fair result in the end because they played it so well with so little time.
Yeah, and we're not seeing a lot of draws, but if we are going to see them, if that's the way we get them, I'm not complaining. These are the different generations and how they play for their draws. They go all out. I thought that Nihal had chances with the knight at the end. Did a great job there on your own. We're all good over here, and looking forward to more games in the next round. So with that, I'm back in time to throw us to a break and say, guys, stay where you are. I certainly did. We'll be back right after this.
watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. News like Jagger, it's come on, new one's better. We ain't in the mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, day back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say, got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They say you're pretty burn, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit don't dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind up. Ain't lost nothing mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier. Eric and myself are back. We hope you guys are still here with us. It's been a long day, but we're getting to the very exciting part of the Group B Swiss 7 rounds here, and that's because we're actually going to learn some real information, I think, in this round, Eric, about who is going to take those top 4 spots. We've seen the chess from Nihal. It's looking fantastic. Like, he's definitely going to be making it in if he plays anywhere near the level he's shown so far. But he's up against Ahmed Adli, who did win that game that we were checking out in the last round.
Yes, that game, I didn't see how it finished, but Adli definitely had to come from behind. He gave his opponent a lot of space in the opening. Another big game that took place in that round, Amon, was Bortnik taking down Yasipenko with white in a crazy London. And that means that Yasipenko on 3.5 out of 5 has to win his last 2 rounds. And he is one of the favorites in this field, and might even be the highest rated FIDE player, if I'm not mistaken, or at least close to it. But yeah, Bortnik back on track after the loss versus Nihal. Nihal and Norderbeck playing great. And Indic, after the loss to Nihal, has won the rest of his games. So this is the round where players get eliminated. It is round 6. Are we going to see Adli? This is the last round he was playing down. We're going to see him against one of the sharks, Sarin and Yakubiev. I'm excited for this one. And he is the veteran in the field, as I mentioned from an earlier generation. Not old by any means, but there's the young guys born in the 2000s. You got to watch out for them. They are scary. The game that I just watched, Sarin and Yakubiev, was one of my favorite games today. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed watching that and commentating on it because the players just such nice dynamic chess.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to make sure you could enjoy that experience to the maximum there, buddy. I'm glad you were able to do that. We have an interesting posture here, or maybe a seating position for Yakubov. It looks like he's actually seated on the chair, which I definitely do like, when I'm just browsing my computer at home, but I can't say I've done it during a chess game. So I wonder how effective that is. But probably the first player I've seen go into sort of the meditative state in the chair.
Yes, I can't say I've ever tried this pose. I definitely have seen people try it, but I wonder why he decided to switch it up for this round. Just to sum up this game, it's Indic versus Yakubiev. Indic has 4-5, and he's white. And this is a game that he's probably approaching as a must-win because you don't want to play black in the final round requiring to win, especially when the field is finally narrowing. That, let's say he draws this round, he might end up playing one of the top guys anyways with black. It doesn't ensure an easier pairing because there's so few players, competing for the 4 spots. And look at this game. Look at the game we have. I mean, black's already pushed the king side, the Uzbek player might be looking to try to qualify 1 round early, securing the 5.5 points after round 6. Does not surprise me, this more modern attitude and ambitious style. And it makes sense. Sometimes you play your best chess. What brought you there is what you should continue doing, as opposed to necessarily playing something a bit more solid. I mean, you play to your strengths. It's definitely a pretty common way of thinking. And here, you see black's got the bishop pair, maybe a worse pawn structure. Just maybe dynamic equality, which is a broad term, but that might be how to describe this best.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the pawn structure, and black is actually doing quite fine here and has the bishop pair as well. But I'm looking at the pawn structure, and it's just one of those positions that's very loose for black here, because you've got double pawns. I'm, by the way, very surprised that knight takes c3 wasn't played. That doesn't make sense to me. But I was going to say that c-pawns were doubled on an open file. It's no longer open, but also the pawns are pushed in front of black's king, g5, h4. So black is playing a very loose, open game and has a definite advantage here. The knight on e2, you'll notice, doesn't have any squares to move to. So we're going to need to see pawn to c4 or f3 and pawn to e4. These are the only ideas that I can really expect to try to free white's position.
No, you summed it up. I mean, the knight on e2, I need that in the game. Indic needs to play for a win. c4 is the only healthy looking one. If I ever touch my f-pawn, I might regret it, with e3 being a weakness. But Indic has touched the c-pawn, and after the move queen a6, it's like, shoot. How do you defend that pawn? So looks like black, with a very combative opening, has achieved more than equality here, if that c4 pawn is falling. And you see how the pawns are on the king side, f6, g5, h4. It might look loose, but they protect each other. They're in dark squares. Black also has a light squared bishop, so they're controlling the light squares around the king, and the pawns on dark squares, they cut off f4, g3, e5, all potential squares from the knight. So it's nice coordination there with the light squared bishop and the pawns. That actually means like the king is relatively safe, and that's why you can get away with what black did, is there's no way for white to access any of those squares near black's king.
Yeah, and here we see pawn takes, d5, desperate for some kind of movement in the center of the board here. But now the bishop also has the d3 square, and white has this really annoying, feature of the position. you can't play rook A or rook D to B1. You can't challenge the B file, which is the only completely open file on the chessboard because of black's bishop on F5. And that alone, obviously plus the extra pawn, is contributing to the very clear advantage that we see Norderbeck with.
Yeah, and not only is it a clear advantage, Indic likes to attack. Right now, he doesn't have an attack, and his opponent's just playing active moves and restricting him. I think in Indic's shoes, he's looking for a breakthrough like E4 and F4, for example, because he's not going to just buckle down and play rook C1 or spend too many resources stopping the C pawn. Put his knight there as a blockader, but without a doubt, I think he's going to try to play F4, because without F4, there's no part of the board where white can access. The B file's locked. The E pawn can't push any further. So all the eggs are in one basket, and I think it's revolving around F4, which means we might be seeing something like Queen A3 or Queen A5, some move that might keep white honest and make it difficult to play F4 because of that loose knight on C3. The knight doesn't have squares right now, that knight on C3. So I'm looking at black, I'm thinking Queen A3, he went for this, maybe Queen B2. So maybe a more forcing version of that, taking advantage of the fact that rook B1 isn't playable. But time advantage, positional advantage, things are looking very good for Jakobiev.
Yeah, so let's say if white would play rook A to C1 here, and I do that because I'm a little bit nervous about Queen B2. So actually, I find this move that was just played really, really strange, because I think there's a queen trade that's forced now. So yeah, I would actually maybe go so far as to call that last rook move by white almost a mistake at the very least, because trading the queens with the extra pawn and black's open B file, I think this is very close to completely losing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Queen B2 I thought was telegraphed, and Indic wants to keep the queens on. This feels like a must-win game, and this endgame should only be one side. And as you said, close to winning. I mean, black can trade queens, double rooks on the B file, put another rook on B2, and I just don't see the counterplay. Again, if Indic loses this, he's on 4 out of 5, should be eliminated with a loss. And even salvaging a draw here would be very impressive. You're just down a pawn. It might be a doubled pawn, but that pawn also supports this bishop on D3. And look at white's center. It's there on light squares. That bishop controls the B file, puts pressure on E4, harasses just the pieces. The knight can't go to E2 and things like that. It's a strong pawn on C4. And we're not very far from seeing maybe more action on the B file, but just coming from black.
Yeah, agreed. I think there was actually maybe an idea not to trade the queens right away, because white couldn't really avoid the exchange. The knight on C3 needed protection. So maybe starting with rook E8. But I completely understand trading the queens, because you just want to secure that advantage. You want to make sure those queens don't stay on the board, because that's the only way that things can kind of go bad for black. And, well, I think born of desperation, Eric, he just kind of fires the F pawn forward, right? If pawn takes, he might want to play rook F2 and try to play rook takes F4 and rook takes H4. But realistically, this desperate type of move should not work out.
It shouldn't. And I think that's going to be a 2-result game. Jakobiev pushing for a win with very good winning chances. The queen's off. Don't see how Indic can come up with any counterplay. And so we're going to move over to the other key game. It's Nihal, playing against Ahmed Adli from Egypt. And wow. We see a pawn on A3. I see the bishop there for white. My first instinct, by the way, is like, this looks terrible for black. It's because the light squares are weak. White's king is actually safe. The pawn on A3 does not concern me at all. It actually helps because now the A file is somewhat locked. And I just don't see... There's a rook on G. I don't even know how we got here, but I do know that if you lose that F7 pawn, the whole structure collapses.
Yeah, I'm very curious how the rook got to the G8 square and then the white queen got to H3. It's weird how white is controlling the H file, but it seems like it was related to a trick that I've seen before, and it really looks like he fell into it from the queen's gambit that involves knight H4, queen H3, and knight takes G6. So desperation for Adli, who's now sacked a piece. The F7 pawn in front of that bishop for black was not able to be defended. So honestly, the entire game was about to fall apart. But this, when the dust has settled, Eric, is really no better, right?
No, I figured Adli would try this, but queen b3, Nihal's going to spot it. And, well, now you're spotting Nihal a piece. Yes, you have a couple pawns as black, but that's not enough for a piece. F7 is weak, A3 is weak. So in an endgame, pawns would disappear. The only chance for black is the queen's on the board and a Nihal blunder. So keep the queens on the board, make the knights as annoying as possible, but time is of the essence because white doesn't need much time to stabilize around his king, whether that's taking the A3 pawn in the future or moving the, king to B1. It's still probably the best practical chance for black because I didn't see how you defended F7 and it was just too easy for Nihal to play. You see the time situation, 2 minutes for Adli, over 5 for Nihal. He couldn't just play passively. If you're going to go down, just go down swinging there. Positions objectively lost either way. But Nihal likes to calculate, and the guys who are good at calculating are good at active defense. They don't even let you have fun. And so we're going to stick around here, but Nihal's not going to... He's going to look for aggressive ways to get rid of the queen, aggressive moves to trade off the pieces. He doesn't need to, he doesn't mind doing that with his king open as long as he's calculated the checks. So...
That's right. And I think
queen f5 is probably the main
time here. Yeah, the time also is just queen f5. You're dealing with these checks, these small threats, but as long as you keep the time in mind, as Nihal, there's so many things that have to go wrong before this position is, a real problem.
And there you have it. That did not take long.
Does this force a trade here?
That forces a trade and the game's going to be over.
Yep.
This is Nihal Sarin showing his pedigree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f6. You tried to play pawn to e5, pawn to g5 as black. The best you can expand with the pawns, but it just doesn't matter. Once you get that queen trade, it's all over. And the position when we joined did not look very good, and it never improved from there. I'm not really sure what to recommend because, as you said, it's kind of the best practical chance to sacrifice the piece the way he did. But Nihal was just up to the defensive task as well.
For sure. Not hard for him to spot those forcing moves. And against a guy like Nihal, who's very confident in his chess and a good calculator, you can't even intimidate him. It's not like you sack, people get nervous or kings exposed. He thrives in that. He's sure. I don't he has no issue calculating a solution out and playing that kind of position. So for some players, it will work. They don't like defending or they get a little nervous under pressure. Not Nihal. No issue for him dealing with the small initiative that black had.
Mm-hmm. Knight d5, knight e3, I thought was pretty effective. Hitting the g pawn, knight f4, could even include g3 yourself. And then the a3 pawn, of course, is hanging over there as well. Not to mention, despite being down a piece, 1 minute is about to be ticking down on the clock. So looks like Nihal is definitely going to win this game, and that sets him up beautifully going into the final round. He will already have 5.5 points, but he's looked untouchable in this event today.
Agreed. He's looked untouchable. The game against Yakovlev was a bit dicey, but I still handled it really, really well. Here, this is going to be pretty trivial in a few different ways because, well, you're only going to have a pawn or maybe two. Oh, there we go. Look at that finish.
Yeah, classy. Very classy. He earns the victory by resignation, and it looks like we will see a handshake after that one. That's tough for Adli, but you know what? It wasn't like he had a great position and messed it up. It was really Nihal in the driver's seat the entire game right there. And we're over to this board. Interesting. It's a rook endgame. There is an extra pawn on the board, but I think with best play, you should be able to defend from the front here with rook c1 check, and just kind of using that rook effectively. Check, check, check.
I have to say, Indic getting to this endgame is very impressive because he's keeping his chances alive. He just could not afford to lose. And we're in an endgame that looks like he's within range. King d3.
Yeah, I think, well, Norderbeck is the only one with winning chances, but I think it's about to be a draw. And it is. Oof. Okay. Yeah. It's just one of those results where neither player is happy. Everybody looks upset about that result. It's true that a draw doesn't really further either of their causes. But with 5 points, Yakubov can be a little bit happier, right? 5, obviously with a win in the last round, you could jump to 6 points, not to mention 5.5 could still be enough depending on how the standings shake up and as well the tie breaks.
I think he definitely is still doing well, but at 5 points, a loss could still eliminate him. You'd like that little bit of cushion that Nihal has, who is clearly leading the tournament with 5.5 out of 6. So I think one player is most likely into the event, but heading into the final round of this Group B action at the last chance qualifier, we have everything to play for. Round 7 coming up after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last chance qualifier, and this is the last chance for a lot of these players. It is the final round, Group B. As we've been talking about, Eric, a real dominant performance from one player, Nihal Sarin, and there's quite a group chasing behind him that are really trying to lay claim to those other 3 spots, because we're quite sure that Nihal is going to qualify. He's leading the event on top. But our focus is going to be on those other matchups as well. Nihal himself is going to be playing Esipenko, but when you have Yakubov against Alexander Bortnik, Adli against Indic, you know, those 3 matchups right there, I feel like are going to determine a lot.
Yeah, the pairings are very consequential here. When you're a chasing player and you see Nihal 5.5 out of 6, you know he's got a good chance to win or make it through. You don't want to play him. You want him to spoil someone else's tournament. The unlucky player here is Yesipenko. And Nihal knows, like, theoretically 5.5 is not for sure going to qualify. So he's going to be fighting for at least a draw there. And Yesipenko now has to play for a win. So even the top player, the leading player, it's not 100% guaranteed. Bortnik are playing Yakubiev. They both have 5. They're not sure 5.5 is going to qualify both of them, because there's a match between Indic and Adli, both on 4.5. Winner of that goes to 5.5. You start doing the math, and the math is very promising, but it's not a guarantee. If Nihal loses, Yesipenko wins. That's 2 players on 5.5. If Bortnik draws, that's 2 more players on 5.5, Yakubiev as well. And then the winner of Indic versus Adli will also have 5.5. So there's one scenario where 5 players on 5.5, 1 doesn't make it. However, in terms of tie breaks, the leading players probably have to feel pretty good, which means that game theory-wise, I was thinking about it. I think Nihal's in a very good spot, Bortnik's in a very good spot, and Yakubiev's in a very good spot. But Yesipenko has to beat the guy that's been unbeatable so far. But there is a guy on paper who should be a big challenge for Nihal, is Yesipenko, who needs to win this for any shot.
Yep, he has to win it. He's obviously one of the stronger players, if not the strongest, when you actually consider FIDE ratings. So, as you mentioned, he's definitely the challenger to do it, and Nihal will have basically played absolutely everyone that's a tough opponent for him in this event. I think the matchup to, obviously, that one right there is incredibly important, but I really think the matchup that we pay attention to the most is that Bortnik and Yakubov matchup. I really think that that's where a lot of those spots could get determined. But of course, on board 1, just Nihal and his dominance, plus you've got Esipenko, who's in a must-win situation. And if he can beat him, that would be an impressive way to qualify.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nihal today is not a guy you want to run into, but this is what the players expected in this format. You're gonna have to play for everything in the final round. It normally doesn't come easy, and Yesipenko has to be happy that he's in control of his destiny somewhat. Like, he wins this game, there's a very good shot he makes it, as opposed to some other standings or pairing system where he would have already been eliminated. He's got a chance here. He's got a chance. That's all you can ask for after you've fallen behind. It can be very demoralizing, but he's an experienced, strong young player. He knows what to do, and I'm really excited for that game. It also makes me wonder if I'm in Nihal's shoes. Like, yeah, he qualifies even if he loses, in my opinion, almost for sure. But if you want a guy like Yesipenko qualifying to the next stage, on paper you don't. Just like in the other group, like so many of the pre-tournament favorites didn't qualify. The players have to be happy about that. You'd rather maybe someone like Adli make it, or Indic potentially, versus a guy like Yesipenko, who maybe isn't having his best day, because it happens in this time format, but generally is a very strong player and has consistently shown that. So gatekeeping some of your contenders is certainly something to think about if you're in a privileged position to think about that, which Nihal is kind of in right now.
Agreed. A lot to think about. I mean, it's just one round, it's just one game, but there is so much to consider. And speaking of that, we have Bortnick's game underway. He's playing his London system, the way that this Jobava London setup. I know that he's done a course on this as well, so he's very familiar with this setup. I know that he had that crazy game that we already mentioned. I think it was against Esipenko as well. So he's already had some experience in this event, and now he's up against Norderbeck. But the white piece is a great position to be in that final round. You're playing your comfort opening in a must-win game.
Yeah, no, this is he's done a course with Dania. He plays all the time. I feel like I play him every week in this opening, and at the same time, I'm not sure if he wants to repeat maybe the position he had against Esipenko in the tournament. He doesn't need to win the game, and that I took a look at that game. Unfortunately, we missed it, where both sides had chances. I think he'd much rather a game where he has some chances, or otherwise, if necessary, he can look at other results, pull back, shake hands, and qualify. Doesn't need to go all out here. So I think there might be both players here are kind of thinking a bit earlier than usual because they want to keep that flexibility where if they see a result that favors their qualifying, the pressure's off and they can both benefit from a draw. So
right,
a bit tense in the opening for sure.
Yeah, timid. The players are finding their footing. Neither one of them wants to lose here because, as we've discussed, there's a scenario where a draw here definitely has meaning for both of these players. So we have an interesting matchup here because, in some of the other matchups, one player has to go for one result, the opponent has to go for a different one, like Nihal and Esipenko. But here, it's a bit unclear. Both players want to take their chances. They'd love to secure their spot with, for example, a victory, but they also know that a draw is not only mutually beneficial, but it's fine, right? They don't need to go crazy thinking, oh, I have to win, I have to win. So they're kind of in an interesting spot where they're going to take their chances, but they're also going to minimize risk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It looks like it might be a race to the C4 and C5 squares. Like I was thinking knight D2, knight B3, and then black's got knight D7, knight B6. And actually the move C6 kind of indicates maybe the intention to play A5 now that the B pawn is defended. A5 seems to be quite a useful move actually to undermine the structure. But if I'm just looking at the development, I think I'm starting to understand why maybe the engine is kind of favoring white's position here, because even a position where white castles there could be tough to handle.
Definitely, but based on the tournament situation, is Bortnick going to go for those lines? Maybe he would normally, but he might have second thoughts because of that, which is interesting. Try to go for the most punishing line, which is riskier, but objectively the best, or play a kind of a locked position, which they have the potential for. That minimizes the risk. Interesting to see what he decides. I'm very interested in this game, seeing world-class players in must-win situations and the decisions they make always makes for good entertainment. And and here we're watching Sipienko with white here open things up early. It's a sharp position. Both players have the bishop pair and they're both pointing at something. One's at a king, one's at the queenside pawns. I mean, okay, they're pointing at both, but it's certainly a little loose.
Yeah, it definitely is. The h2 pawn needs to be protected here. I wouldn't feel safe maybe capturing on a6 and trading the two pawns on the side of the board, the a and the h pawn. But all the moves that defend the h pawn are not exactly desirable. F4, G3, H3, and whoa. G5.
Okay.
And it's almost like the move G5 actually hit Esipenko as he's reeling back in his chair like he just got hit.
Just caught a good comment there, Amon. Does Nihal have his own custom mousepad, a large mousepad? He's deploying these big moves with a big mousepad on his table. I can't tell if it's custom
True.
or not, like if you brought it, but I think it is because I don't see anyone else with it. Is that the secret to
I know.
his success?
I was making that comment earlier that he's the only one that seems to have like a design on there. You know, he could really monetize that mouse pad. But I tell you, it's clear that there's something different because he seems to be on a different level than his competitors in this event right here. So if it's a mouse pad, you know, just let me know where to get it.
The G5 move I have to process. I love it, but at the same time, it's also what Esipenko wants. He needs a position with winning chances. He has it. Nihal's trying to checkmate him or attack his king. I mean, it's not a Berlin or something like that. This can go either way. I mean, yes, the H file's open, but not for Black's rook. And I don't see how that happens. Maybe the queen goes to H5. Maybe when you go H6, I go G6. But now the F file's open.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Binko like grabs that pawn, but like it's anyone's game here. But this absolutely is going to be comforting for Esipenko because sometimes in chess you think, well, how am I going to win this game? How do I open up? How do I create winning chances when they're not there? And that takes a lot of time and energy, and you end up spending time on the clock. Here, you're already in there. You've been given the fight that you wanted, so you just focus on finding the most accurate, sharp moves, and it takes away any of the overthinking of the strategy of how do I actually imbalance the position. None of that anymore. Now it's just mano a mano, like just let's go. Whose king is weaker? We're gonna find out.
Wow, the move Rook E5. Definitely one of the better moves in the position. There's Bishop C5 immediately. And also this bishop on A6 can be a little bit loose in some variations. I'm also looking at the move H6. In general, you'd love to maybe somehow keep sacrificing to try to open up the H file. Overall, just love the pressure that this is creating. But as you pointed out, it's not necessary. Nihal with a draw is 100% qualified. And this is the game that he plays. It just reminds me of that, I guess, the advice that you always are told when you need a draw or a draw is the desired result, don't play for a draw. Because if you start playing for a draw, your level is going to be lowered. You're not going to be playing objective. You're going to be trying to trade too much and simplify. And you're not going to be looking for the actual best move in the position. And I think Nihal took that advice all the way, like way past maybe what you should, because he's just going for an all-out attack when all he needs is a draw.
Yeah, and he's lining up a nice move him on. If Bishop C5, Queen to F3, I think is his plan. And there are some tactics from Andre here. Bishop C5 pinning, Queen F3, pins all over the place. But I see some very bad things happening to Black after that move. Now, I might be missing something. Yeah. It's got Nihal thinking. I don't know how much I trust that eval bar. I'm trying to ignore it. But Queen F3 is not a threat yet. There's rook takes B5. But if the bishop goes to C5, now you're blocking that potential. And you'd love to get your rook on A1 into the game. And you want to overload the black queen. Defending F7, defending C6. How are you going to manage to do that? I think there's a move here, but I don't know what.
For white?
Probably for both sides. I mean, they're looking at such fun lines, but for white.
Yeah, this is definitely a very fun position, but after Bishop C6, Queen F3, it does appear to have really liquidated, like the life has kind of been sucked out of the position a little bit, which is exactly what Esipenko wants, because if you're looking at the position, the pawn on G5 is, first of all, defended by the bishop, but it also holds back the H pawn, the F pawn, and if we're simply counting up the material, white is also up a pawn. And then to top it off, you got the A pawn, which is a pass pawn, protected pass pawn at that. So the endgame only looks good for white.
For sure. When you have passed a pawn and dark squared bishop, you can just push that pawn all the way to a7. I mean, the bishop might be able to tuck itself into g1 in some lines. I was just going to bishop e7, a5, bishop takes g5, bishop g1, and a6, a7 is coming. So that looks like it might be played.
Might see that on the board.
Because if it wasn't played, if Nihal, doesn't fight for the g5 pawn, then Black's got to deal with the weak h7, f7 anyways, and still the a pawn runs. So he's at least trying to claw back some material.
Right.
But I think if white keeps that dark squared bishop, puts that pawn to a7, Nihal's going to have to be passive, put a rook behind it, and play for a long time down a rook in essence. Because I don't see how you can overpower that a7 pawn anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a good point. And just seeing that pattern, and I think it's been spotted by Sepenko, of bishop takes g5, bishop g1. Just, it could be any bishop move, but bishop g1 really drives the point home.
Bishop f2 as well, by the way. Yeah.
Bishop f2, kind of the same idea, but less stark. There's no need to really prove the point with bishop g1. And a6, a7 is happening next. Material is equal, but the game is far from it.
No, as soon as bishop f2 gives the king room to go to g1, just in case they want to get mated on the h file or get pinned. I don't see a good line for black. Nihal played very aggressively, very energetically, and you don't want to just backtrack, but there's no move. You have to play like this. And now I'm saying, like, this is going to be a game where that bishop on f2, not only does it support the pawn, but it has the whole diagonal all the way, b6, e5, d4. So you want to bring the rook on a1 into the game. You want to improve the rook on f3. And there's good chances to eventually overpower everything. Nihal's probably going to have to sacrifice at the right moment, but that shouldn't be enough if we look at the material. So I'm thinking that this is actually close to a lost position.
Right. Yeah, the only thing that I can say is working for Nihal here is that he kind of it does feel like he has a 3-on-1 against white on the king side, and white's c-pawn is not the fastest, as we can see here. It can be taken, and it's not going to be that dangerous, at least for a few moves. I'm assuming the rook's going to go back to b7, and I guess at least the moves are simple to play. I think black is much worse, but at least you kind of just have to play like f5, e5. I don't know. Try to get the pawns going.
Yeah, we've seen Nihal in difficult positions. He still doesn't take too much time. He can play bad positions confidently, which is a big skill.
This is an interesting move. I think it's very good, but for some reason in my head, I was so set on leaving my rook supporting my a-pawn. Probably too set on that. I don't know why, but he's reminding us, okay, we can also make threats on the f-file.
We certainly can. And where do you put that dark squared bishop if you're black? If you move it off the square to e5, there might be bishop h4 check. If you go to g5, you move the bishop somewhere, maybe f7 gets hit, and you're kind of going backwards. Maybe f7 gets hit, h7 might get hit. You can't move the rook from b5 off of the fifth because of this bishop c5 check move. So Nihal needs a good pass here, or some holding move. I didn't see it. I thought you had bishop h4 check here, but maybe.
Yeah, I thought
maybe there's something
the same.
else.
And is there also the possibility of like c4, and if you can get your bishop to like bishop c5 and rook f7 could be even stronger, and then rook a5.
That's the move I'm on. That's a great find.
E6.
c4, fantastic find. Bishop a5, bishop e6. That's it. That's a great find. The rook runs out of room on the fifth. That was imperative that the rook stays there, and it can't.
Yeah, now it's all collapsing.
And this just changes.
That's a good attempt. Mm-hmm.
Because of bishop c5 check, king e8.
Yeah, bishop c5, king e8.
Do you see something?
I think black might have to go back bishop g7 if I'm looking at what you're looking at. Oh, wow. Now that one escaped me. I was so excited about my bishop c5. It was all I was looking at. And this one might just be simple and strong.
No time to play f6 because takes rook f7. No time to play king d6 because you give a check on the d file. And the body language for Nihal here, he knows this is lost. That puts him away. And all of a sudden, the complexion of the tournament. Yeah, the other players are getting a bit nervous now.
Amazing. Kind of saving it for the final hour here. Final round against someone that looked unassailable, like just couldn't lose. And well, I think that's it right there. The bishop is lost, and the game as well.
Very professional.
That's right, and it just doesn't
probably
matter.
Put a bishop on d6 at some point. Oh,
yeah. Rook c3, rook d6 coming next, and then the pawn just goes down the board.
Yeah, I think the result is not in question here. So I'm very curious about the board 2 between Bortnik and Yakubiev, because Andrei Esipenko is going to win game 7, keep his chances alive with great chances of qualification, 5.5 out of 7. Nihal should be in anyways with this loss because of his tie breaks. There's no saving this game. And now it's boards 2 and 3 that are going to determine if 5.5 is clear qualification or requires some tie breaks. We can stay for the finish.
Probably just keep pushing. This looks like it's 100% over. A couple checks here for Nihal, but he's also going to be flagging. And hopefully after this, we can immediately check in on that other game. The last we saw it, Bortnik did seem to be in a very comfortable position. And look at that. I mean, you'd almost assume that Esipenko lost the way he behaved after that. But congratulations, young man, because you are most likely qualifying with that last minute win. Truly an amazing result there in the last round when you needed it.
And Amon, look here. Bortnik is winning. It's completely over. And Yakubiev, who's been playing stellar the entire event, is now thinking about the game that he did not win against Alexander Indich.
That's right.
Because that half point is probably going to send him packing home. There's a chance he qualifies with 5, but he's going to need a bit of fortune.
And I mean, at this point, you're playing it on because, hey, maybe Bortnik mouse slips his queen. Honestly, last chance. Look at that fist pump, the emotion. I've always loved that about Bortnik. Very animated player, and we get to see some of the emotion on his face right there. It means a lot to him. He knows that with that win, he certainly got to be in the top 4 and moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, quite impressively, Bortnik lost to Nihal, won the rest of his games, and takes first place in the group, actually, right? With 6 out of 7.
Yeah.
So
that's right. The way it all
qualified through DreamHack, and now he's qualified comfortably to the knockout stage of the Last Chance qualifier. But we still have another game that's going to affect the final standings. We know 2 players are almost shoo-ins. I'm gonna mean that's Nihal and that is Bortnik. I don't know the tie breaks. I would say Yesipenko has a very good chance. Wait, Yesipenko's in for sure. That's right.
Yeah,
Yesipenko's in for sure.
I think those three are in, and are we down to 5 points now for the next qualifier?
Well, if somebody wins this game, they're at 5.5 between Indic and Adli. So there's one more game with a potential for 5.5. If it's at 5 points, there's at least a three-way tie. Maybe someone else from the tournament probably finishes with 5 as well.
Right.
5.5 qualifies for sure. Yesipenko is in. So 3 out of the 4 predictions of mine are right. But now Yakovlev is going to need fortune on his side to qualify with 5. He's got good tie breaks. He's played very well. But the last round loss sets him back and allows players to catch up. And the winner of Adli Indic will qualify. Otherwise, we're in for some drama if it ends in a draw.
Yeah, we certainly are. I wonder if that game is still going, if we can try to spot it here on the cam. And there we go. The game is still going, and we are able to follow along here. So this is exciting. This kind of decides everything. Both players have 4.5 points. Whoever wins immediately takes that last qualification spot. And if we have a draw, we got to wait and see how the tie breaks finish up, because I do not know who is going to qualify then.
And we can tell by the position we have in front of us that this was a rich game. This was a sharp game. Looks almost like maybe a King Xenia attack or something from White. Pawn on h6, weak squares. Black's got some extra passed pawn. It's very good for White, but not easy to convert. It's there's so many pieces on the board, and you're not in a position to push that h pawn as much as you'd like. You need some favorable exchanges, the board to clear. So, yeah, Adli is pushing a bit here, but I don't think it takes a lot to mess this up as White. I know I'd be capable pretty fast, where all of a sudden, hey, where did my h pawn go?
That's right.
Black is being stubborn with those knights.
Ooh, and I was thinking,
wonder
what
White's idea
there?
is. B5 looked good.
A5 takes B5. Yeah, so basically his idea is the same. He wants to get rid of this knight on C7 so he can attack the knight he really cares about on D7.
Is Indic going to double the rooks and threaten mate on h3? Maybe provoking a move like knight f2 or rook h1? Rook h1 looks good. This is a serious threat. You could also try to defend the knight. Okay, he goes for activity.
What a tense game. Time is even.
A knight is loose right now.
What do you do about this knight? Just push
and
the
White's
D-pawn,
king is
maybe?
surviving on h4. Yeah, you can push the d-pawn. You're kind of admitting there you're probably in a lost position and you have to do what you have to do. And you they have a lot of time on the clock. That's the issue. Is like, I like to sack a piece when I have to, but I don't even have flagging chances here. So,
I feel like there's also like maybe knight c5, knight e4. Just trying to sack something.
Are you going
somehow,
to trade?
But
because the issue is White's threatening h7 in some lines and a checkmate on h8. So you trade the rooks, play h7, play king g5, and bishop f6. Like that concerns
I think
me.
that's
checkmate.
Exactly what's been missed. Wow, very nice call.
King goes to g5, and
what a
you
funny
could see a
pattern.
very picturesque checkmate. Yeah.
And look at the time. I mean, it doesn't even matter if we see this beautiful checkmate, because the game is just ending on time, if nothing else. 30 seconds. Is this Ahmed Adli against all odds punching his ticket into the playoffs?
I believe it is. This is checkmate. And
wow.
I was rooting for him a little bit as a veteran, but he had his work cut out for him. And well, if you look at this game and how it finishes, I mean, he earned it. This is a gorgeous finish. Sneaks in with 5.5, defeating Indich, and we have an upset. Yakubiev not making it through after leading or being first or second the entire event, 4 out of 4, finishing with 5 out of 7. That's got to be heartbreak for the Uzbek player. But jubilation for Adli.
I was looking on the camera there at the end. It looked like he just had all his friends around him, friends, colleagues. Like, I think he had his head in his hands. So that clearly meant a lot to him. It's heartwarming to see stuff like that. So truly impressive. And it does mean, Eric, that we do get the full picture from Group B the same way that we did in Group A. Kind of know who our 4 qualifiers are based on that 5.5 score. Turns out 5.5 was the score of the day, like that you need to qualify. Nothing less than 5.5 was enough today. Bortnik on top with 6 points. Everyone in this event did lose a game. It was a bloodbath out there, but your 4 qualifiers into the playoffs, which means you won't see them in action tomorrow, but they will return on day 3 for the playoffs. Alexander Bortnik, Andrei Sipenko, Nihal Sarin, and Ahmed Adli.
Yeah, you like to see some underdogs make it. I mean, Yakubiev didn't lose a game until the final round. It's the worst way to go out because there's no time left to catch up. And you mentioned Adli had some friends around to celebrate. We're noticing lots of Egyptian players. Geographically, it's fairly close. And I imagine in the region, they're fairly happy to have some representation going in to the knockout.
Yeah, as we see the full rankings there, these were not players that were competing for those top 4 spots, but we've discussed the many reasons that are very valid out there for these players to play. Games against the elite, especially geographically if it's close by, not to mention just the organization, the venue, the prize fund. This is not too common in chess, so completely understand wanting to participate. And this was also one of the larger groups, right? We have groups A, B, C, and D. And this one feels like it probably will end up having the most participants, most competitors in this particular one. So being top 4 in this one, it didn't feel like it was as difficult as Group A because there were less players and more title players, more grandmasters overall. But still, we kind of reached our conclusion for Group B, and it means, Eric, that we know half of the playoff field, right? We have 4 players from Group A, 4 from Group B, and then you and I will be back to cover Group C and Group D tomorrow, where we're going to learn the other half of those 16 players. So, I mean, final thoughts, Eric, as our long day draws to a close, and it's nice to still see some of the chatters with us that made it the entire day.
Certainly was a long day. Still processing it. The nerves must have been crazy for the players in the final round. You saw heartbreak, saw some upsets. Tomorrow we have some big names coming up. I'm used to the format now. I think now it's been, 2 groups have gone through. We definitely have the hang of it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, seeing which contenders, which underdogs make it through. And it does excite me for the knockout as well on Saturday, before we actually go over ourselves to the event for the main event next week. But it feels like because we're covering this event and the storylines attached to it, it's going to give us some more context heading into even the main event. That, hey, we covered the journey, all the games that led some of these players from the last chance qualifier to the knockout, and eventually to the Holy Grail, the main event of the EWC. So, excited. I hope people join us tomorrow. Appreciate the patience. We're adding things. getting more coverage. And yeah, I hope everyone gets some rest because long day of Rapid Chess tomorrow with a bunch of names that you're going to be looking forward to. I think the top seed, I think two of the top players in the whole event, Pragananda and Anish Giri and Hans Niemann, are set to compete tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to some of those games.
Yeah, exactly. So many names. If you didn't see maybe the player you're looking forward to and you're wondering, hey, I thought they were in this event, don't worry, they're probably in action tomorrow, so make sure to tune back in. And as always, day one of a broadcast sometimes just moves a little slower. And like you said, we appreciate everyone's patience. I think some of the chess we saw today was definitely worth it. There were some real highlights. A couple games full of brilliancies stand out to me right now as I'm thinking about it. Nihal played a phenomenal game there. And then just that last minute qualifying victory against Nihal from Esipenko, probably the most clutch moment that we witnessed today. And, the storylines with Adli qualifying, just a lot of really interesting and diverse stories from today. So with that, myself and Eric will wrap up. Look forward to seeing everyone back tomorrow. That's going to be groups C and D, and we'll find out 4 more players from each group that are going to be joining us for the playoffs on day 3. So that's all from us for today. Thank you very much to our global audience for tuning in, whether you're an esports fan, chess fan, or just a fan. We're happy to have you here, and we will see everyone back tomorrow.